Welcome to a new course. This is the introduction to web development. Now, before getting into the practical part of developing our web structure, we have to know everything and all the basics about web development, what we want to use, what is the basics, and also the theories, which is going to help us in the long run. So first off, let's move in and check the table of contents. Introduction to web development is the foundational stage of learning how to create and maintain websites. It involves understanding our core technologies and concepts that power the web. The key topics typically include web pages are structured using HTML, which is hypertext markup language. Web page layout and style are controlled by CSS, which is cascading style sheets. JavaScript includes dynamic behavior and also interactivity, such as making it interactive. Front-end development involves the use of frameworks such as Angular, Vue, or React. Back-end development is server-side programming using Ruby or Rails, Node.js, PHP, or Python, which is the Django or Flask. Databases: MySQL, PostSQL, MongoDB are used for data management and storage. Version control is the process of managing code with Git and GitHub. Deployment is using traditional web servers or systems such as Netlify or Vercel to host websites. Now, there's a lot of things over here, but obviously, if you have no prior experience to web development, it's totally fine because I have segmented and divided this class into a couple of parts, which I'm going to show you every one of these basics to get into web development. So let's see what is full stack web development. The process of creating a web application's front end, which is the user interface, and back end, which is the server, database, and logic, such as all of the functions, interactivity functions, and so on. And the front end, which is the user interface, is what the user basically sees, such as you can see the screen right now. This is the front end. And all of the customizations and every function that is working to make this front end, or let's say to represent what is on our screen, is basically called the backend. And all of this thing together is known as full stack development. A full stack developer ensures smooth client server functionality by working on every part of a program software architecture. I'm highly skilled in communication, collaboration, and also technical documentation. Now, understanding the role of full stack developer. The entire application's design, structure, and upkeep fall within the purview of a stack or full stack developer. They collaborate with, first off, is the front end. Now, what are the things that we want to use for the front end? Such as using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. We can also use React, Vue, or Angular to design and construct the user interface. Now, let's go into the backend. Using programming languages like Node.js, which is also part of JavaScript, Python, Java, or PHP to manage server-side logic. Database. Using databases such as MySQL, PostgreSQL, or MongoDB to manage, store, and also retrieve the data. Such as, obviously, let's say you have a table of data, or let's say a table of things, which you cannot apply directly into HTML or even, let's say, the backend, such as, Java. So what you can do is you can create these database files in case MongoDB, which is the most easiest one, You can put all of those data in MongoDB and can just connect it directly to the front end, and it will still represent all of your data. Okay, now overview of web development layers, which is the front end, back end, and the database. Now, the front end, which is the client side, which is developed with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript framework, which is the visible portion of a web application that users interact with. So, whatever you do, or let's say the viewers, whatever they do on a site is called the front end. Using server-side languages and frameworks, the back-end server side controls database interactions, authentication, and also business logic. Now, what is the database? It holds and maintains application data, enabling updates and retrieval when needed. Now, examples of full-stack application in real-world scenarios. E-commerce websites like Amazon handle orders, which is, or let's say, which takes the function in the backend. Products, which are the front end, which you see on the screen. And customer information is the database, such as getting the name, getting the number, the contact info, email address, or even physical address. Everything that the data gets is saved in a database file. Social media sites like Facebook and Twitter manage user accounts on the front end, posting and messages on the back end, and databases for data storage. Online learning platforms such as Coursera and Udemy let users enroll and monitor their progress in the back end, browse courses in the front end, and save courses information in a specific database file. Now, front end versus back end versus database. Now you can see this is basically kind of the same, and I've tried to give you all the simple and to get the full idea about the front end, back end, and database. So if I make it a bit shorter, the front end is basically incorporated with the UI and UX. Now, UI and UX is basically used in order to improve the user experience. It also incorporates with the UI UX design ideas, such as UI is user interface and UX is user experience. So this is the visible portion. The backend manages the data transmission, and frameworks such as Flask, the Django, Node are all included. Servers and APIs are also the backend framework. And database is basically the database, or let's say all the data that is being saved and holds and controls the information about the websites and also the users. Now, understanding HTTP, URLs, and hosting basics. The core of web communication is HTTP, which is Hypertext Transfer Protocol, which enables browser to send and receive data from servers. Domain and URLs, which is a web address such as HTTPS, example.com, or maybe even google.com, is called a URL, which is Uniform Resource Locator. Website accessibility is made possible by domain mapping to IP addresses. Web hosting, services for storing and enabling online access to websites, files, self-hosting, cloud hosting, and shared hosting are among the varieties. Deployment with FTP, which is File Transfer Protocol, a technique for moving files from a local computer to web server that is used to start websites. The core of web communication is HTTP, which enables the browser to send and receive data from servers. So basically, that's the whole thing about understanding HTTP, URLs, and hosting the basics. Now let's get into the importance of an integrated development environment, or known as IDE in short. So it is efficiency, or let's say the important part is efficiency and speed. IDEs help speed up development by offering features like code suggestions, syntax highlighting, and auto-completion. By lowering the amount of time spent on mistakes and increasing overall productivity, These features assist you in writing code more effectively. Real-time error detection is a feature of the majority of IDEs that shows logical problems, unused variables, and syntax errors while you're coding. By doing this, you may identify issues early on and avoid possible bugs during runtime. Integrated tools. A lot of IDEs come with integrated testing frameworks, debuggers, and version controls system like Git. This integration streamlines the development process and makes it easier to manage the project. Then it comes about project management. With the help of IDEs, built-in project and file management tools, managing sizable code bases is simple. In web development, where managing numerous files and directories can be challenging without adequate organization, this is particularly crucial. Now, code refactoring. You can optimize and reorganize your code without affecting its operation by using IDE refaction tools. Over time, this helps to increase the readability and performance of the code. Collaboration. By enabling developers to share code, examine pull requests, and work on projects from a distance, many IDEs offer collaboration like features for web development that is team-based, which is essential, which basically speeds up the whole thing a lot more better. Preview and debugging. Some IDEs come with built-in preview capabilities that let you see your website in real time, along with robust debugging tool that lets you find and rapidly address problems in your specific code. Support for multiple languages. It is simpler to manage different facets of web development without hoping or hopping between editors when IDEs support multiple programming languages such as HTML, CSS, JavaScript, PHP, and so on. Customization and extensions. IDEs typically have customization options and extensions that let you add features like live server previews, linters, and integration with other web development tools to make the environment more suited to your needs. Learning curve. To assist novices in discovering new features and best practices, IDEs usually include built-in lessons and documentations, and they are therefore a useful tool for both experienced and also seasoned developers. So let's get into our class by learning how to set up our IDE. First thing that you want to do is open up any browser which you have on your device. Now from here, I'm going to search for VS Code. Now you can use different type of, IDEs such as Node.js. We have Git, we have XAMPP. Well, XAMPP is basically a server, but there are obviously other type of, IDEs which are available such as Notepad++ and so on. Now from here, I'm going to click on Visual Studio Code and the first one which appears up. And when you want to click on this, you can see we have this option called Download for Windows. Now you can go off down over here. And what you can do is you can just click on Download for Windows. And whenever you click on it, it will start downloading. But as I already have it downloaded, I'm going to cancel the download. And if you are on a different OS, it is totally fine. You can get back, click on Download over here, and you will see all of these platforms. Okay, we have Windows, we have Linux, we have Mac, whichever one you prefer. Okay, you can also see the CLI, which is compatible. And all of these are ARM64, but if you are using an older version, you can just click on Windows 10 or 11. Now, another thing is that in most of Windows 11s, VS Code is, installed by default, which is there from the start. So you can just start off from there. Now, after it opens up, there we go. We have the VS Code setup. You're going to click on it and wait for a bit, accept the agreement, click on next. And if you don't have any problem with your, local disk C and having no space, then I would suggest you just make sure where it is on default and do not put it somewhere else. Because if it is not on C, you cannot put the path of Visual Studio Code on your path or the environment. So I'm going to click on next. Visual Studio Code. I'm going to click on next. And I'm going to click on create a desktop icon. There we go. Open with code. Or I'm just going to click on register code as editor for supported file and add to path. Make sure you put that in. Requires shell restart. So you also want to restart it after the whole thing has been done. Click on install and wait for a bit until the whole thing has been done. Now, if you want a smoother process, just make sure you are connected to the internet throughout the process. If you're not, it is totally fine too. But if it requires any updates, then it will show it to you directly on your screen if you're connected to the internet. Okay. Now from here, I'm just going to click on launch Visual Studio Code. Now in just a bit, Visual Studio Code will open up on my screen and this is how it will look like. So you can see the installation file, or let's say the installation process, is very simple. I'm going to click on use AI feature with Copilot for me. I'm going to choose my theme. Let's say I'm going to put it on dark modern. So I'm going to put it like this, with support of all languages. Tune your settings. Now here I'm going to put in open settings. There we go. Now you can customize anything if you want to, but if you don't want to, it's totally fine. Now keep on going at the back. Bracket had its own independent color pool. Now one thing that you can do is I'm going to put in like this. There we go. That is all that I need to put. Now unlock productivity with command palettes. And the next thing is I'm going to click on next section. Code extensions, built-in terminal, install Git, and customize your shortcut. Click on mark done, mark done. That's all that you want to do, and Git will start installing on your IDE. Okay? So basically that is how simple it is, that all that you want to do. Now, another thing is about setting up your VS Code. Now we have welcome file over here, right? Now, first things first, what you want to do is you want to click on new file. Click on new file and you'll be able to create a new file. You can also create open, or let's say open a file. Now, another thing that I want to do is I'm going to create a resource folder on this folder. Okay. So I'm going to click on new folder. Now over on this folder, let's say I'm going to have resources of this course. So I'm going to go off into Visual Studio Code. I'm going to click on open folder. Now from here, I'm going to go off into desktop. I'm going to click on DLD, resource of this course. I'm going to click on select folder. Now every one of, or let's say everything that I put is going to be inside this folder. Okay. So I can also attach all of these resource files directly with the course. So you'll be able to copy and test out the codes which I am going to be putting. Now, obviously, there are a couple of things that you need to know in this file. So as we have this, you can see we have this new file, new folder, refresh Explorer, and also collapse folder from Explorer. If you click on new file, you'll be able to create a new file. Let's say I'm going to put in index, or so I'm going to put in test.html. So you can see we have the test.html file. It has already detected that I am going to be using an HTML file. Okay. Now from here, there are a couple of things that you need to do. First off, let's go off on the Git and click on download Git for Windows. I'm going to click on open and wait for a bit until it opens up just like this. Okay. Now, another thing that you want to do is you have to make sure you install it properly. There are a couple of ways of using Wingset tool. You can put it just like this. Okay. Now from here, what you want to do is standalone installer. So put in 64-bit Git for Windows setup. Click on that and wait for a bit until Git starts installing on your device. So let's just go off into our site again, or let's say Visual Studio Code. Now let's go off into extension. There are a couple of extensions that you need to install, such as live. Okay, just like type in live, and then we have live server. Now what you want to do is I'm going to live runner. Let's say I'm going to put in runner, and let's check live code runner, Visual Studio Code, and all of these. I'm going to click on live server. I'm going to install it, publish, player, And there we go. We have all of these players if you want to use. There we go. Now from here, there are a couple of things that you want to run directly. Now you can see this one has been installed. Now instead of Live Runner, what you want to do is you want to type in Code Runner. There we go. We have Code Runner. Then you can click on Install. Trust and Publish. Now let's go up into our browser and check it. There we go. It has been installed too. So I'm going to double click on it and wait until it starts installing. There we go. This is how it should look like now. Click on Next. Save it up in the same way, default. Now here, what you want to do is on the desktop, that's all that you need to do. New scalar, check daily for Git Windows updates and all of these. Click on Next. Next. I'm just going to put it just like this. Put in Next. Let Git decide. Next. And I'm going to keep it on third-party command, also from third-party software. Git bash only. This is the most cautious choice for path. Will not be modified at all. This is the recommended, so I'm going to keep it recommended. I'm going to keep it like this. Next. And I'm going to keep it only for this. Put in next just like these. And then it will start installing. Now from here, you can also see we have Code Runner. So now let's set up our first HTML or our, let's say, the server, or even call the web page. Now creating a web page is basically very simple. Now you can see over here, it is also done. So after this will be done, we're just basically going to close it. We're not going to launch Git bash because we're going to finish it just like this. I'm just going to open up it later. Now, there are a couple of things that you can do in, or let's say creating a web page. Now, first off, let's go off over here and I'm going to keep it like this. Now let's open up the folder over here. Now, one thing that you can do is if you do not have an IDE, you can right click over here, click on new. Let's say I'm going to click on this over here, right click, new, and then open up text documents. Now here I'm going to put in, let's say YT dot. Now, another thing that you have to do over here is make sure to click on view, then click on file name extensions. Now you can see we have test.html and we have this txt. So let's rename it YT. And after txt, or instead of txt, I'm going to put in HTML. But before putting in HTML, I'm just going to put in txt over here. Open this up. Always use this app for txt files. Now here, I'm going to open up, let's say, doc type. Here, I'm going to put in HTML. Close off the tag. Now, after that, you want to put in HTML tag. Now, after HTML, I'm going to put in the header tag. Head, open this up. And then the next thing that I want to put in over here is basically very simple. So start off with the meta value if you want to, but if you don't want to, it's also totally fine. Now here, instead of putting in anything else, I'm going to put in the, let's say, title. Now, as we have the title, I'm going to put in my first web page. Title. Moving to the next line. Here I'm going to close off my tag. Now, whenever you are closing the tag, it should start off with this oblique or the slash. Okay, the forward slash. Now here I'm going to do the same thing, forward slash, and this is how it should look like. So we're done with the head tag. Now let's get into the body. Now inside the body, I'm going to put in the H1 tag, which is going to put my text a bit better. I'm going to put in hello, everyone, slash H1. In the same way, close off the tag. Here, I'm going to have a paragraph tag. which is going to say, welcome to my site. P. Now close it off. Now the last thing that I have to do is, as we have the body like starting, so I'm going to put in body. In the same way, at the end, I'm going to put in HTML. That's all that you need to put. Now I'm going to save up this file and I'm going to close it. Yet you can see it's not working yet. Now, another thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the whole thing and I'm going to close it. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to change everything. Here, let's click on, let's say, rename. And on the last part, I'm just going to put in HTML. Yes. Now you can see this has also turned into a site. So if I click on this, arc, press on OK, there we go. You can see we have our site. Hello everyone, welcome to my site. So this is how the site is going to look like. You can also reload it if you want to, but it's going to show the same thing. So this is how it is going to work. Now, if you want to work with IDE, I'm going to show you the difference. Let's say I'm going to delete this. As you can see, we have the same things. But if I click on test.html, first off, I'm going to have a doc type. Hit on enter, then put in HTML. You can see how easy it is and how easy it forms up the whole thing. Inside of HTML, I'm going to have the head. If I put in head, there we go. We also have the ending of the head. Inside the head, I'm going to have a specific title. Inside the title, I'm going to put in, this is my first web page. Now we are done with the title. Now after the head, I'm going to define my body. Inside the body, I'm going to do the same thing, H1. Let's say I'm going to put in hello world. And after H1, I'm going to have a paragraph tag. Here I'm going to say, welcome to my site. Now, what we can do is basically very simple. You just want to play this whole thing. Not supported over here, so it's totally fine. Just wait for a bit. Now, if it shows you off as a couple of errors like this when you play it, what you want to do is just click on go live. Click on go live, and you can see the server port is available. And there you can see hello world, welcome to my site. And the other one that we did over here was over here. Okay, hello everyone, welcome to my site. So you can see how easy it is when you work with IDE. So let's just close all of these off and go off to Visual Studio Code again. Now, another thing that you can try doing is using Visual Studio Code with the live server, which we already did. You can also use online code editors like CodePen, JSFiddle, or Replit. Okay, those are also, a couple of, code editors which are found online. If you want to use those, it's also fine. I'm going to show you a couple of sites such as CodePen. Hit on enter, and then you basically have to wait for a bit. And from here, you basically have to sign up, and then you can just put in all of your codes and make it very simple. You can also build and test up a couple of your commands over here. And also in the same way, it can also support up to a lot of languages, which you'll be able to use and also develop your site. Okay. Now, not only that, you also have other sites such as JSFiddle. So I can also open up JSFiddle. There we go. This is the site, Code Playground. And also we have Replit. There we go. Builds apps and sites with AI. Well, this is also a powerful, AI site, which also gives you out the site with also, coding. So this is also quite very important and also simple for beginners. But if you want to directly get into coding and web development from scratch, I would obviously not suggest you using the AI most of the time, but it's also quite simple for total novices. Okay, but the rest of the people who have prior experience to it or want to get more into, coding in the long run, then obviously I'm going to suggest you keep it, very manual. So it's going to help you in the long run. So you can also use, local web servers And that is basically for, advanced user. And you can see when we use this port, we have 5500, okay? Now, which is disposing. Now I'm going to click on don't show again. And what you can do is you can click on HTML. As you can see, auto detect HTML is being used. And when you can see, we can go live, a specific port has been opened up. Now, what you can do is you can also go off into the site after clicking on go live, which is 5500 as port. And you can also use Python to open it up. But I'm not going to be making that like that complex. So we're just going to move on with the class. So the conclusion of this class is that there are specific methods for each type of users, such as for beginners, you'll be able to use Notepad just like I did, or even IDE, or even online editor. For intermediate user, I'm going to suggest you to use VS Code with a specific live server. Then for advanced user, I'm going to suggest you use a local web server, such as using a port. And for non-coders, you can use website builders, just like I've shown you, like Replit. Okay, so that's all for this class, and hope you understood about everything in this class. And if you still have any confusion or any question about any part of this class, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. One thing that I'm going to do over here is I'm going to delete this file because you're going to be needing the rest of these over here. And I'm going to be, plotting and also keeping all of them. So you'll be able to use all of these files whenever you want to. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of full stack web development. Welcome to our first class of full stack web development. In this class, we're going to learn about HTML and CSS basics. Before getting into the practical part and the brief steps, we first off have to learn about what HTML and CSS is. We are also going to learn about why is it important and why is it the foundation of web development, and also we're going to understand the advantages and disadvantages of using HTML and CSS. Now, what is HTML and CSS? The standard language for creating and organizing web content is HTML. It uses a number of components or tags to specify a web page's structure. HTML elements, layout, formatting, and presentation can all be managed with CSS. It enables web developers to style the HTML with generated contents. Now, HTML and CSS are foundational to web development because they provide the basic structure and styling that define how websites are going to be presented and how they are going to function. Here's why they are so important. 1. Building content and structure. The basic or the basis of web pages, the foundation of any web page is HTML. There would be no structure for text, graphics, links, forms, or any other type of content without HTML. So nothing can be represented without HTML. No matter how much you do, such as JavaScript or even CSS, but without HTML, nothing is going to be represented. Content organization. By logically organizing content with HTML tags like headings, paragraphs, lists, and forms, users and search engines alike can better comprehend and navigate the page. Number 2, styling and presentation, which is CSS. Visual appeal. The website's visual look is created by styling HTML components using CSS. It improves the site usability and aesthetics by managing the colors, fonts, layouts, spacing, and general design. Consistency. By enabling developers to use consistent styling across several pages, CSS guarantees that the website's design is constant throughout. User experience, which is UX in short, which is a well-crafted CSS which can be enhanced or which is used to enhance a website's readability, navigation, and general user's happiness. In today's mobile-first era, responsive designs are powered by CSS, which ensure that websites look beautiful on all devices. Number 3. Compatibility across devices and browsers. Responsive design. By using CSS, developers can make websites that adjust to different screen sizes, making them compatible with desktop computers, smartphones, and also tablets. So there is no different type of customizations needed for showing them on different platforms. Universal support. The website functions consistently for a wide variety of users, irrespective of the browser or device they use, thanks to HTML and CSS support for all current browsers. Number 4. Accessibility and SEO. SEO friendly, which is a well-structured HTML page using semantic tags, such as header, footer, article, etc., which can improve the site's ranking in search results by giving search engines a better understanding of the content. Accessibility. Websites that are accessible to people with impairments can be created using HTML and CSS. Screen readers benefit from proper HTML tags and visual accessibility, which can be enhanced with CSS. An example, larger font, high contrast designs. Number 5. Performance optimization, which is lightweight. HTML and CSS provide quick load times since they are lighter than other technologies. A better user experience can be achieved by using HTML and CSS to create simple websites that load quickly. Minimalistic approach. CSS can improve website performance by optimizing layouts and minimizing the need for superfluous pictures or extensive JavaScript. Number 6. Scalability and upkeep. Simpler updates. You can change a website's appearance and feel without changing the content by keeping HTML and CSS separate. This greatly simplifies scalability and also the maintenance. Modular development makes it easier to grow a website or online application by allowing developers to share HTML templates and CSS classes across the pages. In the same way, I'm going to be adding all of the commands with my resource folder so you don't have to fall into any trouble, because if you face any problems even after seeing all of my coding methods, you can try copying and pasting it out and check if it is working. In conclusion, HTML and CSS are essential to web development since they serve as the foundation for the organization and presentation of web pages. In order to create contemporary, useful, and captivating websites, they aid in ensuring a consistent, accessible, and responsive user experience. There wouldn't be any structured layout or design to make web pages functional or aesthetically pleasing without HTML and CSS. Now let's check out the advantages and disadvantages of using HTML and CSS. The advantages are simple to learn. Particularly for novices, HTML and CSS are quite easy to learn. There are plenty of learning resources accessible and the syntax is simple. Broad browser interoperability. All current browsers support HTML and CSS. Thus, content will appear properly on the majority of devices. Content and design separation. Whereas CSS manages the design, which is the style, and HTML manages the substance, which is the structure. Better accessibility, simpler maintenance, and cleaner code are made possible by this division. Adaptability. With the help of CSS, web designers and developers can create a vast array of visual styles such as animations, transitions, grids, and also layouts. SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization. Semantic tags and proper HTML structure improves SEO by assisting search engine in comprehending and ranking the material. Design that is responsive. Making responsive design that adjusts to different screen sizes and make websites mobile friendly is simple with CSS. Now let's check out the disadvantages of HTML and CSS. Restricted interaction. Dynamic content and intricate interactions cannot be produced with HTML and CSS alone. To add functionality or interaction, such as dynamic content or form validation, JavaScript or other programming languages are required. Incompatibility of the browser. Despite the widespread support of HTML and CSS, the same page may appear differently on various devices and browser. Cross-browser compatibility may necessitate extra effort. Problems with complex design performance. Large style sheets or intricate CSS animations can impair the speed and loading of web pages, particularly on outdated hardware or browsers. Restricted authority over advanced features. Beyond HTML and CSS, other technologies are needed for some sophisticated online features such as intricate animations, database interfaces, or user authentication. Advanced CSS learning curve. Although the fundamentals are simple, advanced CSS such as grid, flexbox, and animations might be more difficult for novices to understand. In conclusion, HTML and CSS are necessary for creating and designing websites, but they are limited in their ability to provide complex features and interactivity, necessitating the use of other technologies. So, now let's get into the practical part of the class by opening up Visual Studio Code on our device. Now, first things first, I'm going to click on Create New Folder. The name of this folder is going to be Basics of HTML. Inside this folder, I'm going to create a new file. Here, I'm going to start off with index.html. Okay? Now, inside this index.html, I'm going to put in all of the things, such as I'm going to start off with doc type. Here, I'm going to put in the HTML. Inside the HTML, I'm going to put in the title. The title is going to say my web page. After the title, here, I'm going to put in the head tag. Okay, let's also put in the head tag over here. Now, what I can do over here is I can copy or cut this in the same way. Control X, Control V. There we go. This is how simple it is. Now I'm going to put in the body tag. Inside the body tag, here is all of your content where you're going to put it in. Now there are a couple of things that we have to learn over here. First off, which is the doctype.html. This declares the document as HTML5. There are a couple of types of HTML versions. Now, the most used and the most modern HTML version is HTML5. So, we use this doctype HTML, which basically declares the HTML5. Then we have the HTML right over here. Okay? Now, this HTML is the root element of the HTML page. If you put in everything, but without the HTML, it's not going to work because it's not going to detect if you are using HTML or not. Then we have is the heading tag. Now, you can see the heading tag is right over here. The heading tag basically contains the meta information such as title, styles, and even scripts. Now, the styles, as I'm saying, is basically the CSS file if you want to interpolate with other files of CSS. You can also apply in scripts if you're using JavaScript to apply in a couple of interaction. Then the last thing is basically the body. Now this is the basic structure. Now the body basically contains the visible content of the web page. So now let's get into the body and define our headings in a document. Now inside the body, I'm going to start off with H1. Now another thing about H1 is, let's say, this is basically creating the heading tag. Let's say I'm going to put in main heading. Now, obviously when you're using H1, it basically means the largest font. But if you want to use the smallest, which is H6. So now you can understand that there are H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, and H6. So whichever size you apply, it's going to be that size. Let's try putting all of those. Main, H2, H3. I'm just going to put in main on each and every one and show you how it works. H4, main, H5, main, H6. There we go. So we have all of these applied. Now, there are a couple of things that you also have to know. H1 is basically known as the main heading or the header tag. Then H2 is basically used for subheadings. And you can also use H3, which is used in section heading, which basically goes inside of the body. So these, all of them, or let's say this H tag, is basically used to structure the content hierarchically. Okay, now let's get into the next part, such as the paragraphs. Now, if you've seen my previous class, I used a tag such as P. Now, this P is basically used for paragraphs. So this basically separates the content into readable sections, such as I'm going to put in this is the paragraph tag. Okay. Now you can also use more. If you go off to the next line, put in P. This is the paragraph. Now, another thing that I want to show you is that let's just first off play it. And this is how it should look like. Okay. Now, there are a couple of things that you can also apply, which I'm going to show you later on. So first off, let's get into it. And we're also done with the paragraph. Now let's show you about the lists that you can apply. If you want listed order, you can also use them. There are two types of lists, which is ordered list and unordered list. First off, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you an unordered list. Okay? Now, unordered lists are basically bulleted lists. Now, these lists are basically expressed with using UL. So here I'm going to type in UL. Put in this. Now, instead of using, or let's say even when you're using unordered list, you also have to put in LI inside of each and every one of these listed orders. First off, I'm going to put in item 1. Okay? Now, in the next line, in the same way, I'm going to put in LI. I'm going to put in item 2. Now, if I try playing the whole thing, dispose it, go live, you will see, there we go, we have item 1 and item 2. You can see we have the biggest, a bit smaller, smaller, and keeping on going smaller and smaller. This is the paragraph tag, this is the paragraph, and there we go, we have the items. Now, if you want to use ordered list in the same way, just type in OL. Here, in the same way, put in LI. Now, here, I'm going to put in item 1. Here, I'm going to put in LI, item 2. Let's dispose the port and go live again. There we go. We have 1 and 2 this time. So this is basically how simple it is. I'm just going to close off all of these so I can show you how it basically works when I open it up anew. Okay, so OL is for numbered list and UL is for a bulleted list. So UL uses bullets and OL uses numbers. And LI, which is the list, defines the list items. So now you know about lists such as unordered list and also ordered list. Now let's get into the forms, which is used for collecting the user input. Whenever you want to work with form, there are a couple of things that you have to keep in mind. So start off with putting in form. After form, there are a couple of actions that you have to put in, such as action. After action, it should be equal, then put in submit.php. Now, as this is a database, it should save up as PHP. Here I'm going to put in method. Method is equal, double quotation, inside, I'm going to put in post. Now, basically, when you put in post, when the user put in okay or defines the whole thing, it is basically uploaded. Now, inside of a form, there are a couple of things that you have to apply, such as the label and the input. So start off with the specific label. Inside the label, I'm going to put in the for. Now, this for is basically going to take a specific item, such as the user is going to input the name. So in the name section, I'm going to put in name and colon. So the person puts in the name inside of that specific designated area. The next one is the input value. In the input, you should define the type. Is it a text or is it an integer, which is a number? So here I'm going to put in a text. Inside the text or after the text, I'm going to define the ID number, which is ID is going to be equal to the name, so that it defines which name it is. Now, after the ID, you're going to also put in name should be equal to name. So when it comes up to the form or the end result, it should define what name was input and what should I see as, let's say, the backend user. In the same way, I'm going to copy all of these and I'm going to paste it for making it a bit short. Now here, for, I'm going to put in email. Let's say I want the email of the user. So I'm also going to type in email over here. I'm going to zoom into the process a bit. Now input type is also going to be text, as you can see, but instead of text, you can also type in email. Now the next thing of the ID, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to put in email on all of those. There we go. Now, the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to put in the input value again. Input type is equal to submit. Now, after submit, I'm going to put in the specific value is equal to submit. After that, close off the tag. Now let's dispose the port first and let's go live. Now you can see we have the name. I'm going to put in name is going to be, let's say, John. The email, John @gmail.com. If I click on submit, you can see the page isn't working, but it will obviously work when you click on submit. So this is basically how you're going to put it on submit.php. So it basically is saved in a PHP server. If you don't have any server, it's totally fine because we already have a server running. Now, to make sure that it is running on PHP server, you are going to need a specific server runner, which is XAMPP or even WAMP. Okay, so you can use those if you want to, but I'm not going to be using those because it's going to make it a lot more complex. But as you can see, you'll be able to put in the input value and also, the labels, which you can see on these sites. You can see this is the exact port which is running. And to run this all together, you are going to basically need XAMPP to run the server and to see it. Okay, so you can see you can create your own form right over here on your site. Now, there are a couple of things that you also need to learn over here, such as the form. This form basically contains the form elements. Then when we put in inputs, this basically allows the fields which allows the user to enter the data. Then the next thing is basically the label, which describes the input fields. Okay? Then the next one is basically the action, which specifies where to send the form data. So it is sent to submit.php. Now, as it is not running right now, but it's totally fine. As you can see, this is how you'll be able to achieve it. Then the next one is method post, which is used to secure data submission. Okay, so this is all that you need to know about the basics of HTML, and you can see how simple it is to run all of these together. Now, let's move on to the next part where I'm going to be showing you about the CSS basics. Now, creating or making the CSS basic is also very simple. Now, there are a couple of things about CSS, such as CSS selectors, element selector, class selector, ID selector, group selector, and pseudo classes. Now we're going to apply all of these in VS Code and show you how you're going to work with it. Okay? First things first, what I want to do over here is I'm going to create a style.css file. Inside of this folder, I'm going to right click, new file. I'm going to put in style.css. There we go. Now, as we have the style.css, we're going to apply all of these things inside of the CSS file. Okay? Now, first things first, there are a couple of things that we need to know is about the element selector. Now, when you put in any name, and after that, you define in the color, like let's say color, then after color, put in colon, and define in the name. Now, as this is CSS, it is basically very simple. You can just put in the number or color, and it will be defined. Okay, now let's just get into more of the practical part and show you all of those. Okay, first of all, what I'm going to do is here, I'm going to define a dot box. Okay, dot box, open up the parentheses. Here, I'm going to define the width. Now the width is going to say, now here, when you're defining width in CSS, it's going to work with pixels. So here I'm going to put in 200 pixel. Move on to the next line. I'm going to define the specific height. I'm going to put in 100 pixels. Next line, I'm going to define in the padding value. In the padding value, I'm going to put in 10 px. In the next line, I'm going to put in the border value, which is going to be 2px. I'm going to define the color, which is solid black. Now on the next line, I'm going to define in the specific margin, and the margin is going to be 20 px. Now here, what you can do is you can apply all of these together. Now another thing that you can do is you can add a div class, box, example, and div class inside the index.html so that everything works. Okay, first things first, what I want to do inside the body after font, I'm going to open up, let's say, a box. Or first off, put in div class equal to box. Now after box, I'm going to close it off, and here I'm going to define the box example. Here it should close it off just like this with closing div. Okay, you can define in the box however you want, but I'm just going to go off in the style.css so that I can show you how it basically works. Now there are a couple of things that you need to know over here too, such as we have the width and height, which is basically the same to customize the width and height of anything or any element. Then we basically have the padding, which basically applies the space inside the border. Then we have is the border, which surrounds the padding and the content in specific pixel size and also a specific color. And the margin applies the space outside of the border. Now the next thing that I want to do is the CSS flexbox. Now the flexbox makes it easy to align and distribute elements, such as display flex enables the flexbox, justify content aligns item horizontally, and align items vertically. Okay, now one thing that I want to do over here is in index.html, I'm going to apply a flexbox. First off, I'm going to put in div, I'm going to put in class, okay, equal, then flex, put in container, flex container, and then you want to close off the tag. Okay, next one, I'm going to put in div over here. After div, I'm going to define in the class equal to, let's say I'm going to put in flex item. And after flex item, I'm going to put in item 1. Here, I'm going to create another one. Div class equal flex item, close out the tag, item 2. Okay, so we have all of these. Now this div basically helps us to create, whatever we want to in a specific class. Okay, So as we have the div tags, now let's go off into style.css. Now let's customize our div tag. So creating the div tag is basically, or customizing the div tag is basically very simple. First off, I'm going to define what I created over here, which is the flex container. So here, put in dot, type in flex container. Open up the tag. Display is going to be flex. The next one, I'm going to justify the content just like I said. Put in center. I'm going to put in align items. I'm going to put in center. Then I'm going to put in the height. Now, height and width can be defined in different ways and different units. Here I'm going to put in vertical height. So I'm going to put in 100 VH. In the next section, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to define the flex item. So here I'm going to put in dot flex item. Flex item. Okay. Open up the third brackets and move on to the next line. Here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in the background color, which is going to be light blue. Here, I'm going to put in the padding value, which is going to be, let's say, 20px. And the last one, I'm going to define a specific margin, which is going to be 10px. Now, let's go off into index.html. Now, another thing that we have to do is we have to make sure that it is enabled inside of our index.html file. Okay, so to apply it, we have to link the CSS in the head tag, such as head, and then link, rel, style sheet, href, and so on. So here in the head, I'm going to put in tag. Here I'm going to put in the link. Now inside the link, there are a couple of things such as rel. Now after we put in rel equal, I'm going to put in style sheet, which is basically the styles.css. Okay, first off, put in style sheet, and after style sheet, put in after the quotation, type in href equal to the exact name of the file, which is style.css. That's all that you need to put, and close off the tag. Now, one thing that you want to do is you want to save up this file, Control S, and then you're going to run the whole server. There we go. We have our box example, and this is how it should look like. We have all of these, and there we go. This is how it should look. Now, what we can also do is I can just remove this div class. Can save this up, remove the port, and go live again. There we go. We have item 1 and also item 2 inside of the flex box, and it is aligned center. Now, another thing that you can do is you can go off to inspect. Now, when you go off into inspect, you can see all of the items inside over here. You can also move on to mobile view, and you can see it's also going to support on your mobile. Okay, this is basically how the whole thing is going to work when you customize it just like this. Okay, so hope you understood about everything in this class. And if you have any problems, questions, or complex, things, or if you have any hard things that you cannot, complete, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you out. So make sure to practice up. And I'm also going to be applying the whole thing with this whole course. So you can also try practicing along with it. And you can also try copying and pasting if it is working or not. You can apply in more and more, implementations and more functions to it if you want to. And you can also apply in more features to it. Another thing that I want to show you over here is that we have solid black, or another thing I can also do is if I want full red, solid red. Now, CSS is one of the languages which understands everything starting from text to numbers. So you can put in whatever you want. You don't have to put in numbers or hex code as to represent your colors. You can just type in the name of the color and it's still going to work. So thank you again. And without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of full stack web development. Welcome to a new class of full stack web development. In this class, I'm going to be using all of the things that we've learned in our previous classes, and then I'm going to apply it to create a basic portfolio web page. Now, creating a basic portfolio web page is basically very simple. You just have to follow up a couple of steps and a couple of things that I've shown you in my classes, and you will reach, or let's say, create the end result. But if you have no prior experience, then follow it up because I'm going to show you all of the steps that you can use to create the basic portfolio web page. So without any further ado, let's open up VS Code on our device and let's get started with programming. First of all, you can see on my screen, I have opened up VS Code. Now, first off, we have to create a new folder. So I'm going to create a new folder. Here, I'm going to put in portfolio web. That's the name of the folder. Now, inside the folder, I'm going to create new files. Now, we have this inside of it, so I'm just going to delete it. I'm going to select on this, and then I'm going to create a new folder. There we go. Now, inside this, I'm going to create 3 separate files, such as the main web page, then the styling, which is for CSS, and also the interactivity, which is optional, but I'm going to show you just in case which are what we're going to go through in this course. First off, I'm going to put in index.html, HTML. Then the next thing that we want to create is style.css. And the last one that we want to create is basically for JavaScript. So I'm going to put in script.js. Now, even though we're going to be using script and I did not cover up JavaScript yet, so I'm going to make sure that I only apply a small part of it so you can get an understanding of what we are going to be doing throughout this whole course. So first off, what we want to do is we want to open up the index.html file, and we're going to add a basic structure. So first off, we're going to put in doctype HTML. Then here, I'm going to put in HTML, and then I'm going to put in language equal to EN. Now, when you define it better like this, it's going to be like on English. Now, the next thing that you want to do is you can apply in meta charset if you want to, or meta name, which is going to be a viewport. And also it's going to contain the content of this whole web page. If you don't want to, it is also totally fine because it's still going to adjust itself how you want it to be. Inside this HTML, I want to enter my title of this web page, which is going to be my portfolio. Now, I'm also going to make sure I connect it with my style.css. So first things first, what you want to do is type in a link rel equal style sheet. This is how you want to put it. After this, put in href, and it's going to be equal to the style.css file. So put in style.css. And then you want to close off the tag and then move on to the next section. Now you also have to make sure that every part of it is inside the head tag. So type in head, and I'm going to make sure I cut this, Control X, and I paste it right at the end of this link file. So now we are done with the head. Now let's enter our body. Now this is where everything or every content is going to be shown. So first off, I'm going to start off with the header. Now this header tag is going to contain a title. So I'm going to make sure to put in h1 so that I have the title tag. Now here, I'm going to put in my portfolio. After h1, I'm going to create a nav tag. This nav tag is basically going to help me to put my unordered list. So here, ul inside li, close it off, and here I'm going to open up another one. I'm going to put in a href. Now inside of a href, I'm going to put in double quotation then what you want to do here, I'm going to put in a hash. Okay, so hash, this is how you want to put it. Now, this hash is basically going to put me, or it's going to show me what I want to put inside, okay, as the specific value. So here in this line or in this first list, I want an about info. So here I want to close off the tag, and inside I'm going to put in about. Okay. Now this li should close over here. In the same way, li, open it up, a href equal double quotation, put in a hash, and here I want projects. Close off the tag. As you can see, I'm going to put in double quotation. Now here, as the a tag has been closed, I'm going to define in projects. Now after projects, I'm going to make sure to close off my a at the end. Now the last one that I want to apply over here, li open tag a href equal hash. Now here I'm going to put in the contact. Okay, double quotation, close off the tag, and there we go. Now you can see that the a has also been closed. So here I'm going to put in the contact in between. So this is basically how you want to put it, and we should be closed with the nav and also the header. Now let's move on and apply our section ID. Section, as you can see, I'm going to put in section ID is going to be equal to about. Now this about is basically going to have the info about yourself, or let's say the user. So as this is inside and not a total header, as this is a subheader, like I've shown you in my previous class, you use h2 for the subheader. Here I'm going to put in about me. So this is how it looks like. So we have the specific section. I'm going to make sure I put in Control Z. Now after about me, you can see I have h2. So I'm going to keep it just like this. Now on the next line, I'm going to put in a paragraph tag, which is going to help me to define what I want to make it appear. So here I'm going to put in, I'm a beginner designer specialized in t-shirt design. Okay, so we should be done with the paragraph tag too. And then you can see we have the section ending. So I'm going to make sure that this section ends right over there. Now I'm going to create other sections for project and also for contact. So I'm going to put in section ID equal double quotation. After about, we had projects. Okay, now make sure it is the same as this one inside, not about this one, which is basically going to be a text. So we have the projects. On the next line, here in the same way, I'm going to make sure to put in the h2 tag, close it off. I'm going to put in projects. In the next line, in the same way, I'm going to put in a paragraph tag. As you can see, I'm going to put in details about the project. Now we are also done with the paragraph tag. I'm going to make sure to put in a full stop so it is showing that it has end. Now after this section, I'm going to do the same thing. Now another thing that we can try doing over here, after this h2, I'm going to create a div class. There we go. Div class is equal to double quotation projects. There we go. So we have also defined it. Now we want to close this off. Now after closing this off, you can see we have project 1. Okay, so here I'm going to put in the div tag at the end before the section. There we go. We have the div tag right over here. I'm going to make sure it lines up perfectly. Now on the next line of after div, I'm going to put in h3 tag for the body. Project 1. I'm going to make sure this is also inside of the same indentation level. Now, after this section, in the same way, I'm going to create another section ID for my contact. Section ID equal to contact. There we go. This is how you want to keep it. Now, on the next line, I'm going to put in H2, which is going to say contact. Now, after H2, I'm going to put in a paragraph tag. I'm going to put in, let's say, email colon. Here, I'm going to put in example and put in @example.com. Now, the paragraph tag should end right over here. And we also have the section. Now, before ending the whole thing, we have to make sure we connect it with our script, or which is our JavaScript. So here I'm going to put in script src, then put in equal script.js. Then the last thing is basically closing off the tag. Now, as we're done with this whole thing, what we want to do is we want to save up this file. So after saving up this file, you can try running it, and you can also try going online with it. So to check if everything is there and is working properly. So I'm going to click on go live and wait for a bit. And if you see like this, about, projects, contact, so it means that it has been done properly. So now let's get going into VS Code again to customize our CSS file. Now, this is where every visualization or every customization of how the web page is going to look like is going to go into. First off, we're going to customize our body. So define in body, open up the third bracket. First off, I'm going to customize the font family. The font family is going to be very simple, which is going to be Arial, Helvetica, Sans Serif. Now, I'm going to keep it like this. I'm going to put in a margin value, colon. Now here, I'm going to put in 0 as we don't want any. Now, after margin, I want a padding value. This padding value is also going to be 0 because I don't want any space. And there is no buttons where I should be putting in any padding. Now here, I'm going to put in the background color. Now here, I'm going to be using a very simple method. First off, put in F4, F4, F4. Now this should create a white color. Now let's go off to the next section as we're done customizing our body. Here I'm going to put in the header. Now the header should contain a background color. Now in the same way, I'm going to make sure I put in 3 trees. There we go. Now it should create a color somewhat like this. Now also I'm going to put in a specific color which should be defined with white. Now after color, I'm going to put in a padding value which should have, let's say, 10 pixels. Now after padding, I want to put in a text alignment where it should center, or let's say I'm going to put it at center. This should be looking a lot more better when you put it at the center and is also aligned properly. Now I'm going to put in the nav UL, which is the nav, like, unlisted or unordered list. Now after the unordered list, I'm going to open it up, and in this third bracket, what I first want to put in is going to be the list style. So start off putting in the list style. Even if you don't want any style, you should make sure to put in none, or else it's not going to be aligned. Now after that, I'm going to put in a padding value, which is also going to be 0 in this case. Now we have defined the nav unordered list, but there are a couple of listed orders and also a couple of lists that we want to put in. So here I'm going to put in nav ULLI. Open up the third bracket. I'm going to put in the display. The display is going to be inline. Now in the next section, I'm going to put in the margin value, and this specific margin is going to have 0, but I'm going to put in 15 on the width or the height. So starts off with width and then ends with the height. So here I'm going to put in 15 px. Now move on to the next line. I'm going to put in nav ULLI then put in A. Open up the third bracket, and here I'm going to put in the specific color. Now, after this color, I'm going to make sure to put in specific values. I'm going to put in white, put in text, decoration. Now, the decoration should also be none in this case. Now, the last thing that we want to put in is going to be the section. Now, even though this is going to be the last one, but obviously there's an optional thing that we want to apply. The section should have a padding value of 20px on each and every corner. Now, the last thing, which is totally optional, is the project. So here I'm going to put in the project value, open up the third bracket. Here, I'm going to put in the background color, which should be white in this case. And the next thing is going to be the padding value. I'm going to put in 10px. And also, I'm going to put in a margin value, which is also going to be 10px on the width and 0px on the height. And also, I'm going to put in a border radius, which should be, let's say, 5px. Okay, so we have applied and customized our CSS file too. I'm going to put on save. And then the last thing that we want to do to apply some interactivity is going to be the script.js file. Now, in the script.js file, it's going to be very simple. Just first off, put in documents. This is how you start it off. .add. And put in add event listener. Now, I'm not going to be describing everything that I show you in this JavaScript because I have separate classes for it. Then you have to define in the DOM content loader. Just put it in just how I put it. After this quotation, put in a comma, open up the parentheses, keep it empty, use the arrow function, and after the arrow function, open up the third brackets. I'm going to put in the alert. After alert, open up the parentheses, double quotation inside, and here I'm going to put in welcome to my portfolio. There we go. It should end right over there. Put in an exclamation mark to make it look a bit better, and then open or close it off with a semicolon at the end. Now, also at the end, put in a semicolon so that everything has been end right over here. I'm going to put in document dot add event listener, DOM content loader, open up the parentheses, arrow function, and then third brackets, and then the alert. Now, the last thing that you basically have to do is you can run the project in a specific browser, just like I did. So here, I'm going to go off into index.html, and I'm going to run the whole thing. Now, when you run the whole thing, it is basically going to be very simple to run. First off, you have to make sure you need the live server opened and also installed in VS Code, and then go off to the index.html file, and first off, dispose it if it is already online, and then we're going to go directly over here. Now, you can see this is how this portfolio looks like. I'm a beginner. We have about. Now, also, to create each and every one of these project pages, you basically have to create more HTML file, such as named projects, then contact, and also you have to connect it with each and every one of them. Okay, so that is also very simple to do. I might even show you how you'll be able to customize it. So let's go off into VS Code again. Now here, what you want to do is you can create a new file. Here I'm going to put in, let's say, project.html. Now here, in the same way, I'm going to make sure I put in a doc type. Now here, after doc type, I'm going to put in HTML. Now in this HTML, I'm going to put in the head tag. Inside the head tag, title, project, body. I'm going to put in H1. Let's say the title is going to be just project. And after the H1, I'm going to put in a paragraph tag, or let's say an H2 tag, H2, to show it that this is my project panel, or let's say project page. Now we have saved up this file. Now, one thing that you can do is we have this section ID of projects, right? And we also have this over here called href project and then connecting to the project. And this is basically the header. Now, instead of using this hash, it's basically very simple. Just here, type in project.html. Now this should connect it up properly. Now we're going to dispose it first, and then we're going to go live again. Now when I click on project, it's going to take me to that specific page called project. This is my project page. So you can see how simple it is. If you want to do the same thing with, let's say, the contact, first off, make a new file, contact.html. There we go. Put in doctype HTML. I'm going to put in HTML, head tag, title should be contact, body, h1. I'm just going to put in contact. And the last thing is a paragraph tag. This is my contact page. Now you want to save up this file, go off to index.html, contact.html. This is exactly what you want to put in. Now you also have to make sure that it is also connecting or the same case with the file that has been saved. Now in the same way, if we dispose it and go back live again, it should open up the page. If I click on contact, there we go. You can go back, projects, and this is the about page. Beginner, then we also have the projects, and also we have the contact. So this is all that you need to know about this class. There are also a couple of different steps of how you will be able to, reach it. So one thing you have to basically keep in mind is that when you use the HTML, that is the main web page, style CSS is for styling, and script.js is for interactivity. Now, if you also want to apply in, let's say, images or folder for images, you have to make sure to put in another new folder inside of this portfolio web. And then you're going to put all of those images inside. And then you can also make sure to apply these images inside of this project, which is also basically very simple. If you want to apply an image, that is also basically very simple. So let me show you how you should be able to achieve that. First off, open up any browser that you have, and you can see we also have the title My Portfolio. From here, I'm going to go off to pexels.com. Now from pexels.com, what we want to do is we want to apply in a project photo. So here, put in project, hit on enter, and there we go. We have this project, and so on. So from here, I want to apply just one of these projects. So let me say I want this photo, or let's say let me just apply in something like this. Now we have applied or downloaded this photo, okay? But first off, we're going to go off into VS Code. Now here, when you click on Portfolio Web, right click on it, and then click Find in Folder. Okay, or click on Reveal in File Explorer. So this is the exact folder. Here I'm going to click on New, click on Folder. I'm going to put in, let's say, Images. Okay, so inside this Images, I'm going to make sure to drag this directly into our file. There we go. So we have the file inside of this Images. Now let's get off into VS Code again. Now here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply in a section. Inside the section, we have this called div class project, right? You can see project is div class project. And after that, we have h3. And after h3, we have the paragraph tag. But instead of applying the paragraph tag, I'm going to apply another line. Now, whenever you want to apply in images, it is basically very simple. Type in img src. So you can see we have script src, but for image, we have img src. Equal, double quotation. I'm going to put in, let's say, images, capital, images. And after that, another thing that we want to do is we have this file, pixels, pixabay, and then this exact name. You can also rename it, but you have to make sure you have the exact name applied. First off, I'm going to put in alt equal, and then put in, let's say, project 1. This is what I want to put in. And after that, I'm going to also apply in a class. Class is going to be equal to, let's say, the project image. This is how you want to keep it. Now at the end here, I'm just going to close off the tag, and then I'm going to save up the file again. Now another thing, dispose the file again, and then go live again. That is basically very simple. Now when we go live, you can see this is the exact image that we will see. Now, even though the resolution is really big, so this is how it should look like. But, if you apply in a smaller image, it will be the exact size that you want it to be. Okay? So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So, without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of full stack web development. Welcome to a new class of full stack web development. In this class, I'm going to be showing you everything that you need to know about JavaScript fundamentals. Now, before getting into more of the practical part of the class, we have to learn about what JavaScript is and why is it useful and why do we use it. So, what is JavaScript? JavaScript is a scripting language used in web development that makes website dynamic and interactive. In order to construct contemporary online application, it collaborates with HTML structure and also the CSS style. So, I've shown you in my previous class how it gives you off that, interactive feel to the application or even the website. So let's check out the role of JavaScript in web development. DOM manipulation. JavaScript enables developers to make dynamic changes to HTML and CSS, such as adding animations, altering styles, and updating the content. Event handling. It reacts to keystrokes, clicks, and form submissions made by the users. Client-side scripting. JavaScript eliminates the requirement for server requests by operating directly in the browser. So you don't need an individual app or individual IDE to work with. Asynchronous operations. JavaScript can transmit and get data without reloading the page by using fetch and also AJAX. These are specific transmission functions or operations. Framework and libraries. Frameworks such as React, Angular, Vue, as well as libraries such as jQuery.js makes web development a lot easier. Security and validation. JavaScript can enhance security and performance by validating user input prior to transmitting data to the specific server. Now, what are the actions of JavaScript or JavaScript in action? Making forms that are interactive, creating applications that are only one page, which is SPA in short, creating effects and animations, managing data updates in real time, an example like market prices, and even chat apps. So all of the things that you can see online, which change time to time, even let's say the clock. So it's going to change from every time to time, every second, and that is also functioned with JavaScript. Now let's check out the JavaScript fundamentals, which cover the core concepts of the language, includes string numbers, booleans, arrays, and objects are the example of data types along with variables like var, let, and also const. Well, var, let, and const are the type, or let's say are the operations that we can apply during programming. Operations include ternary, arithmetic, comparison, logical, and assignment operators. Control flow, loops, for, while, and conditional statements like if, else, or even switch. There's also elif, which can also be used for conditional statements. Functional includes scope, arrow function, declaration, and even specific expression. Data structures can be created, assessed, and altered using objects and even arrays. DOM manipulation is the use of document methods to interact with HTML elements. Events, managing keystrokes, clicks, and other user interactions. JavaScript's callbacks, promises, and async await functions are used to manage asynchronous tasks. Now, let's check out the advantages of HTML and CSS again, which is simple to learn, broad browser interoperability, content and design separation, adaptability, SEO, and designs that is responsive. So everything which is the advantage of HTML and CSS is also going to collaborate with JavaScript, which is going to make it very interactive and also very flexible. And we also have the cons of HTML and CSS, and that is so on. Now, let's get into the practical part of the class. As you can see, I'm on my screen. Now, what I'm going to do is first off, I'm going to create a folder. Now, let's say I'm going to put in JS, let's say examples. Okay. Now, this is where I'm going to be putting in all of my files. First off, I'm going to put in script.js because I'm going to be showing you everything that you need to know about specific variables, data types, and operators which are used in JavaScript. Now, first one, I'm going to go through one by one first off is the variable. Now, what are variables? Variables are used to store data values and can be declared using var, let, or const. First off, when you are declaring any variable, just like I said, let, const, and var. So you have to put in let, and then what you want to put in the value. So let's say the value or the category that I want to put in is going to be a specific name. Now, whenever you are using JavaScript, do not use a colon, neither use directly an equal. You have to put in a bit of space and then put in an equal. And then inside of the double quotation, you have to define the name. So let's say when you put in name, a string will already be created. And whenever the line is ending in a JavaScript, you have to put in a semicolon. So I'm going to put in, let's say this is a string. So you keep that in mind. Whenever you are using name and also any name over here, let's say somewhat like Alex. So now I have defined a specific string. Now, what are you going to put when you want to define or declare a number? When you are declaring a number, you have to put in the const function. Const. Now, let's say I'm going to put in the age in the same way, equal. But one thing you have to keep in mind is that whenever you are using an age number or even any number, you can just define it however it is without the double quotation. Now, let's say I'm going to put in equal like this. Here, let's say I'm going to put in 60. And that's all that you want to put in. You don't have to put in a bit of, double quotation or single quotation, but you just put in the actual number. So this is how you define the number. Okay. Now, when you want to define a Boolean value, which is true or false, 0 or 1, you have to make sure to put in var. Let's say the condition or if the condition is true or false. So here I'm going to put in is student. Let's say this is the category. Now, if the value is true or false, so you have to define it either true like this, or you have to define it either false. So that is how the condition is met. I'm just going to keep it true so you can see how you define the Boolean value. Okay, now you can print out the variables using console.log and then put in the name and run the file in the browser. Now, what you can do is you can open up console.log. Now, you can also try playing the whole thing. You can see that we are seeing this whole thing as an external error. Or you can see mode or node is not recognized as an internal or external command, which is operable program. Now, you can see this is not how it is going to run. Okay, so we have the debug. I'm just going to go into JavaScript again, and I'm going to close this off. Okay, now first things first, there are a couple of things that you have to customize over here, such as JavaScript has different data types, such as there are two types, which is primitive and also non-primitive. The primitive type of data are string, number, Boolean, null value, identified, symbol, and big integer. And non-primitive types are objects, arrays, and also function. Such as when you are working with variables, you can type in like let str, which defines the string value, which is equal, double quotation, let's say hello. Whenever you are defining a string, that means it is a text. Now for the next one is, let's say, a number. So put in let, then when you're putting a number, put in num. This is specifically, let's say, a value. So here I'm going to put in 10, semicolon. I'm going to put in let. Now, also, you can also use arrays and even object. So array is basically a group of number. So here I'm going to put in arr equal. Now, when you are defining a specific array, what you have to do is put in the secondary bracket, 1, 2, 3. Another thing you have to keep in mind after each of these comma, just like the equal, you have to put in a bit of space. And this is how you define it better. Now, after array, the last thing that you need to know about is the object. Now, the object can contain both a string, even a number, with also combined as an array. So I'm going to put in let obj equal. Now, when you are defining a specific object, you have to open up with the third bracket. Now, let's say I'm going to put in a name and also an age. But you can see when we are defining a number, we most of the time use const, but we're using let. But when you use let, it also validates the non-primitive type where object is also included. So here name, colon. Now here the name of this person is going to be Alex. Now after this Alex has been defined, you have to put in a bit of comma and you have to put in the second number or the second variable, which is specifically the age. Semicolon, or let's say colon, and then you define in the number. In this case, let's say Alex is 40 years old. At the end, you should also have a bit of space so you can validate it better. So this is basically called an object. Okay, now you have learned everything about variables. Obviously, by the end of this class, I'm going to be showing you how you are going to basically use these values to work a bit better. So this is basically called the variable, and these are the data types. Okay, now let's learn about operators. Operators can perform operations on variables and even values. Okay, so now let's go off, create a next section. Now there are different type of operators, such as arithmetic operators such as plus, minus, multiply, divided, and percentage, or plus plus, or minus minus. Those are all arithmetic operators. There are also comparison operators such as double equal, triple equal, exclamation equal, exclamation double equal, greater than, less than. Then there is the arrow function back and also the arrow function front. After that, we have the logical operators, such as ampersand, then the lines, and also exclamation. Then we have assignment operators such as equal, plus equal, minus equal, multiple equal, and also, let's say, the dividend equal. There are also ternary operators such as conditions, then value 1, value 2. So these are the type of operators that you can try using in JavaScript. And all of them are going to be defined with, first off, as a variable, and then you have to define it with the console log. So here I'm going to put in let a. So let's hold it as a equal to 10. So a is 10. So we also have to define the b value, such as b is going to be equal to 5 in this case. Put in a semicolon and then move on to the next line. Here I'm going to put in the console.log. Now, when you define in the console.log, inside you have to put in the value such as a, and then you have to put in the operator such as plus b. That is the additional operator. Then if I define in the next one, console.log open parentheses a, which is greater than b. So this is basically the comparison operator. Then we can also apply in a logical AND function. Console.log open parentheses a greater than 5. Then we're going to be using the ampersand or the double ampersand, which is basically known as the logical operator. So as we're using logical AND functions, we have to put in 2 ampersands, and after that, b lesser than 10. So this is how you should be putting in the logical functions. So now you can try applying these methods in JavaScript, such as the string method example I'm going to show you, such as let, then here I'm going to put in the text as we're using the string method is equal to double quotation. I'm going to put in JavaScript. Okay. Now after JavaScript, I'm going to define in the console.log open parentheses. First off, you have to define the variable. Now, actually, you have to put in the function or the command that you need to do to the specific text, such as to uppercase. Then open up the parentheses and you have to keep it empty. Go off to the next line, and then I'm going to define in console.log open parentheses text.length. So this is basically how you have to put it in for the string method. Now there is also the array method, which is also basically very simple. The array method is, first off, you have to define it the same way. Let's say maybe fruit is equal secondary bracket, as we're using an array, double quotation. I'm going to put in apple, comma, double quotation, orange, comma, double quotation, mango. Then open or close off with the semicolon. And here, I'm going to put in fruit. Now, after fruit, I'm going to put in the function, such as I want to push the function. Open up the parentheses. Here, I'm going to put in double quotation. I'm going to define a cherry in between these functions. Semicolon, moving to the next line. Then console.log, open parentheses, and define in fruit. Semicolon at the end, and that should define your array method. So in this function, you can use or apply in another one in between the array. Now the math method example. First off, define it with the let and define it with the num, and then define it with the value. Now it should be equal to, let's say, 9.6 in this case. Semicolon. Here, I'm going to define in console.log, open parentheses. I'm going to define it as math, as we're using mathematical equations or mathematical functions. Here, I want to round up the value to another num value. First off, even though we have roundup, we have to define the variable that is being defined, which is the num value. There we go. And after that, you have to make sure to close it off with the semicolon. Here, I'm going to define in console.log, open parentheses, define in the math. Then I'm going to put in square root of, let's say, 25. So at the end, just put in a semicolon. And by following these steps, you can practice JavaScript for web development, like specifically and also efficiently. And you can try playing and you can see none of them are going to work without connecting it to a specific file. Okay, so first off, what we're going to do is we're going to create those specific files and we're going to run all of them together. So if you want to create all of them together, first off, you have to structurize your HTML file. So click on new file. I'm going to put in the file and I'm going to name it, let's say index.html. Okay, this is how you want to put it. Now in this index.html, I'm going to keep it very simple. First off, I'm going to define in the doc type. I'm going to put in HTML. Inside this HTML, I'm going to define in the title. The title is going to be JavaScript. As you can see, JavaScript, variables, and operators. Okay. Now after HTML, or let's say after this one, I'm also going to be applying the head tag. I'm going to cut this next part and I'm going to apply it to the end of this title so that I can create another space. Okay, I'm going to make sure it is in this indentation level. Then I'm going to go off and apply my body. Now inside this body, I'm going to put in another title if you want to, but instead of that, you can also put in the head tag, which is H1 as the heading of this page, such as JavaScript in my web page. Okay. Now, after that, I'm going to put in a paragraph tag. I'm going to define in the ID, which is equal to the output value of whatever we put in. Now here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to close off this tag. And here, this is where everything is going to connect. Okay. Now, after this paragraph tag that you can see, I'm going to apply just one thing, which is going to link the external JavaScript file. So here, I'm going to define in script src equal, and then I'm going to first off create another file, new file, and here I'm going to put in script.js. Now you can see this already exists over here, as you can see, but what I want to do is I'm going to right click on it and I'm going to open, I'm just going to close this off over here. Now, even though we have this script.js, this is where I'm going to be connecting all of these files. First off, we have it over here. So I'm just going to connect it to this one. Now, script source, I'm going to put in script.js. That is all, and close off the tag. And that's all that you need to do inside of this index.html file. Now let's go off into script.js. So this is where we're going to be putting in all the JavaScript logic. First things first, we're going to start off with one by one, such as variable, the data types, the operators, strings and array, and then we're going to display the results in HTML. First things first, I'm going to define the variable. So I'm going to start off with let username is equal double quotation Alex semicolon. Move into the next line. I'm going to define in the age. So I'm going to define in const user age is going to be equal to, let's say, 26 in this case. Now I'm going to get into the data types. When we are using data types, we use the let, and I'm going to put in is student is going to be equal to true, colon, let score of this person is going to be equal to 89, colon, move into the next line, and let hobbies. Now, obviously, there is not one hobby, so there's going to be a couple of hobbies. Now, when you're defining hobbies, it is obviously an array, So secondary bracket first, double quotation, let's say reading, comma, double quotation, gaming, comma, double quotation, coding. This is the hobby of that person, colon. Now, let's get into the operators. Whenever you are also using an operator, we use the let. Let A is equal to 10 in the same way, comma, and then B is equal to 5, colon. Now, let's move on to the next one, and I'm going to sum it up. So let sum is equal to A plus B. That's all that you need to put in, and your arithmetic operator has been applied. Now, let's show you about string and the array method. First off, let text equal double quotation Java script. Now, after JavaScript, I'm going to define JavaScript is okay. That is all I'm going to put. Semicolon. Here I'm going to put in let uppercase text, uppercase text. This is how you want to put it. You can also put in this like this over here. Equal to text dot to uppercase. This is the function. Open up the parentheses, and this is how it should look like. Here I'm going to put in let fruit equal, as this is an array, secondary bracket, double quotation, apple, comma, double quotation, banana, comma, and then double quotation, mango. So after that, semicolon at the end, and here I'm going to apply in another one. Let's say fruit dot push, open up the parentheses, double quotation. I'm going to define in orange, which should be applied in between them. Okay? Now, the last thing that we need to do is to display the result in HTML. So here, you have to put in document.getElement by ID. So each and every one of them has a specific ID. Open up the parentheses, and where do you want it to be put? So here we have this output value as the variable, right? So everything should be inside of this output. Double quotation, output. Okay? And after that, where is this? It's inside the HTML, right? So define in as inner HTML. Then put in equal, and then you have to use a similar function called strong. So here we have strong, close off the tag. Now inside, I'm going to start off with the specific name. After name, put in a colon. Not a semicolon, but just a colon. Now, when you're defining in the name, it should have a specific username, right? So here, you have to use the dollar function, which is on the 4, okay? Number 4. So here, I'm going to open up the third bracket, and I'm going to use the specific variable, which is user name, as you defined it right over here in this whole function. You can see username and also the user age. So after the username has been done, I'm going to create a BR tag to apply this line break. Now, one thing you have to know is that when you apply a BR tag, it doesn't need an ending tag. It works on its own. In the same way, I'm going to define in strong again. Here, inside the strong, I'm going to define in the age. So colon over here. And after that, in the same way, the dollar function, open up the third brackets. I'm going to define in user age. Let's create more. Strong. Inside, I'm going to put in is student. Okay? After is student, you also need to put in a colon. After the strong, I'm going to put in the same thing. Third brackets. Inside, I'm going to put in is student. Let's close this off. Strong. After is student, I'm going to define in the score. Let's say for the score, we have let score So here I'm just going to define in score inside BR tag. One thing that I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep it copied. Control C. Strong. After score, we have hobbies. We have hobbies over there, so I'm going to define in hobbies like that. Score over here, close off the tag, and after hobbies, we have the number. So I'm going to put in sum of, let's say, it is going to be the sum of 10 plus 5. 10 plus 5. In the same way, dollar, third brackets, and that is sum. So I'm just going to put in sum. Let's cut this off. Not score, I'm going to define in strong. There we go. Now, after the sum, we also have, let's say, uppercase text. Uppercase text. So the uppercase text is going to be similar. Dollar function, third brackets. I'm going to define in uppercase text, just how I've defined it. BR. Close this off. Strong function. And the last one that we need is basically the fruits. So here in fruits, I'm going to apply the same thing called fruit. Open up the dollar, third brackets, and define in the fruit. BR, and that's all that you need to put. So basically, this is going to be it. Another thing that you can try doing is fruit.join. Okay, so as you can see, we have only fruit over here. I'm going to put in fruit. So after fruit, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in dot join. Now this join is basically going to connect each and every one. So open up the parentheses inside double quotation. Inside this double quotation, I'm going to put in a comma and a bit of space. That's all that you need to put in. Now we can save up this file and we can go off to index.html. Now, as we have it, what we want to do is we want to display it. So we're going to go live. After we go live, it's going to open up on your screen and you can see this is my web page. This is how it is going to look like. So you can see when you open up the browser, you can open up the console. First off, click on inspect. Now, when you click on inspect, you can see code injected by live server. We also have the script connected and everything is going to go inside of this file. Another thing that you can do is you can open up the browser control and example, go to test JavaScript code. So here there are a couple of things you can see. Run commands, open file. You can see there are a couple of things over here too. You need to make sure that it just opens up right at the bottom. So I'm just going to click on this. Failed to load the resources and server responded with the status of 404 error. So first things first, I'm going to increase the size. And we have the script right over here. Here we can type in something like console.log, open parentheses, double quotation, hello from JavaScript. It's obviously going to play it, okay? But you can see that we still do not have our specific output applied. Now, if it keeps on giving you a couple of errors on the screen, what you want to do is you want to apply in a console. Now, the console is going to be somewhere over on the tab, so you have to make sure to apply that. It basically works in a couple of cases. So you can try applying it if it doesn't work. Okay, you will find that right on your tab. Okay, so I'm just going to apply that. And if it doesn't work for you, what you can do is you can copy and paste it. Let's apply it over here. This is how you want to apply this. This is how it should look like. So you want to apply that right after that, and also before the console ends. There we go. After you apply this, you can see this is how it will look like. Now let's go off into index.html. You want to also apply in differ, and then go off back into the port and make it go live. Now, even though you see this, what you all want to do is just refresh the whole thing together. And whenever you refresh this page, you will see that everything will appear up, starting from the name, the age, the student, if he is, score, we have hobbies, 10 plus 5 is 15, uppercase, JavaScript is fun, and we also have the fruits, apple, banana, mango, and orange. Now, if you want to see that if the whole thing is working or not, what you can try doing is that I'm going to change this from banana and apply in cherry, and from orange, I'm going to apply in pineapple. In the same way, if this is the exact one, I'm going to type in Java, not JavaScript, I'm going to type in Python. Okay, now instead of 10 plus 5, I'm going to put in 20 plus 5. I'm going to save up all of this file, save up this one, dispose the ports, go back live, and check it out. You can see now we have not 10 plus 5 is 25, but we did not change the text. You can see Alex 26 true, 89 gaming. We have Python. We have 10 plus 5, 25. We have cherry, mango, and also pineapple. So basically, this is how all of your codes are going to run. And if you can check that all the thing is working properly, that means you are good to go. You can also use the console for debugging directly online. And you also have to make sure to check if the same things or all of these files are in the same folder. If it is not, you might show or you might face a couple of errors. So that is it for this class. So thank you for watching this class up till the very end. If you still have any problems, any question or anything, or if you felt like fallen into some complex, errors, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. I'm also going to be applying each and every one of these folders in my resource folder, which is going to go with this whole course. So you can also try copying and pasting and check if it is working or not on your PC. So thank you again. And without any further ado, let's move on to our next class. Welcome to another class of full stack web development. In this class, we're going to cover up the JavaScript fundamentals part 2. In this part 2, I'm going to show you everything that you need to know about loops and also conditionals at the beginning and how you are going to apply it on your program. So without any further ado, let's hop onto our class and let's get started with programming. As you can see on my screen, I have opened up VS Code. Now, first things first, what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to create a new folder. Not inside of this portfolio web, but I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on new folder. Here, I'm going to name it loop and conditionals. Now, inside this loop and conditionals, I'm going to create new files. Let's say I'm going to name it script. I'm going to put it script1.js. I'm going to right click on it and click on rename. And I'm going to keep it like this. Now, first off, I'm going to show you everything about loops in JavaScript. So what are loops? Loops are basically used to execute a block of code repeatedly. There are a couple of types of loops, especially 3. First is the for loop, second is the while loop, and third is the do while loop. Now, each and every one of them has specific functions, such as when we work with the for loop, it executes a block of code which is a specified number of times. So how are you going to apply that? I'm going to keep this, let's say, for loop. Here, whenever you are working with the for loop, you have to define the for at the beginning. Put in a bit of space and then open up the parentheses. Now, to define the specified number of times, I'm going to first off let I equal 0, comma, then it should be greater 0, comma, and after that, you can also put in a close to this, and then I is, let's say, greater or less than. If I want it less than 5, then I should be like defining it like this, and after every expression, I have to make sure to close it off with a semicolon. Now, I is going to be plus plus. Now, this should remind me, and this should define it a lot better to define our console log. So console.log, and then open up the parentheses, and then define in the data, which is over here as I. So you don't need to put in double quotation. You just have to make sure to define it at the end and close it off with a semicolon. And this should allow to execute a block of code a specified number of times. So as you can see, I should be less than 5 times, and also I is specifically equal to 0. So this is how you're going to apply in the for loop. Now let's show you how you will be able to apply the while loop. So I'm just going to make it while. Now here, whenever you are using the while loop, it is going to execute as long as the condition is true. If the condition becomes false, it's not going to work anymore. So here I'm going to put in let I is equal to 0, semicolon, move it to the next line, put in while function, open up the parentheses, I'm going to put in I less than 5. As you can see, this is how you want to put it. Then open up the third brackets, and in the same way, console.log, open parentheses, and I at the end. Now, one thing you can see that we still did not define our, let's say, arithmetic function, which is going to be the expression at the end of this line, such as I plus plus, and put in a semicolon, and this should define your while loop a lot better. Okay? Now let's show you how you'll be able to apply the do loop, or let's say the do while loop, which executes at least once and then repeats as long as the condition is true. So here I'm going to put in do while loop. Here I'm going to put in let I is going to be equal to 0, semicolon. I'm going to put in do, open up the third bracket, define in the console log and I inside, and after that you have to express the whole thing. First off, the expression, which is going to be I plus plus, and then you have to see that it's closing at the end. Now this is where you put in your expression. I'm going to put in while, open up parentheses, I smaller than 5. In the same way, close off the whole thing, and this is how you define your do while loop. Now we have already learned about how we can do these while loops, then do while loop, and also for loop. Now, let's get into the part where we're going to learn about conditionals. Now, we already learned about loop, which allows us to execute a block of code repeatedly. Now, in conditionals, it allows the program to make decisions based on the conditions. There are a couple of statements that you also have to learn about, such as the if statement, the else if statement, and also the else statement. Now, in other cases, you might also find out elif cases, or let's say the elif statement. But in this case, or in JavaScript, you just put in the else if, which is also the same as elif. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off with the if statement. When you're trying to apply in the if statement, it basically runs a block of code if the condition is true. So here, let's say I'm going to put in let age is going to be equal to 20. Here, I'm going to put in let again, but instead of let, you can put in the if function over here. Open up the parentheses, age should be greater or equal to 18. Now, the parentheses should close and I want to define my conditional. So here, console.log, open up a parentheses, double quotation. Let's say if it is greater than you are an adult. There we go. And at the end of the line, it should just put in a semicolon, and that should be it for your if statement. Now, the next statement is else if statement. Okay, so this else if statement checks the additional conditions if the first one is basically false. So it is also basically very simple. In this case, it is a bit longer than how it is. First off, you have to define the variable, which is let is equal, or let's age is equal to 15. Now, I'm going to put in the if function, open up parentheses, age should be greater or equal to 18. After 18, open up the third bracket, define in the console.log, open parentheses, double quotation, you are an adult. Now, after this line, I'm going to make sure to close off with a semicolon. And after this third bracket opens up, I'm going to make sure to put in the else if function. Else if. So this is how you want to put it. Open up the parentheses. Age should be greater or equal to 13. Now, after this, open up the third bracket one more time and define in the console.log. I'm going to put in open parentheses. This should allow us to put in another expression such as you are a teenager. I'm going to put in a semicolon at the end of this line. And then I want to put in the else, open up the parentheses, define in the console.log. Now, why are we using the else? If none of these conditions are met on the if or in the else if, then it should say you are a child. So open up the parentheses, you are a child. There we go. This is how you keep it and put in a semicolon at the end. And that should be it for the else statement or the else if statement. Now, let's go off to the last one, which is basically known as the else statement. In the else statement, it executes if all previous conditions are false. So here, I'm going to put in let age is equal to 10. I'm going to put in the if function, open up the parentheses, age is greater or equal to 18. I'm going to put in 18 over here. And after that, open up the third bracket, console.log, open up the parentheses, double quotation, you are an adult. Okay. Now, after that, semicolon, moving to the next line, I'm going to put in the else function, open up the third bracket, console.log, open up the parentheses, double quotation, you are a child. Okay, this is how you put in the else function, and that is it for this statement. Now, if you want to apply it in your HTML file, then first off, you have to make sure to apply an HTML file. First, I'm going to click on this loop and conditional. First, I'm going to save all of this. Right click, click on new file. I'm going to define in the index.html. Another thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to create another file, script.js. Start off with the HTML file. Here in the HTML, I'm going to define in the head. Inside the head, I'm going to put in the title. Inside the title, I'm going to put in loops and conditionals. Okay, so that should be end of the head. Now I'm going to put in the body. Inside the body, I'm going to start off with the h1 tag to give it the title. Here I'm going to put in loops and conditionals examples. Now, after H1, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in a specific button. Now, this button should be on click. So it should work on click. There we go. Here I'm going to put in display. I'm going to put in loop result. Okay. So there we go. We have the loop result. Inside of this, open up the parentheses and keep it empty. And that should be the close of this. Here I'm going to put in click to see loop output. And that should be it for this button. Now, what you can do is you can move on to the next line. Here I'm going to create another button. This should also have an on-click function. Inside this, I'm going to put in check age. Now, after that, open up the parentheses and keep it empty. Close off the tag. I'm going to put in check age. There we go. And on the last line, what I want to do is I'm going to put in the div function. So the div should have a specific ID. In the ID, I'm going to define it as the output. Now, after the output, I'm going to close off the tag. And here, I'm going to keep it empty. And that should be it for the body and the whole HTML. Now, there are specific ways of applying it directly into your HTML file. But I would suggest you, what you want to do is that just create another script file. Okay? Now, one thing that I want to do inside the script or inside the body, what I'm going to do is just I'm going to put in a script, which is going to be very simple. And you can obviously create them whenever you want to. And it's obviously very simple to put in. If you've seen my previous class, then it should be very easy for you. But if you still did not practice it, then what you want to do is type in script src is going to be equal, then type in script.js. Okay. Now, as we have the script.js, you want to close off the tag, and that should be it. Now, anything that you customize inside of the script.js file is going to be customized inside of our index.html file. So first things first, we're going to start off with the loop example, such as I'm going to define in the function. I'm going to define a display loop results. Now, one thing that you want to do is you want to check if it is the exact same one. I'm going to copy and I'm going to paste it. There we go. Here we have loop results. So I'm going to keep it like this. Open up the parentheses, keep it empty, and open up the third bracket. Here, I want a specific output. Let output. You can see this is how it's going to be. Equal, single quotation, semicolon at the end. Here, I'm going to put in the for. Open up the parentheses, define in the let I is going to be equal to 0. Now, after 0, it should close off with a semicolon, and I is going to be less than 5. Now, after 5, you have to put in a semicolon, or let's say a colon at the end. Now, you can work up with a semicolon because a colon does not usually work. So put in a semicolon and define in the expression, which is I++. And after that, open up the third bracket again, as you can see on my screen, and you will find out that there is 2 third brackets on your screen now. It's because whenever you are using the for function for the let, or let's say the loop, you have to make sure you define the output first. So here, I'm going to define in the output. So output should be plus or equal to, now here, you're going to put in the loop iteration. Loop iteration. Here, I'm going to put in a colon, then open up the dollar function with the third bracket defining in I. And after that, you want to put in a BR tag, which is going to create a line break. That is it. Now, after that, put in a bit of space, and then you want to put in a semicolon. That is it. Now, move on to the next line, and then another line so that you can get the elements by ID. So type in document.getElement by ID. This is how you want to keep it. Now, after this document get elements by ID, put in single quotation and define in the output value. Now, after the output value, as you can see, I'm going to define it inside the inner HTML. So you have to type in inner HTML. Now, after inner HTML, it's going to be equal to output and semicolon, move to the next line, and the whole thing should end. Now, the next thing that you want to do is obviously apply in the conditionals. So it's also basically very simple. First off, I'm going to define in the function, I'm going to define in check age. Open up the parentheses, keep it empty, and then open up the third bracket. Here I'm going to put in let age is going to be equal to prompt. Now prompt, here I'm going to open up the parentheses, double quotation. I'm going to put in enter your age. Now here, colon, so that everyone can put it right after that. Now put a semicolon at the end. Here I'm going to put in age is going to be equal to parse integer value. Parse int. This is how you want to put it. Open up the parentheses and define in the age. So here, only the age is validated. So put it off with a semicolon, which is going to convert string to an integer value. Now this is where you are going to put in all of these conditionals, such as the if, the else if, and also the else one. So here I'm going to put in the if one. Here I'm going to put in age, which is going to be greater or equal to 18. Here I'm going to close off this BR tag. Here we go. We have 18. And after 18, I'm going to open up the third bracket, moving to the next line. Here I'm going to put in the alert function. Now this alert function is basically going to give us the alert or the notification. Here I'm going to put in you are an adult. Now moving to the next line, I'm going to define in the else if. Here open up the parentheses, defining the age. This is going to be greater. Let's close this off. Greater or equal to, let's say, 13 over here. Now if it is 13, obviously he's a teenager. So open up the bracket here, the third bracket obviously. Another thing that you want to do is make sure you put in the semicolon after each of these lines. Now it's only going to be there after you put in the alert. So here I'm going to go off to this line. Here I'm going to define in the alert, open up the parentheses. I'm going to define you are a teenager. Semicolon. Now on the last line, in the same way, I'm going to put in the else function, open up the parentheses. Here, you don't have to define the parentheses, but directly open up the third bracket. What I'm going to do over here is I'm going to put in the alert, open up the parentheses. I'm going to put in you are a child because none of the conditionals are met. So that is why we have put in the else conditional. Okay. So this is all that you want to do. And then you want to close it off with a semicolon. And that is it basically for this one. Now, another thing you can try doing is that there are two different steps of how you'll be able to apply it. One is directly into HTML. I'm going to close off this one. And another one is creating an individual file. I'm going to show you both of these steps because both of them are basically very simple. So first off, this is how it should end. And what you want to do is first off, you want to debug it. And then you want to run the index.html altogether. Now we're going to run all of these. First off, what you want to do is you can run this index.html file. So I'm going to click on go live. Now you can see we are seeing this error called cannot get loop. Now this basically happens when it cannot detect up your index.html file properly, but it's totally okay. Now you can go off to the script.js file. Click on go live and then something like this will appear up. So the folder where we have it is loops and conditional. So open this up and there we go. We have the loops and conditionals example. Here you can click on see loop output. You can see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now if we go off into VS Code, you can see over here, it is less than 5. That means it should start off from 0 and then it is continued up till 4. So this is basically how it is going to be like. Now, if you want to check the age, click on check age. Now, this box that has been created and showing up this alert is basically used and customized by our alert function. Now, if we put in our age, let's say I'm going to put in 18. Hit on OK, you can see you are an adult. If I click on this, if I put in 10, you are a child. If I put in something like 15, okay, you can see you are a teenager. So that means that everything is working properly. So this is it for this class. Now we have like a couple of things that we have to learn. Now, another step that I'm going to be showing you is that it's basically very simple. And what you can do is to apply all of these together directly in the index, or let's say the HTML file. So what you want to do is you can copy this whole thing, Control C, press on Control Z, Control C, and you can go off directly into index.html. Now, inside of index.html, what you can do is you can cut this off and you can put everything inside. Now, this allows all of these to work the same way. Now, if I save this up and if I dispose the port and go live, if it shows you off an error again, then it's totally fine. Then I would obviously suggest you that obviously use an individual file and then run the JavaScript first and then into the HTML. Okay. Now, even though if you are running the script.js, it's already going to be customized with the index.html directly, because all of these functions or all of these, conditionals and variables are already defined in the index.html. So that is it for this class, and hope you understood about everything in this class. Now, obviously, what you have to make sure you update your HTML to link the JavaScript file before running the whole thing. Now, one thing you have to keep in mind is that we have two separate files, which is JavaScript file and the HTML file, which is the code, or let's say the JavaScript file is the code for the loops and conditionals, which is now called a separate file, which is called script.js. And the HTML file in the body section of index.html, we apply the script tag, which is added to src script.js attribute. This links the external JavaScript to your HTML file. You have to make sure the script.js file is in the same directory as the index.html, or you have to adjust the source path accordingly if it is in a different folder. Using an external JavaScript file is good practice because it keeps the HTML clean and allows the JavaScript to be reusable across multiple HTML pages. Now, when you open up the HTML file in the browser, the JavaScript will be linked directly externally and function will still work in the same way when the buttons are clicked, as you can see. So thank you again, and without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of JavaScript and the basic fundamentals, part 2. Welcome to a new class of full stack web development. If you've seen my previous classes of JavaScript fundamentals, HTML, CSS fundamentals, then it's going to be very easy for you, because in this class, I'm going to be showing you how you're going to create an interactive web page. To create an interactive web page with button clicks and form validation using JavaScript, HTML, and CSS by using Visual Studio Code. First things first, let's open up Visual Studio Code and then get started with our coding to create our interactive web page. As I'm on Visual Studio Code, the first things first is obviously we need a new folder. Here, I'm going to name it Interactive Web Page. There we go. Now inside this, I'm going to set up my project. First off, we need the HTML file. So name it index.html. Then we're going to need more of these. Then we're going to style up our project using the styles.css. And the last thing that we need is for the interaction, which is the script.js. Now, all of these combined is going to make our, let's say, simple interactive web page. First things first is to write the HTML structure. To create a simple HTML form with an input field and a submit button, we can also add in a section to display validation messages. First things first, we're going to start off with the doc type. Doc type, and then type in HTML. This should validate HTML5 to run along. Then I'm going to put in the HTML. Close off the tag, and this is how it should look like. Inside, I'm going to make sure I put in the title and I link it to the style sheet. So I'm going to start off with the title. The title of this page is going to be Interactive Web Page. Now, as we're done with the title, I'm going to make sure I link it directly with my CSS file. So link rel is going to be equal to style sheet. This is how you want to put it. And after that, you have to make sure you put in the href, which is going to be equal to styles.css. And that is how you should close off the tag. Now, another thing that we skipped over here was applying the head tag. So define the head and then cut this off, Control X, and then go off to this last line and put in the head tag inside. Now, after the head has been done, we're going to define our body tag. Now, inside of this body, we're going to make sure to put in everything. Starting off with the container, like the form validation example, and then different forms, labels, inputs, spans, whatever we want to put in. So I'm going to start off with the div tag, which is going to have a specific class. And the class that we want to put in is obviously the container tag. Now, this should apply in the container all in between. Then we're going to put in the h2 tag so that I can apply in the subheading, such as form validation example. Okay. Now, after the h2, we're going to create our form in the same indentation level, such as form ID is going to be equal to my form. Now, after form, what you have to make sure is you define this specific button. Is it on submit or is it off submit? If you want to get the value after you submit it, so type in on submit. Here, what I want to do is I'm going to return the validated forms. So return, then type in validated or validate form. Open up the parentheses and keep it empty. So it's going to detect up what you type in inside of the form, and then it's going to validate it. Then I'm going to create another line so that I can have my label first. Now, obviously the label is going to have a specific, let's say, data. So that label for equal, make sure to put in equal. Now here, you're going to put in the specific username. In the same way, I'm going to define in the username right over here. So I can get and type in my username in that specific form. Now, we're going to put in the input type. So input type is going to be equal. So obviously in this section, I want an input type of text so that I can get my text inside. But another thing that you have to put in is that you have to validate the username first. So here, I'm going to make sure to put in the username in between. Now, the name that we're going to get inside from the username validating section, or let's say the input value, is obviously the username. So that is it. Now, the last thing that we have to create is basically the span function. Span ID is going to be equal to error message. Okay. Now, after the error message, I'm going to define the class. It's going to be a specific error. And after that error, we're going to close off the span, and then we're going to create our button. Now, the last button that we want to create is the submit button. So define in the button first, then define in type, which is going to be equal to submit. Now, when you define in submit, it should show off the submit button inside. So define in submit right over here and do not do anything. Then your div tag will close off at the end. Now, after the div tag, we're going to create a section for applying our interaction, which is with the script.src. Script.src is going to be equal to script.js. This should be it for the HTML file to function properly. So you can see at the top, we have the style sheet, and at the bottom, we have the interaction. Now, we're going to write the CSS for our styling. Style the form to make it look better. The following CSS that I'm going to show you will center the form, style the input, and make the error messages noticeable. So here I'm going to start off with the asterisk. Third brackets. Here I'm going to define in the margin. Margin value is going to be 0. Then I'm going to define in the padding value, which is also going to be 0. And here I'm going to start off with the box sizing, which is going to have a border box. Okay. Then we're going to go inside of the body. Now in the body, we have to define the font, the color, how it's going to be looking like the display, and we're going to align and also justify the content. So I'm going to start off with the font family. Font family. Inside the font family, I'm going to define an Arial Helvetica Sans Serif. Then I'm going to define the background color, which is going to be F2. So here I'm going to put in F2, F2, F2. This is how you want to put it. Now another thing you can see, we have the dollar. So we're going to put in the hash function so that it works better. Now I'm going to define in the display. Now I want a flex display. So here I'm going to define in just flex. Then we're going to justify the content and I'm going to keep it center aligned. The next thing is align items. The align items is going to be center aligned. Now another thing that we want to do is we're going to define in the specific height, which is going to be 100 VH. Okay. Now the last thing that we want to put in, I'm going to put in VH again. I'm just going to click on over here and we're going to move on to the next section to define our container. So here, I'm going to put in container. Inside the container, you have to define it step by step, such as the background color. Here, I'm going to put in triple F, which is going to make sure to put in a bit of white, but not as white as the first one. Here, I'm going to define in the padding value, which is going to be 20 pixels. Then I'm going to apply in a border radius, as you can see, and I'm going to make sure I put in like 9px in size. Then the next thing that I want to put in is obviously customizing my box shadow. Now the box shadow has specific needs, such as 0 on the side, 4 pixels on the bottom, and 8 pixels at the corner. Now I'm going to differentiate and validate my RGBA. RGBA, open up the parentheses, 0, 0, 0, and then put in 0.1. Now everything should be validated if you want it to be like this. Now the last thing that we want to apply is the width and the text align. To start off with the width, which is going to be 300 pixels in size, and I'm going to put in text alignment, which is going to be at the center. Okay. Now, as we have the center, I'm going to define in the form. Open up the third brackets. Here, I'm going to define in my display, which is going to work as flex. Then I'm going to have a flex direction. This flex direction is going to be a specific column. Now, so after we're done, we're going to move on to the next line so that I can define in the input and also the button. So let's go customize our input. Here, I'm going to put in the input value. Open up the parentheses. I'm going to start off with the padding value. The padding value should have 10 pixels on the side. And then I'm going to define in the margin, which is going to be somewhere around 10 pixels also. And it's going to have 0. The next thing is going to be a specific border. And I also want a specific color with it. So here, after 1px, I'm going to put in solid hash CCC. You can see we are having more of the white shades. Then I'm going to have a border radius, which is going to work as 4 pixels in size. Now that should be done with our input section too. Now we're going to create our button, open up the parentheses. Here I'm going to define in the padding value, which is going to be 10 pixels in size. Now the next thing is going to be a specific background color, which is going to be hash 4CA, and I'm going to define an F15. Now you can see this is a kind of green or a lime green color. Then we're going to define the specific color of the button. Now the color of the button, which I'm going to use, is specifically white. Now after color, I'm going to apply a border, which I'm going to type in none as I don't want any border. But I specifically want a border radius. That is why I use the border. So here, as we have the radius, I'm going to define in 4 pixels in size so that it looks like a bit of padding. Now I'm going to define a cursor which is going to work as a pointer value. Now after the button, I'm going to define the button hover and also the error message. So here I'm going to define in button and I'm going to put in colon and I'm going to type in hover. Now after the hover, open up the third bracket. Here I'm going to just put in the background color. Here in the same way, I'm going to put in 45A, 45A, and then put in 049, which should also have a green light color. Now we want our error message. Obviously, we need an error message which is going to look like red. So here I'm going to put in dot error, open up the third bracket. Here I'm going to define in the color, which is going to be red. And also we want a font size, which is going to be 15 pixels in size. So that is it for our styles.css file. And that is basically how it is going to work. Now, the last thing that remains is writing the JavaScript for button click and also the form validation. In this file, you will define and I will define the function that handles the validation and triggers when the user clicks the submit button. So obviously you have to make sure to define the function first, such as type in function and then type in validate form. Open up the parentheses and open up the third bracket. Now in this third bracket that you can see, I'm going to apply my const function. Now here, I'm going to define it with the username, which is going to be equal to document.getElement by ID. Now, when you apply this, you are going to validate each one of these variables that you have applied in the index.html, such as the username. Now, after username, as this is a specific value, I'm going to put in dot value. Okay, put in a semicolon. I'm going to put in just value. This is how you want to keep it. Now, after the value, I'm going to put in the const again, which is for the error message. Now, this error message should work in the same way. So I'm going to put in document.getElement by ID. There we go. Now we're going to validate the error message too. Type in error message. In the same way, we're just going to close off it. Okay, because the error message is basically constant. Now, the next thing that we want to do is everything is going to go inside of this. Now, we're going to check if the input is empty or not. So put in the if function, open up the parentheses and define in the username, which is going to be triple equal, and then open up the second, or let's say the double quotation. After that, open up the third bracket. Here, this is where you are going to display the error message if input is empty. So here, what I'm going to put in is going to be error message. As you can see, here I'm going to apply in dot text content, and after that it is going to be equal double quotation. I'm going to put in username is required. Okay, close it off and then put in a semicolon. Moving to the next line. Here I'm going to return the value, return false. After the false value, put in the semicolon, and here when you put in the false, it prevents the form submission if it is empty. Now, after the false one, you can see this one is closing, or this third bracket is closing right over here. So what you want to do is you have to check if the username has opened it up. So here, after this, I'm going to define the else function. If none of the conditions are met, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in the error message, which is going to alert is that form submitted successfully. So here I'm going to put in the error message again. And after the error message, I'm going to put in the text content, which is going to be equal double quotation empty semicolon. Moving to the next line. And here I'm going to have the alert message, double quotation. I'm going to put in form submitted successfully. Okay. Now, after that, put in the exclamation mark, semicolon at the end, and then we want a return value. Return true. Here, semicolon at the end, and that should be it for the customization of your whole file or the interactive web page. Now, even though you have the whole thing, you want to save every one of these. Now let's get into the description and explanation of what we are using. Now, inside of the HTML, we have the form element, as you can see over here. This specific form element is the tag that wraps the input field and also the submit button. So everything inside the form is validated and is also interactive with the script.js. The input field that we apply over here is basically used for collecting the username input from the specific user. Then we have the error message. The error message is not defined over here, but obviously whenever you are facing any error, it should be defined, or it is shown with this span ID, such as the error message. This error is used to display an error message if the input field is empty. And then last off is we have the button. This button tag basically submits the form when clicked and shows you right off the screen if it is successful or if it is not. Now let's go off into the CSS file. In the CSS file, we have basic styling, where the form is styled to look neat and centered on the page. Then we have is the error styling, as we have done over here. So the error styling is basically going to be according to our need, and it is styled to red to alert the user when the input field has been empty. We also have a button styling, which the button has a background color and a hover effect for better user interaction, which makes it look a lot more better and professional at the same time. Now in the JavaScript, there are a couple of things that we have done, such as the validate form, as you can see over here. This function is triggered when the user submits the form if checks if the username field is empty. Get element by ID that we use most of the time. This get element by ID is used to access the input field and error message span by their IDs. Then we have is the validation. If the input field is empty, an error message is displayed and the form submission is prevented using the return as false. If the input is valid, an alert is shown and the form is submitted successfully. Now, the last thing that we have to remaining is testing our web page. First off, make sure to open up the index.html file. And then you have this option over here called port. So here, you want to make sure to open up with the live server. Okay, so click on this live server and then wait for a bit for it to show up on your screen. Now you can see we have the form validation example. Here, you're going to put in the username. But if you click on submit, you can see username is required. So you can see this is the error message. Now, if I type in John, and if I click on submit, you can see we have the form submitted successfully. In the same way, you'll be able to create more of these validation pages and more of these customizations as you are continuing to program your web page and make it interactive. There are a couple of things that you can apply, such as different form validations, different, check signs, different of, let's say, database. You can also connect it up directly to database so that whatever you apply inside of the web page also appears up on your screen, also maybe in your VS Code with a new file. So all of these things are going to make up your simple interactive web page. As you can see, it looks quite simple and also quite professional at the same time. Even if you change it, let's go off to inspect, and you can see this is how it basically looks like. Even if we go off into the mobile form, you can see this is how it is going to look. If you're using a tab, this is how it's going to look. And if you're using a mobile, this is how it's going to look. You can obviously increase the size of the whole box if you want to, but you can see everything looks really good and also quite professional. We did not apply in any shadow at the top because it doesn't need any. And the shadow should be on the sides and also at the bottom, just how I customized it. So, thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So this is the class of basic interactive web page with form validation. You can expand it more with complex validations, input fields, and even buttons, so you can implement it more and more step by step. But I've shown you the most simple way of how you'll be able to customize it, and the rest is basically up to you. So thank you again, And without any further ado, let's move on to our next lesson of full stack web development. Welcome to a new class of full stack web development. In this class, we're going to learn about DOM manipulation and basic responsive designs. Now, before getting into the practical part of this class, we have to learn a bit about what DOM manipulation is and what is basic responsive design. We're also going to learn about its advantages and also its disadvantages and its effect on web development. So let's get on with our class. The practice of utilizing JavaScript to dynamically alter HTML and CSS content is known as DOM manipulation. The structure of a web page is represented by Document Object Model, which is known as DOM in short. Now, this DOM is very important for creating interactive and also making it functional, which gives the developers access to and control over elements, properties, and styles. Selecting elements such as getElementById, query selector, altering content such as inner HTML, text content, and changing style is for style property, and managing events such as add event listener are examples of common DOM manipulation techniques. Now, all of these are obviously applied in JavaScript to make it utilized. Now, websites that use basic responsive designs are guaranteed to adjust to various screen sizes and devices. CSS techniques like media queries such as @media, relative units such as percentage, M, and rem are flexible grids, and frameworks like Bootstrap are used to do this. By making websites mobile-friendly and aesthetically pleasing across all screen sizes, responsive design enhances the user experience from all platforms. Now, first off is DOM manipulation. Now let's check out the advantages and also the disadvantages of DOM manipulation. First off is the advantages, which offers you real-time updates without page reloading are made possible via dynamic content. Interactivity. Use of event handling such as animations and form validations improve the user experience. Effective updates. Enables specific adjustments without changing the page as a whole. Now let's check out the disadvantages. Performance problems. A page may become sluggish due to excessive DOM modification. Complexity. Handling several components at once can result in jumbled code. And browser compatibility. Advanced DOM techniques might not be supported by certain outdated browser such as Internet Explorer. So you have to make sure to use the latest versions of browsers that are available. But even though if it is old, but it has the newest features, it's still going to support. And there are very rare cases where it doesn't support on outdated browser. Number 2, which is basic responsive design. Now let's check out the advantages and also the disadvantages. Enhance user experience. Makes sure web pages work on all kinds of devices. Benefits of SEO, such as Google gives preference to mobile-friendly websites, which raises the rankings. Future-proofing. Automatically adjust to new screen sizes and even the resolutions. Now let's check out the disadvantages. Design restrictions. It could be more difficult to accomplish some intricate layouts in a responsive manner. Performance issue. Speed may be impacted when Superflow styles are loaded for all screen sizes. Testing complexity. To guarantee the consistency, testing must be done across a variety of devices and also browsers. Now, how DOM manipulation and basic responsive design help in web development. First off, it's going to start off respectively with DOM manipulation. By enabling developers to create dynamic web pages with real-time modification, such as changing cart items in e-commerce sites. DOM manipulation in web development improves the interactivity in between them. Enhance the user experience. Make it possible for fluid UI adjustments, animations, and event management without the need for page reloads. Enhances the performance. Certain items can be updated dynamically rather than requiring a page reload. Facilitates form handling. Assists in dynamically validating and processing user input prior to submission. Supports single-page applications, such as SPAs. Vue and React or Vue.js are two frameworks that effectively change views using DOM manipulation, and each and every one of them are applied in JavaScript. Now, let's check about basic responsive designs. Cross-device compatibility is ensured via basic responsiveness design in web development, which makes websites mobile-friendly by adapting to various screen sizes. It improves the accessibility and also SEO. Google gives responsive websites a higher ranking, which increases exposure and also interaction. Higher the exposure and interaction, higher the effective the site is. Minimizes development effort. There is no need for distinct desktop and mobile versions when there is only one responsive design. Enhances the user retention. When a website looks unattractive, or let's say even attractive and works well across all devices, users are more inclined to stick around. Future-proofing ensures longevity by adjusting to new devices and even screen resolutions. Now, modern website becomes dynamic, interactive, and accessible on all devices when DOM manipulation and responsive designs are combined, greatly enhancing the usability and also the performance. Now, the first class that we're going to show you and the first practical thing that we're going to show you in this class is understanding the document object model, or known as DOM. So what is DOM? It is an HTML or XML document structure which is represented as a tree-like structure by the document object model, which is a programming interface. It enables developers to use JavaScript to dynamically interact and alter web pages. Now let's check out the structure of DOM. The DOM represents a web page as a hierarchical tree where the document is the root node. HTML elements, in example like HTML, head and body, form the branches. Text, attributes, and comments are basically known as leaf nodes. Now that we know everything about DOM and its effect in web development, so let's get started with coding and show you all the examples of understanding DOM in web development and in JavaScript. So let's open up Visual Studio Code and make sure not to skip any part of this class because it is going to be very important for you in the long run. And a couple of these things I've also applied in my previous classes, but now I'm going to show you every explanation of how it works and why you should be using that. So you can see from my screen, I have opened up Visual Studio Code. First things first, I'm going to make sure to click on here, and I'm going to click on and make a new folder. Inside this, I'm going to click on a new file. Now, all of these files, obviously we need an HTML. So I'm going to put in index.html. And after index.html, I'm going to create another file, which is going to basically go inside of the script. So each and every one of these scripts are going to go with JavaScript. So I'm going to put in script.js. Now, first things first, this class is about understanding. So we're not going to be applying and playing up and going live. So this is going to be very important for you to understand the basic structure. Now, as JavaScript is kind of like a basic structure or a tree-like structure, you have to make sure you apply it perfectly. Now, obviously, there are a couple of methods you have to follow up even when you are working with JavaScript or even DOM. So when you're specifically working with DOM, there are a couple of things you have to keep in mind is about the advantages and also the disadvantages. Now, let's start off customizing our HTML file once. Now, obviously, you also need to know about DOM manipulation in web development and also the basic responsive designs in web development. Both of these combine together and make it a bit more interactive and a bit more professional. So first of all, we have to customize our HTML file. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure to open up doctype. I'm going to put in HTML. I'm going to put in the head tag. Inside, I'm going to have a specific title. Now the title of this is going to be DOM example. Now after the head has been done, I'm going to customize my body. Now I'm not going to be connecting both of them together, but here I'm going to start off with the h1 tag. So here I'm going to put in h1. Let's say here I'm going to put in hello done. That's all that I'm going to put in. Another thing that we have to do is we have to make sure it validates the ID. So ID is going to be equal to the specific title. Okay. Now after h1, I'm going to create a paragraph tag so I can define my description, such as B. Now this paragraph tag is going to have a specific class, such as description. Now after the description has been applied, I'm going to put in this is a simple paragraph. Okay, so that should be it for our HTML file. Now let's go off into JavaScript. Now DOM structures may look like a bit different, such as this line. Okay, so here you can see we have the head, the title, such as the DOM example. Then we have is the h1 tag defining the ID and the paragraph tag defining the description. So now let's access and modify the DOM with JavaScript, because JavaScript provides methods to interact and also manipulate the DOM. First off, I'm going to show you about selecting elements. Now, whenever you are selecting elements, you have to make sure you start off with the let. Now, which part you want to customize. Now you can see we have the heading tag. You can see the head, and you can see this is the header known as hello DOM. So here, whenever I want to customize my header, I'm going to type in heading. After heading, then it is the part where you select the specific ID. Now, when you are specifically selecting anything, what you basically have to make sure you start off with the document.getElementById. Inside this, I'm going to put in double quotation and then define in the title, which basically selects the ID. And the ID that is selecting is obviously the title that is being used. Now let's go off over here. Now let's move on to the next one. In the same way, the next thing that we have is the paragraph tag, which is just a paragraph. So here I'm going to put in let paragraph, then type in equal document.getElementById, open up the parentheses, double quotation. Now, which variable are you using to define the paragraph? So the class that we have defined is called description. So here, I'm going to just type in description in the same way I have put in on there. So this selects by the class. So whenever you are using, let's say, getElementById, it selects the ID. But now another thing you can see, we did not define this description as ID. But when you go over here, it has class. So whenever you are defining anything by class, you have to make a bit of change over here, but not using the getElementById. If you put in ID over here instead of class, then you are going to support and you are going to use getElementById. So as this, description is a class, what you have to do is you have to put in another one of the same function called query selector. This query selector selects up all of the class that you are describing inside of the index.html. So this is how you are going to put in the selecting elements. Now, about changing the content. Now, whenever you are changing the content, now which part do you want to change the content of? In the same way, we only have two things that are being applied in my HTML file, such as the heading and also the paragraph. So start off with the heading first. Now, when you define a heading, you can also see that let heading HTML element. It is already being detected in the HTML file. Now, you have to select the part from where it is. So this heading is inside of the, the HTML, or let's say inside of a text. So here, I'm going to put in inner text. This should find it out and change it. Double quotation and then type in welcome to be done. That should be it for this part. Now, in the same way, if you want to change the paragraph, type in paragraph.inner HTML. Now, this is inside of the HTML, so we're going to use that. put in double quotation. And now another thing that you are going to use is use the strong tag. So type in strong, and after strong, I'm going to put in update text. Here, I'm going to close it off with strong at the end. Now, this should change your, let's say, the paragraph. There we go. Put in a semicolon at the end, and then you are good to go. Now, it's about modifying the style. Now, whenever you want to modify the style using DOM, it is also quite simple. Now, one thing you can see in most classes that I use a style sheet while referring to my style.css. In the same way, if you want to customize your heading, you have to type in heading, and then you are intertwining another module, which is style. So type in style over here. When you define in style, it's going to modify the style of whatever it is. Now you are not going to even need the CSS file. Here, you're going to type in color to make it quite simple. Now let's say I want to keep it blue. Semicolon at the end, and then you're good to go. In the same way, I'm going to do the same thing on paragraph dot style, then put in dot. Now, as we already applied the color, the next thing that I want to apply is the size. So type in font size. That's all that you need to put. Then type in equal, double quotation, let's say 19 pixels. Now this px is very important because it defines the unit of how much it should be changing. Okay, so that is it for modifying the styles. Now it's about adding and removing the elements out of your HTML file. That is also quite simple to do. Whenever you are adding or removing any element, first off, you have to type in let. Now you are going to define a specific variable. Let's say I'm going to put in new element. This is going to be our variable. Type in equal. Now, which part do you want it to change? So the part which you want it to change is basically, let's say, our paragraph, because that is the only writable text inside. Here, I'm going to start off with the document. Now, whenever you are defining or creating any new element inside of the HTML, you have to type in the function or the element called create element. Then open up the parentheses. Now define on which tag do you want it to change. So paragraph tag is defined by P. So in the same way, I'm going to make sure to put in P inside. Now, when you put in P inside, that line is done, which basically creates a new element. Now do the same thing on typing in new elements as the variable. And then obviously the type of text inside of this paragraph tag is a text, right? So here, new element, then put in the text content, because we are changing the text content and nothing else. Because if you put in another thing, let's say text style, then it's going to change the style which we have already defined, and this is basically how you change it. So here, what I want to do is I'm going to change the text. Let's say this is a new paragraph. So this is exactly what you should use to make it effective. Now, the last thing that we want to apply is document. Now, the next thing that we want to make sure to apply over here is to check wherever it is. You can see the paragraph tag is inside of the body of the HTML. So we have to define the body right over here. Now, after applying that, you have to check the attribute. Which attribute is this? Now you can see the heading, and whatever we apply over here is basically known as, the first attribute. But the next things are basically known as the child attribute. So here, I'm going to make sure I type in append child, because this is a child tag after the heading. Here, I'm going to make sure to apply in the variable that I'm already using, which is new element. Okay, so here, put in new element. As you can see, it has already customized the module for you. This is going to add the document inside of the HTML. Now, the last line that you have to do is to remove an element, because obviously if you do not remove it, both of them are going to just get connected. So here, I'm going to type in paragraph, and a very simple, change and very simple function is called remove, which is going to remove whatever it is inside. So put in a semicolon, and that's going to remove the element from that child tag and also the exact element or the exact tag that you have created. So we are also done with adding and also removing the elements. Now, the next thing that we're going to learn about is the handling events. Handling events only has one function, which is known as add events listener. And that is basically very important in the long run, which also makes it quite simple. Start off with the heading. That is what I want to change. Here, I'm going to put in add event listener. Open up the parentheses, double click, or let's say double quotation. Now, what type of function do you want to create? Now, whenever the person is creating or clicking on this title, which is Hello Dom, it should work. So here, I'm going to type in click, as you can see over here. Okay. Now, after I type in click, you can see I'm going after the double quotation, put in a comma, and then I'm going to create a custom function. So type in function over here, open up the parentheses and keep it empty. We keep the parentheses empty only in cases of, certain cases of, if it is a user input, whatever value has been input over here, it is going to be validated. Because if you put a specific function or a specific value, or which is a variable over here, it's only going to validate that exact same text, or else it will not work. So I'm going to keep it empty, and then I'm going to open up the third bracket so that I can get the alert function. So type in alert, and after alert, open up the parentheses with the double quotation. I'm going to put in heading clicked. So whenever a person clicks on the heading, you should get an alert saying heading has been clicked. After that, put in a semicolon at the end, move into the last line, and also apply in a semicolon. So what you have to learn about is when you are working with event handling, every line, or let's say every alert function that you apply and every part that it ends, you have to make sure to put in a semicolon so that it is validated. Now, we have to learn about the importance of DOM in web development, which enables the dynamic web pages where content updates without reloading the page. So you don't have to reload the page over and over again to see the changes. Then it also supports the user interactivity, such as animations, event handling, and real-time UI updates. It is also the foundation for JavaScript frameworks like React, Vue, and Angular rely on DOM manipulation. So that is it for this class, and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. Now, another thing you have to keep doing is practice up all of these things, because in our next classes, I'm going to be applying all of these and making it effective on my HTML, which is going to work a lot more better, and you'll be able to see the changes. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of full stack web development. Welcome to a new class of full stack web development. In my previous class, I've shown you what you need to know about DOM manipulation and responsive designs. Well, in this class, I'm going to show you everything that you need to know about query selectors and also event listener. I have prepared this class in such a way so that you can get into the practical part and also what you need to know before learning about query selectors and also event listener. Both of them are a part of JavaScript and helps you to make your web development and also everything that you're going to do with it to be interactive. So without any further ado, let's hop onto JavaScript and also Visual Studio Code and show you how you are going to use query selectors and also, let's say, the event listener in JavaScript while web developing. As you can see on my screen, I have opened up Visual Studio Code. Now over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on a new folder and make one. Here I'm going to put in query selector, and I'm going to put in event listener. Now, if you've seen my previous classes properly, then you would have already seen that I have used query selector and also event listener. Now, first off, I'm going to start off with the query selector. So first off, I'm going to click on new file, and I'm going to put in query selector. And I'm going to put in event listener. Now, if you've seen my previous classes properly, then you would have already seen that I have used query selector and also event listener. Now, first off, I'm going to start off with the query selector. So first off, I'm going to click on new file, And here I'm going to put in query.js. So here I'm going to show you the examples of query selector, how they work. First off, query selectors allow you to select HTML elements using JavaScript. The two commonly used methods are document.querySelector and then put in the exact selector, which selects the first element that matches the CSS selector. And the second method is document.querySelector all. And then you have to define the selector inside of a parentheses, which selects all elements that match the CSS selector and returns a node list. So first here, I'm going to show you how you're going to use the query selector, such as you can put in const. Now let's say you have a button inside of your HTML. Here what you can do is you have to define the btn, then type in equal, and then put in the exact same way document.querySelector. After that, open up the parentheses, and then you have to define the variable that you are defining inside of the HTML as the name of the button. So let's say the name of my button also inside of HTML is known as hash my button. Okay, now it's not going to be hash when you define it, but this is exactly how you want to put it, which selects the button with the ID name my button. Now, as I'm not going to be showing it to you right now about how you can define it and how to make it effective, I'm just showing you the example. Then by the end of this class, I'm going to show you every method that you can apply with query selector and also add event listener to apply and make it effective. Now, the next method is just like I said, selector all. So in the same way, I'm going to put in const. Then I'm going to put in all paragraph. So it's going to select all of the paragraph tags that are inside of the HTML file. Now here I'm going to put in document.querySelector and then define in all. Now when you put in all, it's going to search or it's going to need a specific requirement. So if I define it like P, then it will select all of the paragraph tags inside of your HTML file. So every paragraph tag is going to be selected as an element, and then it's going to apply those settings. Now, as we have query, I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on another file, which I'm going to name event.js. Here in the event.js, first off, before getting into the practical part, we have to know about what it does. Event listeners are used to handle user interactions, such as clicks, key presses, and etc. The add event listener method attaches an event to an element. Now, how are you going to use this? First off, in the same way, obviously you have to put in the const function. Then define in, let's say, in case button. Now, in the same way, I'm going to put in document.querySelector. After that, I'm going to put the same thing, let's say, my button. Now, semicolon, and then move on to the next line. And then when you apply in add event listener or you want to use it, first off, you have to define the function, which is btn in this case. Then put in dot, and then you have to put in add event listener. Then open up the parentheses and open up the quotation. Now, what type of function or what type of interaction do you want? Do you want clicks or you want key presses? In this case, I want a click. Okay. So after the specific click, you have to put in comma. Then you are going to define the specific function. So type in function over here, open up the parentheses, keep it empty, just like I'm showing you. Now, after this, open up the third bracket and move on to the next line. Now, obviously, even though you have the click function, you have to make sure you need an alert function, which is going to show you the interaction if it is working or if it is not. If it is working, it should show me button clicked. Okay, this is how you want it to be. Now I'm going to put in a semicolon over here. In the same way, I'm going to end it with the semicolon. Now, the explanation of this is that it selects the button using the query selector all. Now, when you put in query selector, it's going to use only one. But if you put in all, then it's going to select all the buttons, which you don't want it to happen.
Then you have to add a click event listener, such as like this. Then it displays an alert message when the button is clicked. Now I'm going to show you how query selector work, and I'm going to show you the step-by-step methods one by one, such as the query selectors, which is this one query selector, and also query selector all work by transversing the document object model, which is DOM, to find the elements that match the specified CSS selector. In this case, the selector that we are using over here is my button and also P. So whatever variable is going to match inside of the HTML file is also going to be connected to it, and then it's going to connect with this query that we are using. It's the same with the query selector all when you define in P so that it selects up all of the paragraph tags inside of the HTML. Now, to reach the outcome, first off, what you have to do is you have to parse the DOM. The browser is going to read and structure the HTML into a DOM tree. If you still remember what DOM is and how it functions, it basically is a tree-like function or a tree-like structure which basically parses. So you have to make sure you parse the DOM. Then it's about finding the elements. When you use the query selector or query selector all, JavaScript searches the DOM for elements that matches the selector. So in this case, if I put in my button, it's going to search the HTML file on where the variable has been put and how it is defined. In the same way, for query selector all P, every one of the paragraph tags, because obviously you're not going to put in one variable such as P inside of the HTML, except for the paragraph tag. So it's going to search for that, and it's going to match the selector, and it's going to find the elements, and it's going to return the result. So the last thing that you have to know about is returning the result, such as query selector returns the first matching element inside of the HTML file, and query selector all returns a node list, such as an array-like collection of matching elements. So there are a couple of ways of how you can apply query selector too, such as if you want to apply it to the heading, just like I've shown you, I'm going to start off with const, and then I can put in heading. Now heading, I'm going to put in document.getElementById. That is what you put most of the time, but as we're using query selector, I'm going to put in query selector. Open up the parentheses and define in your selector. In this case, as we're using heading, and in most cases we use h1 for the heading. So you can define in h1 over here, and then it's going to select the heading, and it's going to find the first element of heading, and it's going to apply it to the elements. Now here I'm going to put in const all paragraph equal document.querySelector all. There we go. Then open up the parentheses, double quotation. In the same way, I can put in paragraph tag, and then it's going to select up all of the elements that are connected or is related to the P or the paragraph element. So the browser scans the document tree for elements matching the selector, and if it is found, it returns a reference to the elements, allowing JavaScript to manipulate them. So now you know everything about query selector, and in just a bit, I'm going to show you every one of these methods of how you'll be able to apply in web development. Now let's go to the event listener and check how they work. First off, event listeners wait for user interaction and execute a function when only the event occurs. It's not going to work without the user interacting inside of the web, or even, let's say, inside of the page. So first off, you have to make sure you select the element using the query selector. So you have to select first which button should have the event listener, or which one is going to make it interactive. So the button which you have on your HTML, such as my button, is going to be interactive. So you get a reference to a specific element. Then it is about attaching the event listener, such as add event listener method binds an event such as click, mouse over, or even key presses. So click is for the mouse, key presses is for the keyboard, and also there are mouse overs which you can use to change the position of your cursor on the screen. So there are different types of like event listeners. Now, the next thing is about waiting for the event. The browser monitors the event, in example, waiting for a click or even like a key press or maybe even mouse overs. Then it's about executing the callback function. When the event occurs, the function inside the add event listener executes automatically, thus showing you a reference or even showing you an executive order or even what has happened inside of it. Now, in this case, it's quite the same of how you're going to put in this add event listener. You can also put in key press so that it works in the same order, but it's going to depend on the keyboard presses when the user interacts with the web page. Now, JavaScript first off registers the add event listener which you are working with. So without JavaScript as the base, it's not going to work. The browser keeps track of the user interaction whenever you apply in the add event listener. You don't need to put in any permission or anything, but the web browser is going to monitor it automatically. When the event occurs, in example like a button click or a key press or a mouse over, the function runs immediately in real time, showing you the exact result whenever you click on it. So it saves up a lot of time and it is quite good when you are working with interactive web pages and you are developing interactive web pages. Now, also you have to know about why are you going to use add event listener instead of onClick. First of all, it allows multiple event handlers on the same element, such as when you use the function called onClick, it only works one time on one element. So even if you customize it for 2-3 times on the same thing, it's not going to work. It's going to override the first one and then it's going to apply it, or the first one that you customize is only going to be effective. But when you apply in add event listener, you'll be able to apply in multiple event handlers and make multiple interactivities. It also provides better event handling flexibility and also saves up a lot of time. Now, the last thing that I want to show you is that how are you going to put all of these together? So let's say I'm going to create another file over here. Let's say I'm going to put it put.js. So how are you going to put both of them together? First off, it is basically very simple. I'm going to start off with const, defining a button dot document dot, first off put in query selector and then define in the button, such as I'm going to put in my button. In the same way, semicolon, then you're going to attach and click event listener, such as define in the variable first, such as the button, then put in add event listener, open up the parentheses, then define the function, which is click. And after that, comma, and define in the function. After the function, keep the parentheses empty, open up the third bracket, and define in the variable again, button dot style. After style, I'm going to put in background color. Background color. Now it's going to be equal to double quotation and then define in blue. So whenever it is clicked, it will turn into blue whenever the button has been clicked. Then close it off with the semicolon 2 so that it has been ended. So this is basically how you are going to put a query selector and also an event selector, or let's say an event listener, whenever you want to. Let's go over here, and that is basically it. I'm going to save up this file, and now I'm going to show you how and what basically happens when you put both of them together. So JavaScript is going to find the button using the query selector, and then it's going to wait for the user to select the specific query or the button, and whenever it is clicked, the button background color will change into blue according to our functions. So now let's move into the web development of applying these query selectors and add event listeners. Okay, so basically in web development, query selector and event listener help create dynamic and interactive websites. They allow JavaScript to manipulate HTML elements and respond to user interactions like typing, clicking, scrolling, and etc. So, first off, let's create an HTML file which is going to be using the add event listener and also the query selector to change the text dynamically. Now, there are a couple of things that you want to use, such as the use case is update a heading when a button is clicked. Then we're going to select the element using query selector, and then we're going to add a click event listener, and then we're going to change the text dynamically. So first off, I'm going to click on this file, and I'm going to click on new file. So here, I'm going to put in text.html. Now, inside of text, I'm going to close off each and every one of these. I'm going to save up these files. Now, I'm going to put in doc type, then move on to the next line. I'm going to put in HTML, put in the head. I'm going to put in the title. Inside the title, I'm going to close it off. I'm going to put in dynamic text changer. After the head, I'm going to define in the body. Now, inside of the body, I'm just going to have two elements, such as the heading and also the button. So here, I'm going to start off with the h1 tag, such as the h1 tag is going to also have a specific ID, which is going to be equal to the main heading. There we go. Now, this one should end right over here. So here, I'm going to put in hello, everyone. So that is going to be it for this text. Then I'm going to put in a specific button. Now, button is going to be, let's say I'm going to close this off first. Also, the button is going to have a specific ID, which is going to be change text button. Okay. Here, I'm going to put in change text. Okay. So we are basically done with the elements inside of the body. Now we're going to define in the script. Now I'm going to make it very simple for you so that you can understand it better. So just as the way I have done it in my event.js and the query.js, I'm also going to make sure it is quite the same. Start off with the const, and then which part do we want to change? First off, we want the heading, right? So defining the heading, and then obviously we have to select the query, such as I'm going to define in document dot query selector, open up the parentheses, double quotation, define in hash, and then I'm going to put in the main heading. You can just copy this so it is quite the same. And after the hash, I'm just going to put it inside. In the way, I'm going to close off with a semicolon. I'm going to define the const, which is going to basically work. But obviously, I'm going to first off define in the button. Button is going to be equal to document dot query selector, open up the parentheses, double quotation, inside define in the hash. I'm going to put in change text btn. So this one has also been defined. Now, obviously, we have defined in the query selector so that each and every one of these elements have been selected. But we still did not add an event listener, which is going to work and it's going to be interactive. So to make it interactive, first off, I'm going to define the button, which is going to work better. So here, I'm going to define the button here, and then I'm going to define the add event listener. Now, this is going to be a click function. So here, I'm going to put in click. After that, put in a comma, and then I'm going to define in the function, open up the parentheses, and after the parentheses, open up the third bracket. Now, after the third bracket has been closed, I'm going to close off this parentheses right over here. And inside it, I'm going to put in the heading where it should change. So here, I'm going to put in the text content, as you can see over here. Okay, so as we have the text content, which is equal to hello. Okay, so here I'm going to change the text content into hello. This is JavaScript. This is what I want it to be changed into. So I'm going to close it off with the semicolon at the end. And you can see we did not close this over here too. So we also want to close it off with a semicolon, and that should be it. And you can see that we have the script ending, and then we want to save up the file first. After saving up the file, to check out if it is working, I'm going to click on Go Live. After it opens up the browser, you can see cannot get the specific query. If it shows it off to you like that, it's totally fine. What you want to do is you want to refresh the page and then reload it back again, because sometimes it cannot detect up the HTML file to run the whole thing. You can refresh up. If it doesn't work, then first off, go back into Visual Studio Code. And even after going back, if you click on Dispose, and if you go live, and if it still doesn't work, it is totally fine, because sometimes it cannot detect up the file. What you want to do is right click on this and click on Reveal in File Explorer. Then directly click on this txt.html, and now you can see we have hello everyone. Now if I click on change text, you can see hello, this is JavaScript. So you can see this is working perfectly. So basically JavaScript selects the H1 and also the button tag, and the click event is listened for on the button. When clicked, the heading text updates dynamically. If I click on change text anymore, it's not going to change. But if you apply in more at event listener, then it's going to keep on changing as long as you want it to be. Now you can see refreshed page, change text, and you can see this has changed. So you can see that this has made the web a bit more interactive. Obviously, the same method is applied in all of these cases when you apply changes to a web page. Now let's show you how you are going to create an interactive navigation menu, such as, you will be able to select the menu and button, and you can toggle a CSS class on the button click. So first off, what I want to do is I'm going to create another file. Here, I'm going to name the file, let's say nav.html. Okay, here I'm going to almost do the same thing, but I'm just going to copy this for the exact structure. Okay, but we're not going to be keeping all of them the same, because first off, I'm going to change the title over here, and I'm going to put in toggle menu. Okay, now after the toggle menu, inside of the head, you have to define the specific script. So here, instead of script, what you can also do is you can apply in the style. I'm going to define it as style. So I can put in the CSS directly in this file. First off, I need the specific menu. So here, I'm going to define in menu, third bracket over here, I want the display of this, which is going to be none. Now, the next thing that I want is a specific background color. So here, I'm just going to put in the background, which I'm going to put in triple D, which is going to have a white type of shape. Then I'm going to define a specific padding, which is going to have 10 pixels in size. Then I'm going to close off the menu section, and then I'm going to define the show section. Open up the third brackets. Here I want a specific display, which is going to be a block display. Now that should be it for my CSS. Okay, and that is it. I'm going to close this off right at the end. Now let's go off inside of the body. Now inside of the body, I'm not going to be needing all of these. So I'm going to close these off. First off, that I want over here, basically in the body, is going to be a specific button. So the button is basically going to have the menu. So here, I'm going to put in menu like this. Now the button is going to have a specific ID. Now the ID that I want to use is going to be the menu button. So here, I'm going to put in menu and then put in BTN in this case. Now, after the button, which I have created as the tag, I'm going to have a div class for each and every one of those. So obviously there are different things inside of the div. So here, I also want to do is I'm going to have a div ID for the menu. So here, I'm going to put in the menu as the variable. Now inside this div tag, I'm going to define all of these one by one, such as if I want a, I'm going to put in href. So there are going to be a couple of things inside. So here I'm going to put in hash, just in this case, hash such as the home. Here I'm going to close this off. I'm going to define in home. Then I'm going to put in a href equal to be hash. I'm going to put in about, close off the tag. It's about the page. Now the next thing that I want to apply right over here, a href equal, here I'm going to put in hash, then I'm going to put in the contact. So here I'm going to put in the contact button. Okay, and that's all that you want to do, and you want to close off the div tag. Now in the same way, first off, instead of heading, we want a specific menu. So menu is the variable that we want to change. Inside, instead of the main heading, obviously what we want to change the menu. So I'm going to define it as the menu. Now the next thing that we want to do is obviously a button. But as we define it, it is the menu button. So here, I'm going to put in menu btn, just like we have defined over here. Okay, so we have the menu button and we also have the selector. So in the same way, I'm going to define the menu button right over here. Menu and then button. Okay, now the next thing that we have over here is the button over here, but obviously instead of button, we are using the menu button. So here we have the menu button, and then we have the add event listener with the click function. Here, instead of the heading, we want the menu to change. So here, menu dot, the next thing that we have is a specific class list because we have defined the div tag. So here, I'm going to put in the class list. After that, we want to toggle. Now in the toggle, it's going to be equal to show every one of these variables. So here, I'm going to close off everything. And whenever you are using toggle, you don't need to put in equal. Instead, you are going to put in show. So after the show, it's going to define and it's going to show off everything, which is basically the class. Okay, and that should be it for this part and to create a navigation list. Now let's just save up this file and let's try the same thing by opening up the nav.html. If it doesn't show off, then it is totally fine. What we can do is we can go off reveal in File Explorer and then we can try opening this. You can see we have the menu, and obviously if you customize it better, such as the href as the buttons, each and every one of them, and create a button for each and every one, then obviously it is going to work. But as you can see on my screen, that it basically works way better than when you just change it. Okay, so this is basically how you are going to create this type of menu buttons on your web. Okay, now let's move on to the next part. But before that, basically you can see the menu is hidden initially using the CSS, and when clicking the menu button, you can show the class toggle on and off, and the menu appears and also disappears dynamically. Now let's move on to the next part where I'm going to show you about form validation. Now this basic thing is going to show you about validating a form before the submission, which selects the input fields and button, and you can add an event listener for form submission. It is also used to check input and display an error if it is empty. So it is also quite simple. So let's create another file. Here, I'm going to put in form.html. Okay, here, let's start off from the start, doc type, HTML. Then I'm going to put in the head. Inside the head, I'm going to have a specific title, form validation. After the head, I'm going to have a specific body. Inside the body, I'm going to put in the form one by one. First off, define in the form and what type of ID it is. So ID is going to be equal to sign up. Okay, sign up form. Close off the tag, and you can see this is how it should look like. Then we're going to have the input section, the button section, and the paragraph section. First off, start off with the input section where the person or the user is going to put in their input. First off, you also have to define what type of input do you want. So type is going to be equal to text, and after that, it should be equal to ID. Now, the ID that you want is basically a username. And after that, I'm going to put in a specific placeholder so that they can enter that specific text. So here, I'm going to put in enter username so that the user can see inside of that section that they have to put in that or put in their name. After the username is done, move on to the next section. Now here, I'm going to put on a button. Now the button should also have a specific type, such as submit. Okay? Here, after submit, close it off, and I'm going to put in submit as the text on the button. Now the next thing that I want to put is going to be a paragraph tag. He should have a specific ID, which is going to show off as error. After that, it should have a specific style. Now in this style, I want it as a specific color, which should show up on my screen. And the color that I want is red. And after red, what I want to do is I'm going to make sure to put in a semicolon at the end so it validates the CSS. And then I'm going to close off the tag with the paragraph tag ending. And the form should also end right after that. Now, let's create our script. Inside the script, what we want to do is we want to first off start off with the query selector and what part of it do we want it to change. So here, I'm going to start off with the const, first off defined in the form. So as we are selecting the form, I'm going to put in document dot query selector, open up the parentheses, and then define in the selector, which is sign up form. So here, I'm going to define in hash sign up form. Okay, semicolon. Move on to the next line. Const, and then we want a specific username. Document dot query selector, open up the parentheses, double quotation, hash username. Const. The last thing is a specific error that we want to see. Document dot query selector, open up parentheses, double quotation, hash, and define in error. Semicolon, and move into the next line to add in your event listener. First off, define in the variable, which is the form that you want to change. Then put in add event listener. Open up the parentheses, open up the double quotation, and define in submit, because that is the exact button that you want to apply in the function. After submit, put in comma and define in your function. Open up the parentheses and define in event. After the event, open up the third bracket and define in the if function. This if function is basically going to check the condition. So here, if the username that we are using has a specific value, and I'm going to put in the trim function, which is basically going to be empty as the parentheses to like validate whatever it is put inside, keep it triple equal, and then put in double quotation to keep it empty. And the parentheses should close right after it. After that, open up the third bracket, here define in the error dot text content, here put in equal, put in a bit of space, and here you have to define in the error so that username cannot be empty. Username cannot be empty. Okay, now close it off with a semicolon at the end, and here I'm going to put in event dot prevent the default. Open up the parentheses and put in semicolon, which is going to stop the form submission if it is empty. Now at the last line, close it off after the parentheses closes, and the script should also end right after that. Now, what we're going to do in the same way, let's just go off into our Explorer, open it up, and there we go. If I put in John, and if I click on submit, it will work. But if I click on submit, you can see username cannot be empty. So when the submit button is clicked, JavaScript checks if the input is empty or not. If it is empty, you can see it shows us an error. Okay, and the submission is prevented. But whenever we type in the name, let's say Jacob, if I click on submit, it has been done. Okay, so this is basically how you're going to create a form validation web page. Now, last thing or the last part that I want to show you is about light and dark mode toggle, which you can also apply on your web page. It is also quite simple. Let's just click on here and click on a new file. First off, I'm going to put in toggle.html. Okay, here I'm going to start off with the doc type, HTML. I'm going to put in the title, but first off, put in the head tag and then put in the title. I'm going to put in dark mode toggle. Now, after the head, another thing that you can try doing is then you could apply in your CSS file to make it dark. Okay, so here I'm going to define in the style tag. Close off the style. Here, I'm going to start off with the specific body. Body.dark. Open up the third bracket, define in the background that we're using, and define it as black. Now move on to the next line. Here, I'm going to put in color. Here, I'm going to define it as white. That's basically all that you need to do over here. Now, after the head that we are using, we're going to define in the body to create our button. Body. Now here, I'm going to define in a specific button, which is going to be quite simple. Button, define in the ID, which is going to be equal to theme BTN. After that, close off the tag and define in toggle dark mode. Okay, this is all that you need to put. Now, after this button, I'm going to define my script. Close off the script. Here, start off with the const theme btn that we are using, document dot query selector, and after that, open up the parentheses and obviously the same variable that we're using, which is theme btn, and after that, close it off with the semicolon. Now, the next thing that we want is obviously define the variable theme btn, then put in dot, add event listener, open up the parentheses, define in the click function, comma, define the function, open up the parentheses, third bracket, and I'm going to put in the document dot body dot class light, okay, or class list, then put in dot toggle. Now, after that, I'm going to define it that I want to make it dark, as we are using right over here. Okay, so as we have defined it as dark, put in a semicolon, and that should basically do the whole thing. And you're going to close off every one of this and you want to save up the file. In the same way, let's go off into the file explorer and open it up, and you should see a button called toggle dark mode. Now, when you click on the button, it's going to find the dark class on the body and it's going to change up the color. And you can see the background and the text changes dynamically. You can see this is how the button looks, but it's going to change up whenever you do it. Okay, so by using the query selector and add event listeners, you can dynamically update content, create interactive elements, improve user experience and responsive feature, and also validate forms and handle the user input. So you'll be able to implement more if you want to. These concepts are essential in modern web development and are widely used in JavaScript frameworks such as React, Vue, and even Angular. I'm going to be applying all of these files with my resource folder, so you can try applying each and every one of them and check it out if it actually works or not. In the same way, what you can do is you can create this script section into a whole new file, such as a whole different script file, and you can apply directly by just applying the script source and then connecting up the JavaScript file. But to make it more simple, I have kept it very simple and applied both of them together in the same HTML file, so both of them works together. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of full stack web development, and let's get started. Welcome to another class of full stack web development. In this class, I'm going to be showing you everything that you need to know about CSS media queries. Now, what is CSS media queries? CSS media queries allow you to apply different styles based on the screen size, resolution, or device type. This makes your website responsive and adaptable to various devices like mobile, tablets, and even desktops. I'm going to show you every steps that how to use CSS media queries on each devices, but how are you going to customize it while programming? So without any further ado, let's open up VS Code on our devices and let's get started with programming. Make sure not to skip any part because this plays a very vital role in making your website adaptable to each platform. There are 4 specific steps of using CSS media queries, such as defining the default CSS by writing, or you can start by writing the standard CSS that applies to all screen sizes. You can also add media queries such as the media rule to define the styles for specific screen sizes. You need a specific breakpoint, such as an example, the max width of tablets are 768 pixels, where the style should change. You can also apply styles in media queries, such as modifying the CSS properties like font, size, layout, or visibility inside the media query. First off, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on a new folder, CSS media query. Inside the CSS media query, I'm going to click on a new file. I'm going to put in example1.css. Here, first off, you have to make sure you define the body of the HTML. First off, define the body. Inside the body, start off with the font size. The font size that I want is somewhere around 16 pixels, even on PCs. Then I'm going to define the background color, which should be white in just this case. Now, you are going to style for tablets where the max width is 768 pixel. Whenever you are using the media query, first off, you have to put in the @ and then define in the media. This allows the media query to run potentially. Here, start off with the max width. After you define the max width, put in a colon, and then as we're styling for the tablets, define in 768 pixels. This allows tablets to also potentially adapt to that specific thing. Now I'm going to define in the specific body of the whole thing, such as in the same way, I'm going to define the font size. And here I'm going to put in 14 pixels that should show up in the tablets. In the same way, I'm going to define a background color, which I want it to be light gray. Okay, this allows your tablet to show the exact type of element that you want to show inside of your PC. Then, the style for the mobile devices. Now, for mobile devices, the max width is 480 pixels. So in the same way, define the media, open up the parentheses, max width, colon, here define it 480 pixels. This allows 480 pixels to be elaborated and also applied. In the same way, define in the body. There we go. This is how it should work. In the body, I'm going to put in the font size. The font size should be, let's say, 12 pixels. And the background color that we want to use is light blue. Okay, now you'll be able to see that on large screen desktops, the background is white and the font size is 16 pixels. And whenever you are opening the same thing on a tablet, it should be around 768 pixel width and the background changes to light gray and the font size reduces to 14 pixels, which is going to adapt perfectly. In the same way, if you're opening it up on your mobile, it will be 480 pixels width and the background becomes light blue and the font is 12 pixels in size. This makes the web page adaptable to different screen sizes for better user experience. Now, how does the media query basically work? Basically, the media queries allow your CSS to adapt based on the screen size resolution or even the device type. They check for specific conditions like width, height, or even orientation and apply the styles accordingly. This helps create a responsive design that allows and also works well on desktop, tablets, and even mobile devices. Now I'm going to show you how you're going to use, let's say, inside a CSS file, which is most of the way recommended. There are 3 ways to use the media query in a specific website, such as you can put the same thing on an HTML file and it will still work. Okay? So this is the exact way of example 1 that you should put inside a CSS file. When you put it inside, what you basically have to do whenever you are using it, first off, inside of the head, you just have to start off with the style. Let's say I have to define it with style. And whenever you are using style, this should also close off with the style tag. Now, this is not an HTML file, but if you create it, you will be able to apply it. So let's say what I'm going to do over here is, let's say I'm going to just create another file. I'm going to put in example1.html. There we go. Inside of this, I'm going to put in the doc type, HTML, defining the head, define the title, and then inside, I'm going to put in example. After the title, you're going to put in the style. Now, what you can also do is you can copy up the exact same thing, Control C, and you can paste it right inside. Now, after the head, I'm going to define the body. Inside the body, I'm going to put in H1 tag, let's say example1. And after that, I'm going to just apply a paragraph tag. You can see over here. As you can see, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to close off the tag. And here I'm going to say, this is example 1. Save it up, and then you can directly go off into the Explorer, and then you can open it up. You can see this is example 1. Now, whenever you go off to inspect, and then you want to change the device type, you can see it has been changed. So it remains quite the same or looks even quite the same. Okay, so basically this is how you are going to change the input and also make sure it works the exact same way that you want it to be. You can increase the size, but you can still see it is quite the same on each platform. Okay, now let's go off directly into VS Code and let's apply more of these. Now, what you can do is you can apply the media query and you can change the max width of any specific file. You can also use a separate CSS file. Now, whenever you are using a CSS file, there are a couple of different methods. Now, first off, what you basically have to do is you have to define each and every one of them differently. So each and every one of them should be referred as a style sheet. Now, another thing that you have to know is how media query works in the web development. First off, the browser that you are using reads the CSS form from top to bottom. It applies the default styles, then it checks for media query conditions. If a condition is true, it overrides the default style. Device width determines the applied style. On a large screen above 768 pixels, the default styles are applied. On a tablet, 768 pixel is applied and styles inside are used as media, max width, and 768 pixels. On a mobile device, 480 pixels is applied because it styles inside the media query and the max width is already stable, which is 480 pixels. Now, for best practices for using media query, use a mobile first approach. start with the mobile styles and scale up. Then choose a common breakpoint, such as 480 pixel for mobile and 768 pixel for tablets, which is also going to show up as 10 for 24 pixels, which is for desktop. You can test on different devices using different browser and browser tools such as Control plus Shift plus M in Chrome to change it up. You can optimize the performance to avoid too many media queries. Now, how are you going to connect up the HTML file with the CSS file? First off, what you have to make sure you create an HTML file. And then for the CSS file, you are going to copy and apply the same thing, just like I have done over here. Okay? Now, the default style applies to all screen sizes if the screen width is 768 pixels smaller. The background turns light gray, and if the screen width is 480 pixels or smaller, the background is going to turn light blue. You can use an internal CSS file just like I did. If you want to use an external one, that is also quite simple. Let's say, first off, you have to create a new file. Let's say example2.css. Now, what are you going to do is, let's say I'm going to copy up. What you're going to do is just you're going to copy, going to paste it right over here. If you're using an external one, you just have to remove this. Now, inside of style, what you're going to do, I'm going to close it off. And here, as you're using an external file, it is basically very simple. You just have to link it up. So instead of style, what you want to do is type in link rel is going to be equal to style sheet. And after that, you want to put in href. After that, you have to define an example2.css. Now it will be connected directly with your HTML file. So whenever you open it up and change the style, that is exactly how it is going to work. So what you can do is open it up, open this up, and then I'm going to press on Control, Shift, and M. This will allow you to open up the mobile device. Now let's go off, click on Inspect, and you can see this is how it looks like. Okay? So basically, this is how simple it is to apply it. Now, another thing, what you can do is I'm going to close it. There we go. And you can move on directly and apply the mobile device. Now let's close off one of them and go back into Visual Studio Code. Now, the next method that you most of the time use is internal CSS that I've already shown you inside of my website. Now, you'll also be able to use multiple CSS files for different devices. Now, whenever you are applying different devices, first off, let's create our HTML file. New file, I'm going to put in index.html. Here, I'm going to go off over here. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it. Another thing that I want to do over here is there are going to be a couple of things. I'm not going to be using any paragraph tag, so I'm going to be closing this off. Another thing that I want to make sure is that instead of example, I'm just going to keep it as example. Now, I'm going to create new files. First off is going to be the CSS file of style.css. Okay? In the style.css, I'm just going to define the body. So here, body, open up the parentheses, font, size. There we go. We have the font size. I'm going to put in 16 pixels. And here I'm going to have a background color, which is going to be white. And you are done with this. Now let's create for the tablet. I'm going to put in tablet.css, which is going to create the tablet.css for me. So here, I'm going to define in body, open up the parentheses, I'm going to put in background color to be light blue. That is how I want it to be. Another file that I want to create is for the mobile. So here, I'm going to put in mobile.css. Now, if you have all of these files, I'm going to do the same thing. Body, open up the parentheses, background color. I want it to be light coral. So this is what I want it to be. Now, whenever you are connecting each and every one of these files, it is also quite simple. First things first, after the title, we have the link rel style sheet, right? Here, the first thing that you want to do is keep it styles, or let's say I'm going to change this. There we go. We have the styles.css. In the same way, we're connecting other files. So put in link dot rel style sheet href. Here, the next one is basically the tablet.css. So define in tablet.css, and after that, you have to define the media. So define in media, type in equal, in this double quotation, open up the parentheses. In the parentheses, define in the max width. Max width, colon, and I'm going to put in 768 px. This allows the 768 pixel to be applied. Then I'm going to close off the tag. Now, in the same way, you're going to link it up with the mobile file to type in link rel style sheet. After that, href, I'm going to put in mobile.css, media, open parentheses, max width, colon, and define it for 80 pixels. In the same way, close off the tag. And this is basically how you're going to apply the media queries inside of your file of HTML. So if the screen width is smaller, 40 pixel of mobile is going to show up. And if it's 768 pixel or smaller, it loads up the tablet.css. So it's just basically going to adapt to whichever size you select. Now, obviously, there are different type of methods to use, such as external CSS file, internal CSS, and multiple CSS files. All of them, or three of them, have different advantages. External CSS file should be used for best clean and maintainable code. Internal CSS file is okay for small projects or quick testing. And use multiple CSS file, which is method 3, which I'm showing you right now, is useful for large projects with separate style for separate devices, which is a way better method to actually run it, and also for future proofing, which is going to work a lot more better. And always use the meta viewport tag, which makes the website responsive on mobile devices, and you should always include it inside of your head tag. Now, how are you going to apply it? It's basically very simple. Now, one thing you might see in most cases whenever you are using doc type or HTML tag, sometimes there is a meta tag which is applied. So after the head, what you want to do is type in meta. After meta, you have to put in a name. The name is going to be viewport. Viewport, and after that, you have to define in the content. The content that you want to define is the width of specific devices. So width is going to be equal to device, and put in dash and define in the width. This allows it to work a lot more better. After that, put in a comma, move on to the next line, and define in the initial scale. So here, after initial, type in scale, which is going to be equal to 1.0, which makes it to adapt a lot more better. And also, it ensures the website scales correctly on different devices. Now you know how to connect CSS media queries to an HTML file and create a responsive website. You can try it in your project and test using Chrome DevTools Ctrl+Shift+M to see how it looks like on different screen sizes. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of these lessons, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. Another thing that you can see, I'm saving up all of these files with the resource folder so you can check out how it works. I'm going to save up each and every one of these, and I'm going to be applying all of these files inside of my folder, resource folder, so you can copy and paste it and check on the browsers if it is working properly. So thank you again, and without any further ado, let's move on to our next lesson where I'm going to be showing you how you are going to create an interactive nav bar or a navigation bar and a mobile friendly layout with step-by-step method. And I'm also going to be explaining all of these methods for you. And obviously, you have to make sure to practice each and every one of these classes and exercises that I'm showing you so that you don't face any issue or any complex or questions later on in the future, and you can implement more if you want to. Welcome to a new class of full stack web development. In this class, I'm going to guide you to create an interactive nav bar and mobile friendly layout, where we're going to be using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So whatever we have done up till now in this course, we're going to apply them step by step. We're going to have each and every one of those individual methods, and we're going to apply it so that we can reach the expected output. So without any further ado, let's open up VS Code and then let's get started with programming. Make sure not to skip any part because every part of it is going to be very important for you in the long run. So without any further ado, let's start and let's advance to our class. Now, as you can see, I have opened up my VS Code. First things first, what we need to do is we need to set up the HTML structure. We will create a semantic HTML structure with a nav tag, which is going to be an element for the navigation bar. Inside, we will use an unordered list, which is the UL tag, to hold the navigation links. A button with the button tag will be added for the mobile menu. First off, what we need to do is we need to create a folder. Here, I'm going to put in nav bar. That is it. Inside this folder, I'm going to click on a new file, and then I'm going to specify my index.html. There we go. Now, as we have the index.html, I'm going to start off with the doc type. Now, whenever you open this up, you will see the doc type will open up. Here, I'm going to define my HTML. Now, inside the HTML, I'm going to apply two different things, which I did not up till now, which is the charset, which is going to enable the UTF-8. And then we're also going to make sure that it is going to be adaptable to different sizes. In my previous class, I've shown you about the meta charset and also the meta viewport, which is going to have the content of the width of the specified devices. Start off with the meta. Now, whenever you define in meta, you have to start off with the charset. Now, the charset is basically going to allow UTF-8. So here, UTF and define in 8. Then after that, you want to close off the tag. In the same way, we have to make sure we have to put in the exact content that we need. So here I'm going to put in meta name is going to be equal to viewport. And after the viewport, I'm going to define the content. So after the content, I'm going to put in width, which is going to be equal to the device width. Device width. Now, after the device width, after the quotation, or what you can do is you can put it inside the quotation and you can define in the initial scale. Initial scale is going to be equal to 1.0. Now, as we have 1.0, so now we can close off the tag. So that is going to be it for the meta. Now, the next thing that we want to apply is going to be the title. So the title name is going to be responsive navbar. Now, as we have defined in the title, now we also want to make sure we define the style sheet. So here we're going to define link rel is going to be a style sheet. Now, after that, we have to put in the href and we're going to define the style.css. Now, even though we did not find or we did not create the style.css, so I'm going to click on this navbar, click on a new folder. So here I'm going to define in style.css. So now you can see that both of them are now connected. Another thing that we had not applied is going to be the head tag. Now, as we have the head tag, we're going to cut it off and we're going to apply it on here. There we go. Now, let's apply the body. Inside the body, we're going to apply the navigation bar. To apply the navigation bar, we use a specific tag called nav. Now, obviously, this navigation bar is going to need a specified class. So here, I'm going to define the specified class right over here. Now, I'm going to allow a specific variable to be used because I want a specific interaction when the navigation bar is clicked. So here, I'm just going to name it navbar. After that, inside of this navbar, we have to create a specific div class. So here, I'm going to have a specific div class. This class is going to define the specific logo inside of this navbar. Here, I'm going to name it my site. Now, when you define it like this, you can now create the button. So here, let's define the specific button. Obviously, this button is also going to have a specific interaction or a specific function. In that case, we also have to define it as class. This class is going to hold the menu title, or let's say menu is going to be toggle. Now, as we have the menu toggle, we can close it off. Here, I'm going to name this as a menu, which is going to work as a specific button. Now, inside of the button, what type of things do you want it to be? Now, start off with the UL tag. This UL tag is going to define the unordered list inside of your HTML file. So as we have this unordered list inside of the HTML file, and which is also kind of like a specific button, which is going to have specific function. So here we're also going to define it as class. Now, as we have a class, I'm going to make sure to put in equal. I'm going to define in menu and then define in the toggle. Whenever this button has been clicked, it should toggle up the menu button. Now, another thing that I want to do is that it's going to work up with the menu toggle. But what you want to do is you want a navigation link to each and every one of those specified buttons. So if you want one button, put in the menu toggle. But if you want multiple buttons, I'm going to put in nav links. Now, this is going to link up to each and every one of the button that we're going to define inside. Here, we're going to have the li tag to define in the specific list. Then I'm going to put in a href so that I can put in specific links for each and every one of those buttons. In this case, I'm going to put in hash. Here, I'm going to put in the home button. On the next one, I'm going to create another one. li a href. Here, I'm going to put in another hash so that I can put in the about function or the about button. On the next one, I'm going to do the same thing. li a href. I'm going to put in, let's say, hash again, and I'm going to close off the tag. And here, I'm going to put in the services. On the last line, I'm going to put in li. I'm going to open up the tag a href. Here, I'm going to put in hash, and this one is going to be the contact button. Okay, so now as we have all of these and the UL tag is also ending with the navigation at the end, now the last thing that remains is the script. Before defining the script, I'm going to click on this nav bar and I'm going to click on this new file where I'm going to name it script.js. Now, whenever you go off into the script.js, this is where you are going to apply all of the interactions. So here, I'm going to define the script. I'm going to define src, which is going to be script.js. Now, you want to close off the script, and that is going to be it for this HTML file. There's obviously going to be a lot of things that you can apply for each and every one of these things, but you can also keep it quite simple. Now, the explanation of this index.html is that whenever you are using this nav tag, it defines the navigation bar. So, navigation tag is a whole different thing than using the enter validations, the text, or the entry section, or whatever there is, because navigation is used for specifically creating a navigation bar. Now, we also have the menu toggle, which is right over here. This menu toggle is a button to open and close the mobile menu. And whenever you are using the unordered list with a specific class, as we're using as nav links, it's going to contain the navigation link to each and every one of these buttons. even though we did not define in any link for any of these buttons, so it might not even actually work. But I'm going to show you each and every one of these steps of how you are going to customize it. Now, the first thing that we want to do inside of script.js is I'm going to start off with an asterisk. So I'm going to start off with a specific margin. Here, I'm not going to put this on the script. Let's go off into the styles. I'm going to start off with the asterisk, third brackets. Here, I'm going to define in the margin. This margin is going to be 0. I'm going to define a padding value, which is also going to be 0. And here, I'm going to have the box sizing, which is going to be a border box, which will make it look a lot more better. Now, I'm going to define the specific body. In the body, I'm going to have just a font family, which is going to have Arials and sans serif. Now, even though it shows up Helvetica and sans serif, I'm just going to put in Arial, sans serif. That is basically it. Now, let's move on to the next section and let's customize our nav bar. So we have the nav bar, open up the third brackets. Now, we're going to define the display, the adjustments, and also the padding and the background. So start off with the display, which I want it as flex. Then I'm going to justify the content so that each and every one of them has a space in between. So define in space between. After that, I'm going to align the items which are going to be at the center. After that, I'm going to define in a specific background, which is going to be, let's say, 333. After that, I'm going to have a padding value of 15 px in width and 20 pixels in height. Now, it could also be the alternate. Now, the next thing that we want to customize is going to be a specific logo. Now, this logo is the menu button. So here, I'm going to open up the third bracket. Start off with the specific color. The color that I want is going to be just plain white. After that, I'm going to define the font size. So the font size is going to be defined with a variable, or let's say a different unit, which is EM, which we have not shown you yet, but in this class, I'm going to be showing you. I'm going to put in 1.6 EM. You can also put REM, but I'm going to be making sure to put in EM. Here, I'm going to put in the font weight. So here, after the weight, I'm going to make sure to define in the bold. After the logo, I'm going to put in the nav links. Dot nav. Here, I'm going to put in links. Here, as we have nav links, I'm going to make sure to put in A and open up the third brackets. Start off with a specific color. Now, the color that we want to use over here is also going to be white. Another thing that you can do is, as we have nav links and we have defined in A, let's start off with the lists. So here, as we have the lists, what I can do is I cannot apply in lists color. What I can do is I can apply in a specific margin, which is going to be 0 in the first one and 15 px for the next one. In the same way, I'm going to put in the dots nav links. Then here I'm going to put in A and then open up and apply in the color, which is going to be the same white. After the white, I'm going to put in text decoration, but I'm going to make sure to put in none. The next thing that I want to do is I'm going to put in the font size. It's also going to be using the EM, so I'm going to put in 1 EM. Now that should be done for this one. Then I'm going to apply the menu toggle. So here I'm going to put in dots, menu, then after that, dash, toggle. After that, open up the third bracket. I'm going to start off with the specific display, which is going to be none. Then I'm going to apply a background, which is going to be just background, not a color. I'm going to define it as none. Then I'm going to apply in a specific border. The border is also going to be none. The next thing that I want to apply is a specific color. The color that I want to apply is going to be white. And the next thing that I want to do is I'm going to apply the font size, which is going to be somewhere around 1.9 EM. And the next thing that I want is going to be a cursor, which is going to be, let's say, pointer. Okay. Now, the next thing that I want to do is I'm going to apply the media queries, which is going to be specific for each resolution. In this case, I'm going to be using the tablet resolution, which is 768 pixel. So here put in @ and here I'm going to put in media. After media, put in a bit of space, and here I'm going to put in max, and after that, I'm going to put in the width. After the width, put in a colon, and I'm going to put in 768 pixels. After 768 pixels, open up the third bracket after the parentheses closes. Here, what you want to do is you also have to make sure that this is basically connected to the nav links. So here, I'm going to put in the nav links. After the nav links, what you again want to do is open up the third bracket right after that. Now, as you have both of these, what I want to start off with is the display. Now, the display size is going to be none. Now, I'm going to define in the flex direction, which is going to be applied on the column. Now, I'm going to apply in the position. Now, the position value is going to be absolute because I don't want any changes. Then the next thing that I want to do is I'm going to apply the top value, which is going to be 65 pixels. And also on the left side, what I want to do is I'm going to apply in 0. And also I want on the width to be 100%, which is going to show me 100% of the width. And also on the specific background that we are using is going to be #333, which should make it quite good. Then inside of this media query, I'm also going to make sure that each and every one of these navigation links are activated. So as we have them activated, what I'm going to do over here is basically I'm going to apply in the dot and define in nav links dot active. This should allow the activate to nav link. Here I'm going to start off with the specific display, which is going to be flex in this case. Now after this, what I want to do is I'm going to open up another bracket. After this third bracket closes off, I'm going to make sure to put in the menu toggle. So here menu and then put in toggle. Open up the third brackets. Here I'm going to apply in the display, which is going to work as a specific block. So now you can see this is all that we have done for our CSS file. And obviously comparatively, we did a lot more than we did previously in this whole course. Now, there are specific explanations that you also need to know. Now, whenever you are using a specific flexbox, okay, we have used a flexbox in a couple of cases, okay, because in this, we have also defined in a flex, or let's say a specific flexbox. Now, when you define in the display as a specific flex, it basically ensures that the nav bar or the navigation bar is aligned properly on each and every one of the platforms of the web. When you use the menu toggle, which displays as none, okay, you can see it is none. It hides the button on larger screens, but makes sure that the function is still there. Then we are using the media query, which is the max width of 768 pixels, which is specifically for, let's say, tablets. But this nav links become a vertical menu for smaller screens. And when you put in dot menu toggle, it basically becomes visible for the mobile user. Now, the last thing that we want to apply is to add in the JavaScript for the interactivity. So I'm going to go off on the JavaScript, which is script.js that we have opened over here. And I'm going to start off with the const. Now, first off, we want to change or we want to make changes to the menu. So here I'm going to put in menu toggle. Okay. After menu toggle equal, I'm going to put in document. And as we're selecting it, just like I showed you in my previous class, we're going to use the query selector. Open up the parentheses, double quotation, and here I'm going to put in dots menu dash toggle. This should allow the toggle button to work properly. Now I'm going to define in the nav links. I'm going to put in const, I'm going to put in nav links. Okay, put in equal, I'm going to put in document dot query selector and open up the parentheses, double quotation dot nav links. That's all that you want to put in and close it off with a semicolon. Now here I'm going to put in the menu toggle dot add event listener. This is going to make sure I put in the function, which is a click function, And most of the time, we define in the function right after the parentheses, but we're not going to be needing that because we are using an arrow function. This arrow function basically makes sure it just opens up the function directly. Open up the third brackets. Here I'm going to put in nav links and then put in the class list as we have a couple of buttons, and I'm going to define in toggle. This should activate all of those. So here I'm going to put in active. So after that, close it off with a semicolon, move into the last line, and also apply in a semicolon. Now, whenever you are using the select dot menu toggle and the nav links as an element, it adds also an event listener, which is the click function, to toggle the active class. And when you click the navigation links, the visibility of all of these changes. So now we can save up all of these files, and then we can go off into index.html. We can try going live, selecting on this, but if it doesn't open up, then what we can do is I'm going to just show, different sections are open up directly. You can see we have the home button, we have the about button, services, and contacts. We can go back, and what we can also do is I can click on my site. Another thing that you can try doing is go on inspect, and you can see this is how it will look like. You can see when it is shorter, it is going to look like this. This is how it's going to look like on these buttons. When you click on menu, then these buttons will open up, and you will also be able to click on each and every one of these individual buttons. And when you are on a tablet, this is how it's going to look like. And when you are basically on your PC, this is how it's going to look like. So basically, this is how simple it is to create buttons like this, or a nav bar and mobile menu, or let's say a mobile site, so that every one of these appear up. You can zoom in, you can zoom out, and you can click on this button to show more of these buttons whenever you want to. So, hope you understood about this class and how I have created this navigation bar, and also for a mobile version, or let's say a mobile site. And if you still have any confusion or any question, then feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So you can see as the final outcome, when you are on the desktop view, the nav bar is horizontal with the visible links. But when you are on the mobile view, you can see the menu button appears, and by clicking it, it toggles the navigation menu. Now, the last thing that I'm going to show you is basically very simple. If you want to apply in specific pages for each and every one of these, you can also do that. What you basically have to do is I'm going to create a new file. Let's say I'm going to make one for the home. I'm going to put in home.html. Now, one thing that I'm going to do in this home.html is first off, I'm going to copy everything. And then I'm going to paste it right over here. Now, over here, we are not going to need all of these things. But one thing that we want to do is that I'm going to apply a home section. So here, we're not going to need all of these. Instead, what I'm going to do is that it just needs a specific thing. Let's say I don't want any of these, but I'm going to make sure inside of the body, I'm going to put in, let's say, H1. This is the home page. Okay. Now, as we have the home page, it should have all of the things that are already applied to it. But what we can do is we can customize this H1, but I'm not going to be making any changes. I'm going to have all of these things, but what it is going to show me that this is the home page. So I'm going to save this up. And what I'm going to do is inside this home button, I'm just going to apply in this home.html. If I save this up, if I dispose the port and go back live, you can see this is how it looks. If I click on home, you can see this is the home page. So this is basically how you are going to create your interactive site with a navigation bar, and also the interactivity, and also which is adaptable for mobile devices. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you want to make sure to apply it inside or after the navigation bar inside of the body, what you basically have to do is just copy this. I'm going to put in Control X, and after navigation, I'm going to apply it at the end. So after everything, this will be applied inside of the body. Save this up, go back live again. If I click on home, now you can see this has appeared inside of the body. So you understood about everything. And without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of full stack web development.
Welcome to a new class of full stack web development. In this class, we're going to introduce you to backend with Node.js and also Express.js. Before getting into the practical part of this class, we have to learn about what is backend server, or let's say what is backend and what is Node.js and also what is Express.js. So, what is a backend development? The server side of a web application that manages database interactions, business logic, data processing, and server administration is referred to as backend development. Backend development guarantees that the program runs well, handles user requests, and provides the right data, in contrast to front-end development, which concentrates on user interfaces. Now, what is Node.js? It is a JavaScript runtime environment called Node.js, which enables programmers to use JavaScript outside of a web browser. It is quick and effective because it is based on Chrome's V8 engine, which is a real-time application, microservices, REST APIs, and scalable high-performance web apps which are created with Node.js. Now, what are the key features of Node.js? Event-driven and asynchronous architectures are non-blocking and effectively manages several requests. So even if you make it very complex, it's still going to work and it's going to be quite effective to manage like multiple requests in the same time. Single-threaded yet highly scalable. Rather than generating several threads, an event loop is used to handle multiple requests. So it also used the base of JavaScript and the base structure of JavaScript to use the event loop, and it also works with only single thread, but yet it is highly scalable. Fast execution. JavaScript is converted to machine code for faster execution using the V8 engine. Cross-platform. Compatible with Linux, Mac OS, and even Windows. Thousands of open source packages are included with NPM, which is known as the Node Package Manager, to expedite the development. Well, NPM plays a very vital role in using or expressing Node.js. So you have to make sure to follow everything that I show you in this class. Now, what is Express.js? Building online apps and APIs is made easier with Express.js, which is a lightweight web framework for Node.js. It offers a strong feature set for handling middleware, server-side logic, routing, and also HTTP requests. So, what are the key features of Express.js? Support for middleware makes it possible to process the request. It also helps to authenticate users and handle the responses. The routing system makes it simple to handle with the various HTTP methods such as get, post, put, and delete. And you can also construct the routes where it should open it up. Template engines. It allows the rendering of dynamic content using template engines such as EJS, Pug, and Handlebars. REST API development is a technique for building robust API with endpoints. So it is going to be a specific, or let's say a limited server where it's going to have limited services. But as it's going to have an API, it's going to have also a specific function. Error handling. It offers specialized middleware for handling errors in debugging. Now, if you are using VS Code, there are specific ways to debug any of the programs that you create. But now, let's move on to why are you going to use Node.js and Express.js for backend development. Developers may utilize JavaScript for both front-end and back-end application thanks to full-stack JavaScript. Fast and scalable. Ideal for managing low latency and high concurrency. High community and ecosystem, which is a numerous open source libraries and a large community support with this system. Simple to learn, especially for JavaScript experienced front-end developers, it is very easy for you to learn. Now, obviously, it's not going to be the same as I've shown you in my previous classes, but I'm going to show you everything that you need to know about Node.js and Express.js and how you're going to get started with both of these. So, two effective tools for backend programming are Node.js and Express.js. They enable programmers to use JavaScript to create high-performance, scalable apps. You may effectively create web servers, APIs, and full-stack apps by becoming proficient with these technologies. So now that we know everything about Node.js and also Express.js, now let's get into the part of the basic setup and how you're going to set it up on your device. So first things first, what you want to do is open up any browser that you have on your device and then download Node.js on your device. As you can see, I'm on my browser. I'm going to search for nodejs.org. Now, whenever you go to nodejs.org, you will be able to download it just like this. You have to click on Windows Installer, but if you are using a different OS, such as Mac, Linux, or AIX, you can run that. And even though if you're Windows, you have to select the architecture if you're using 64, 86, or ARM64. Depends on your device which you are using. Now, as I'm using a Windows 10, so I'm going to just click on this, which is an x64 device. Whenever you click on this, it will just take a bit of time, and then you can open it up on your device. Now, let's just open this up directly on my device. Now, this is how it will look like. Then you're going to double click on it and click on Next. Now, I'm going to click on Repair. So, as I already have Node.js downloaded, so this is how it is going to look like. But if you do not have it, just follow up the steps and obviously save the Node.js on your, let's say, you have to put it inside of the C drive so that it applies up all of the effects. Okay. And it should also be added to the path so it just works a bit better. Okay. So make sure to do that. And after it will be done, this is how it is going to look like. Then the next thing that you want to do is first off, you have to make sure you restart your PC and then you get started with the program. Now, one thing that we want to do is we want to click on Terminal. Okay. Now, whenever we click on Terminal, I'm going to click on New Terminal. Okay. Now, I'm going to click on Open Folder. You can open it up if you want to. And here, I'm going to make sure to, let's say, create a new file. I'm going to make sure to type in mkdir, which is going to make a directory. Backend. Here I'm going to put in project. There we go. We have created a project right over here. Now this is in the users and also right over there. So what we want to do is we want to create a CD backend project. There we go. Now it has created the project, which is in user backend project, just like this. And when you press on Control and click on it, this is how it will work. Then you have to put in, yes, I trust the authors. I'm going to close this off and I'm going to make sure I apply in this one. There we go. Now, as we have that, what we want to do inside of this folder is that I'm going to make sure that I have npm enabled, which is going to make sure that I work with the node. So here I'm going to click on Terminal again. And inside this terminal, I'm going to type in npm, then type in init-y. Hit on enter and then wait for a bit. If it shows you up as an error, then it means it isn't working yet. But if you restart your PC and then you select on the folder and then create this file, you will see that it has been done perfectly. Now, whenever you use these codes, it just basically creates a package.json file which stores the project dependencies and also the configurations. Okay, so as we have all of these configurations, now what we need to do is we need to install the express.js. Whenever you want to install express.js, it is also quite simple. First off, just type in npm in the same way, type in install, and then type in express. You also have to make sure you have installed node.js perfectly, or else it will not work. Then wait for a bit, and you can see that, Express has been perfectly installed on your device. Now, what you can do is you can create a file server and you can add in the codes. So here, I'm going to open this up. We have node modules, but over here, I'm going to click on a new file. And over here, let's just create a new file. I'm going to name it server.js. Okay. Now this file is going to have a specific example. Well, I'm not going to be making sure that all of these are opening it up, but I'm going to show you how you can put them. Now to create a simple Express server, first off, you have to put in the const function. Inside, I'm going to work with the Express server. So type in express equal, I'm going to put in required, which is going to require the Express to be available. So type in express. After that, put in a semicolon and then define the specific app that you want to create. Type in equal, and the app that I want to create is also going to be run by Express. Semicolon, move into the last line, and then whenever you are working with server or creating server, it is a basic method. Obviously, you have to define the number of port. So here I'm going to put in const and define in the port, which is going to be equal to 3000 in this case. You can also put in 5000, 6000, 4000, 1000. It doesn't matter. It's just going to create a port where you'll be able to enter and check the app. Now, as we are going to be using or getting specific requests from the server, we have to define the specific app first, which is going to be functional. So the functional part of this app is going to be the app, right? So app.type in get, which is going to fetch up specific data from the server. Put in single quotation and define in this slash. Now, after that, you have to define in what type of functions do you want, such as I want request and I also want res. Okay, so which is going to work out quite well. After that, we're not going to use a function, but here we're going to use the arrow function. This arrow function is going to enable to use the res.send directly. Now, as we have sent, now what type of, text or what type of response do you want? Let's say I want a hello world. This is the exact type of response that I want. After that, I'm going to put in a semicolon on both of these lines. Now, the next thing that we want to do is you have to make sure you check if the server is running or not, which is also kind of like a debugging. Now, this debugging method is also going to require the app as the variable. Then you have to make sure to put in listen. When you put in listen, it's going to check whenever you are working with it if the server is running or not. Then you have to define the port where it is running. After that, put in a comma, open up the parentheses, keep it empty. In the same way, use the arrow function, as you can see, and here open up the third bracket. Inside this third bracket, I'm going to put in the console.log and open up the parentheses. And one thing that you have to make sure to do is you have to put in, let's say, you have to put in the console mark. Okay. Now the console mark is not available on all keyboards, but you have to check on your let's say, your tab, which you work with. Now, what happens most times is that it is on the tab, but sometimes it doesn't work. Okay. So first off, open up the parentheses and then define it. Let's say in this case, I'm going to type in server is running on http://localhost and then type in colon again. And here you want to type in the dollar function, and inside you have to define in the port, which is 3000 in this case. In the same way, after the whole thing, you have to make sure to close off the colon, as you can see, or let's say not the colon, you have to make sure to close off the console. And after that, you want to put in a semicolon. Put the semicolon on the last line, and it should also work. So this is basically how you are going to put in a server or a simple Express server. When you want to run the server, you basically have to type in node server.js. This allows the server to run and open the browser with the same port of 3000, and you will see hello world. Now you can try running the whole thing together. Now, as I have defined in the console, I can click on play. I can see this is how it should look like. But what we can do on the server.js is go live. Now, going live is quite simple. You just basically want to click on go live. Whenever you go live, you'll basically see this will open up. Then we also have this option over here called server.js. Click on that, and this is the exact type of thing that you might face because we did not connect it with any of these servers. Okay? Now, what you can do is first off, you have to make sure you run the server. Now, even though the server is working, I'm going to close the server, and here I'm just going to try playing it. You can see node, and there we go. We have the localhost running. Now you're going to right click on, your control button and click on it. Whenever you click on the server, you will see hello world will appear up. So this is the way how you are going to run the Express server and also with the node. Now let's learn about some core Express or core concepts of Node.js and Express.js. First off, there are a couple of things that we want to learn about. So we want to create another file. Let's say I'm going to type in example.js. Here, first things first that we need to learn about is the middleware. Now, what is the middleware? The middleware functions process incoming requests before they reach the final route handler, such as I'm going to name it middleware. Here, you have to start off defining the application that you are going to use inside of the web. App dot, you have to type in, okay, I'm just going to name it application, and then type in use. Open up two parentheses, and then defining the function such as request, res, and also the next function. After this, you want to put in the equal and the arrow function to make sure you define it better. Now, as this is the middleware, you also have to make sure you execute it using the console log. Console.log, open the parentheses, put in single quotation, and define in middleware executed. Okay? After that, you have to close it off with a semicolon, and on the last line, you also have to make sure you put in the semicolon. In this way, you will be able to run the middleware function process easily. Now, the next thing that we want to learn about is called routing. Now, routing basically defines multiple routes with different HTTP methods. Now, obviously, this is going to be a bit different. Whenever you are using the middleware, you only use the use function. But in routing, you can use both the get and also the post. This is going to allow you or the user to use different routes for HTTP methods. First off, defining the application, then you have to put in the get function. Open up the parentheses, open up a single quotation with the slash users. And after that, put in a comma, open up the parentheses, type in request, res, and then type in the arrow function. After the arrow function, you have to make sure you put in the res.send. After that, open up the parentheses, single quotation, and inside, you're going to put in the user list. User list. After the user list, this is where everything is going to end. This is for the first one. Now, as we want to use multiple routes, in the same way, we're going to define the application. Now, as we already used get, for the next one, you have to make sure you put in post. Open it up, single quotation / users. In the same way, put in a comma right after the quotation ends. Open up the parentheses, type in request, comma, type in res. Now, after that, put in the arrow function. After the arrow function, open up the third bracket, res.send. This is how you're going to put it. Open up the parentheses, single quotation, user, created. This is going to allow two of the functions to work properly. So this is basically how you're going to do routing. Now, the third one is about handling requests and also responses. Now, whenever you are handling requests and responses, it provides easy ways to handle query parameters and also request bodies. To request bodies, it is also quite simple. First off, I'm going to make sure I'm going to close off the terminal. Okay, now in the same way, I'm going to create this. I'm going to type in handling requests and responses. Here, I'm going to start off with the application. Now, as the same way as we're handling requests, in the same way as we use request for routing, now in the same way, I'm going to put in the get function. This get is going to allow the user, such as /user. Another thing is that we want to handle responses too. So obviously, the user is going to have a specific ID. So colon, define in the ID inside of this. After the quotation, put in a comma, open up the parentheses, define the same function, request and res. After that, arrow function, open up the third brackets. Here I'm going to put in res.send, open up the parentheses, and inside you want to use a specific console. So here I'm going to work with the single quotation. I'm going to put in the user ID, and after ID, put in a colon. After that, open up the dollar function, which should be on your for, and then open up the third bracket. I'm going to put in request.params.id. This is going to allow you to use the parameters of the specific ID. In the same way, the console should end after the third bracket closes, and then you want to close off all of those with the semicolon. This should allow you to handle requests and also responses in the same way. Now, the last step is connecting to a database. You can integrate database like MongoDB, PostgreSQL, or MySQL. In example, I'm going to use MongoDB using Mongoose. So here, I'm going to make sure to put in connecting database. You have to start off with the const function and then type in Mongoose equal. I'm going to put in require, open a parentheses. I'm going to type in Mongoose. Okay. After that, put in a semicolon. Now here I'm going to put in mongoose dot connect. This is going to connect to the database. Open up the parentheses, single quotation. Here I'm going to put in Mongo, then put in DB as the database. Put in colon, put in 2 slashes, and then type in the local host, which is going to be working. And then you have to put in the exact database number or the port number that you are using for the MongoDB, such as in this case, I'm just going to put in an hash, which is going to be empty. But you can also put a specific number, which is 27017, which is mostly used for MongoDB. Put in slash, and then I'm going to put in my database. Okay. Now, when you put in the database, put in comma, open up the third brackets. I'm going to put in user new, put in URL. I'm going to put in parser, which is going to be parsed with the true value. Now, only put in true because you want the web to work and the database to work. If you put in false, it's not going to work. I'm going to put in use unified topology. Okay, colon, and also make sure it is true. After that, move on to the last line and put in a semicolon. Okay. So this should end and you'll be able to connect a database. You can also build a REST API with express.js, such as a simple CRUD API example that I'm going to be showing you. It is also quite simple to handle. So I'm going to show you the example, but not the effect. First off, I'm going to name it, let's say, REST API. Okay? Or let's say a REST API with Express. First off, you have to put in the const, defining the Express as we're going to be using Express. I'm going to put in require, open up the parentheses, single quotation, and define in Express. Semicolon at the end. Then I'm going to define the app, const app. That's going to be equal to Express. Open up the parentheses and keep it empty. Semicolon and move on to the next line. App dot use. Open up the parentheses, define in Express dot JSON, which is basically going to connect up with the JSON file if you have it. Now open up the parentheses, which is going to be inside, not outside. Now after that, put in a semicolon. Now you're going to let the users to use it. So first off, put in let users. After that, put in equal and put in the secondary bracket. So like various variables are validated. Then I'm going to put in the app.get, which is basically going to use the JSON file. So it is also quite simple. After get, open up the parentheses and define in the users. After the users, put in comma, open up the parentheses, request, comma, res, and after that, put in an equal or let's say an arrow function, which is going to allow you to use the res function with the JSON file. Put in JSON, and you also have to make sure that it is connected with the users. Okay? After that, put in a semicolon on both of these lines. Now, let's move on to the next part where we're going to make sure it is going to push the request and also the status, such as if the user has been added or not. Define the application and define in the post. Open up the parentheses, single quotation, put in users. In the same way, comma, open up the parentheses, define in the function, request and res, type in the arrow function, open up the third brackets, define in the users, then define in the function of push. Here, we're going to need the requirement or request body. Request body. After that, put in a semicolon at the end. I'm going to put in the res.status. If it has been pushed or the username has been applied, it should show me 201. After that 201, I'm going to put in the send value, which is going to send it directly to the user. So here I'm going to put in user added. So if the username or if the username is applied, it should show me that the user has been added. Now, if we want to delete the app or delete the username or with the ID, you also have to make sure you put in the app. After the app, you have to put in the delete function. Open up the parentheses, single quotation, slash users, slash colon ID. After the ID, put in comma, and then open up the parentheses such as request and res. After the res, type in equal and arrow function, the third bracket, and then I'm going to define my users. It's going to be equal to users dot filter. Open up the parentheses 2 times. Here I'm going to define the user, comma, index. Now inside of this, I'm going to put in the arrow function. I'm going to define in the specific index, which is going to be equal to a specific parameter. So here I'm going to put in request dot params dot ID. Now after this, I'm going to make sure to close it off with the semicolon. I'm going to put in the res dot send. Open up the parentheses, single quotation, and put in user deleted. If the user has been deleted, it is going to show me that the user has been deleted. just like this. Now close it off with the semicolon too. Now the last thing that you want to make sure is to check and debug if the application is running or not. In the same way, define the application, type in listen as I've shown you. After putting in listen, you want to put in the port number. In this case, we're going to be using 3000, comma, and define in the open parentheses so anything that is inside is validated. Arrow function, third brackets, console.log, open up the parentheses, single quotation, API running on port 3000. Okay, after that, you have to make sure to put in a semicolon, and on the last line, you also have to make sure to put in a semicolon. Now, this is the exact way how you are going to create a REST API with Express, which is a simple CRUD API. Okay, even though it's not going to work right now, but I've shown you how you should be using this to make sure that everything is working properly. So, Node.js and Express.js are basically powerful tools for backend development, and they allow developers to create scalable, high-performance application using JavaScript. And by mastering these technologies, you can build web servers, APIs, and full-stack applications effectively and also efficiently, which is going to save you a lot more time. So thank you for watching this video, and from our next class, I'm going to be creating and showing you how you're going to apply all of these in specific projects to create specific full-stack applications. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class and show you how you are going to apply those in creating projects. Welcome to a new class of full-stack web development. In this class, I'm going to be showing you how you're going to create a to-do list app with Node.js. Now, if you've seen my previous class properly, then it will allow you to advance and apply the effects that you have learned in my previous class. Well, in this Node.js class, I'm going to be showing you how you are going to make it effective while creating an application and making sure that it is interactive on the web. So make sure not to skip any part because it is going to be very important for you in the long run. And you will be able to implement the same methods to create different type of apps. So let's get on VS Code and let's get started with coding. As you can see on my screen, I have opened up VS Code. I'm going to open up Terminal and click on New Terminal. In this terminal, I'm going to create another directory. Make dir, type in to-do list app. You can see a positional parameters cannot be found except for that with the specific app. So what you can do over here is type in make dir, then type in to-do list, and then type in -app. This is the exact parameter what you want to use. Then it's going to create the exact file that you want to create. Then I'm going to create the folder cd to-do list app. Create it, and then it's going to open it up. Then I'm going to click on Control, and I'm going to open the folder in VS Code, and you will see that to-do list app has been created. In this case, let's just close off the Visual Studio Code that we have created previously. Inside this to-do list app, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the terminal. In this terminal, I'm going to make sure that I have npm or node updated specifically. So here I'm going to type in npm. So I'm going to click on over here, npm init space -y, which is going to allow npm to work, and it is also going to create a parson, or let's say package.json file. This basically helps you to install the requirements. Another thing that you want to make sure is you want to install the required packages of EJS. So type in npm install. Let's type in over here. Install express, then type in EJS body dash put in parser. Hit on enter, and you can see we have unknown command, and here we have all of these things. So what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to make sure I install it properly. npm install express EJS body, then type in parser. Hit on enter, and then we're going to wait for a bit until it has been properly done. Now you can see it is loading up all of the things that needs to be installed for the required packages. You can see it has added 82 packages and audited 83 packages in 10 seconds. Now we're going to create the required files, such as inside this to-do list app, I'm going to click on this file, and I'm going to make a server.js, which is going to be the main backend file. I'm going to rename it. There we go. Inside this, I'm going to create a folder. The folder is going to basically be the folder for front-end files. I'm going to name it views. Inside this views folder, I'm going to click on and create a new file, which I'm going to name it index.ejs. Now, as we have EJS, you can see this is how it will look. Then I'm going to click on and I'm going to make sure to put in another folder, which is going to be public folder for static files like CSS. So I'm going to make sure to put in public. Inside this public folder, I'm going to make sure that I just delete this first. I'm going to make sure that everything is inside of this. New folder, public. Inside this, I'm going to name it styles.css. So this is where we are going to be custom coding our servers. Let's start off with the back end of server.js. First off, we're going to make sure we apply in the const with the express requirements. Require, open parentheses, double quotation, defining the express. Then we're going to apply in the body parser. Const body parser. After the parser, type in equal. I'm going to type in require, open parentheses, double quotation, body parser. After that, put in semicolon. Here I'm going to define the const value with the app, which is going to be express in this case. Open up the parentheses and keep it empty. For the next one, I'm going to have the const value of port, which is going to be equal to 3000 in this case. Semicolon. Then we're going to set up the app, such as put in app.set. Open up the parentheses, double quotation. I'm going to put in view engine. In this specific engine, we're going to make sure we are going to validate the EJS. So double quotation and define in the EJS. Semicolon, move into the next line. Then we're going to apply the URL coded. So type in app.use as we're going to be using the body parser. Body parser, then put in .url encoded, which is going to make sure it encodes the URL. Open up the parentheses, and inside of this, you want to open up the third bracket. Here, I'm going to put in extended. After extended, I'm going to make sure I put in the value of true. This should allow me to use the encoded. Then I'm going to apply my app again, and I'm going to use a static value of public, which is going to make sure to apply in the CSS file and make it effective. App use, define in express dot static, and after that, open up the parentheses, double quotation. I'm going to define in public. After that, I'm going to put in the semicolon. Then I'm going to make sure I define the task. So put in let, then put in tasks. This task is going to be equal to secondary brackets, and I'm going to make sure any variable is validated. Then I'm going to put in app.get. Open up the parentheses, double quotation, and define in the slash, which is going to work with specific functions, such as requirement or request and res at the same time. Put in the arrow function, open up the third bracket, and here I'm going to put in res render, which is going to render the index file. Double quotation,
type in index. After that, put in a comma, open up the third bracket. I'm going to define in the tasks. After that tasks, I'm going to make sure to put in a colon, then move into the next line and apply in another semicolon. Now on the last one, I'm going to make sure I put in the add function and the delete function. So here I'm going to put in app.post. Open up the parentheses /add. After this add, I'm going to make sure to put in a comma, open up parentheses, requirements or request and res. After this res, the arrow function should be allowing me to use all of these. First off, I'm going to define my let task, which is going to be equal to request.body, and then I'm going to define in tasks. Okay, semicolon, move into the next line. I'm going to define in the if function or the if condition. Here, if the condition of task is tasks push task, I'm going to put in push, open up parentheses, define in the controller again, semicolon, and then I'm going to redirect it. So here, as we are using res.redirect, it is going to make sure it uses up a specific variable. Semicolon on the last line and also on this. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply my delete button, app.post, open up parentheses, /. Here I'm going to put in delete, which is going to make sure to delete up all of these values. Open up the parentheses, request.res. In the same way, the arrow function, third brackets, and define in the index, which is going to return me to the default value. Index going to be equal to request.body.index value, semicolon, and then I'm going to define in the tasks .splice, and then open up the parentheses, define in index, comma 1, semicolon on the last line, and then I'm going to put in res.redirect, and then I'm going to open up the parentheses, double quotation, and define in the /. So all of them are validated at the same time. Now the last thing that we have to do is we have to make sure we have the app to listen. App.listen, open up the parentheses, define in your port, comma, open up the parentheses, and then define in the arrow function, console.log, open up the parentheses. Inside, I'm going to put in a console. I'm going to put in server running on HTTP, then put in // and then put in the local host, which is going to be : and then I'm going to put in the $ function of port and open or close off the third bracket. And that should work exactly how you want it to be. So basically we are done with the server, or let's say the back end. Now we have to customize our front end UI. To customize our front end UI, let's go off to the index.ejs file. Here, I'm going to put in the doc type. I'm going to put in the HTML. Now here, after the HTML, I'm going to put in the meta value. Now this is going to be the name of the viewport. After the viewport, I'm going to apply the content, which is going to be equal to width is equal to device width. Okay, this is how the device width is going to work. Put in comma, move into the next line, then initial scale is equal to 1.0. This is how you want to close it off. Then I'm going to apply my title, which is going to be visible. I'm going to apply in list. Then I'm going to make sure to apply in my style. So here I'm going to put in link, rel, style sheet. And after the style sheet, I'm going to put in href, and then I'm going to make sure to put in /styles.css. This is going to allow me to use the styles.css in the public folder. So this is basically how simple it is. Now you want to close off the tag, and then you want to close off the head tag. So I'm going to make sure to put in the head over here. I'm going to cut this, and apply it at the end. Then I'm going to define my body. Inside this body, you want a lot of things, such as I want the heading. I'm going to put in simple to-do list. Okay? After the H2, I'm going to define in the form, which is going to have a specific action of adding, equal / add. After that, I'm going to put in a method of post. Close off the tag, and then inside the form, I'm going to have an input section. This input is also going to have a specific type. The type it is going to be the text. So as we have defined in the text, I'm going to have a name, and the name is going to be a task. Then I'm going to put in a placeholder, which is going to be enter a task. After that, I have to make sure that every one of these variables are required. So it's not going to advance unless you put in the exact data. Then I'm going to create a button. This button is also going to have a specific type. It is going to be submit. As we have submit, I'm going to make sure to put in add right over here. After the form, I'm going to create a UL tag, which is going to basically show me all of the tasks that we input. Close off the UL tag, and inside, I'm going to put in task for each. Open up the parentheses, and I'm going to start off with the percentage. This percentage is going to allow me to apply in tasks for each. And after that, open up the parentheses. Now you have to make sure you open up two of them, task, and after that, comma, index. After the index, the arrow function, and then open up the third brackets. And inside this third bracket, I'm going to put in percentage, and then arrow, and then move into the next line. In this next line, I'm going to make sure that every one of them has been put inside of it. Okay? So first things first, I'm going to make sure I close this off. Another thing that I'm going to make sure at the end is I'm going to put up all of these values. First off, let's start off with the list tag. Inside this list tag, I'm going to put in the span value. In this span value, I'm going to close this off, and then I'm going to put in another tag inside, and I'm going to put in the percentage. Now, as you put in percentage, you have to make sure to put in equal. It's going to be task. After that, put in percentage and close off the tag at the end, which is going to close off the span tag. After that, I'm going to have another form. This form is going to have a specific action. This action is going to be the delete. So as we have delete, we also want to make sure we define in the method, which is post. So after post, I'm going to define a specific style. As you can see, I'm going to make sure I put in the display as incline. Display, colon, I'm going to make sure I put in inline. Okay? Now, as we have inline, I'm going to make sure to put in a semicolon, and after the quotation, I'm going to close off the tag, which is going to be putting it close to the form. After the form, I'm going to make sure I put in the input values. I put in the inputs. The type that I want is going to be hidden. Now, as we have the input type is hidden, what I'm going to make sure I'm going to put in an index value. After the index, I'm going to put in the value. Now, in double quotation, put in the percentage, and after that, it should be equal to the index. This index is going to also have a bit of space with the percentage and closing off with the tag. So as we have both of these closed off with a double quotation at the end, we're going to make sure to put it just like this. So basically, this is how it is going to work. You can also make sure to put this in on the next line. So it is like this. Okay. Now on the last line, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a button. Now this button is also going to have a specific type, such as submit. Now when I put in submit, it's going to work as the delete button. So here I'm going to type in delete. After that, the form should end. and then the list should also end. After that, you can see we have this parentheses and also the third brackets open and close. First things first that we want to apply is we want to close it off or open up a tag and then put in the percentage. When we put in percentage, I'm going to put a bit of space. And after that, I'm going to close it off with a semicolon. I'm going to put in, let's say, another percentage and a close off this tag. This should allow me to work up with all of these things that I put inside of the index.ejs. Now, the next thing or the last thing that we want to do is we want to customize the style.css, which is quite simple to do. First off, start off with the body tag, open up the third bracket. I'm going to put in the font family, which is going to be Arial Helvetica Sans Serif. I'm going to put in the text alignment, which is going to be at the center. After that, I'm going to put in the UL, third brackets. I'm going to put in the list style type, which is going to be disk over here, but instead I'm going to put in none. And then I'm going to put in the padding value, which is going to be 0, but it's going to be quite working. Then I'm going to define my list. Open up the third brackets, define in the margin 10px, and then 0 at the end. Then I'm going to put in the button, third brackets, and open it up. I'm going to put in margin at the left. In this left, I'm going to put in 10px. I'm going to put in the cursor as pointer. So that should work up with all of these things. Now, whenever you want to run the project, you have to make sure you start the server. And if you want to apply in more effect, you can also do that. Now, first things first, what we want to make sure is we want the live server of the server.js. I'm going to click on go live. Whenever we click on go live, this is how it should show up. Now over here, we're going to have server.js and it should show it up just like this. So I'm going to make sure I run the application. You can see we have the error, but you can see we have the running server. Press on Control and then click on this host. Open up the browser and you can see this is how it is working. If this is how it is working, this is not the exact file. So I'm going to open this up again and I'm going to make sure I run this whole thing again. We have 3000 as the port. So I'm going to click on this again and we're going to refresh the site. If this hello world opens up a couple of times, that means it is not working up the exact one. Let's try running up this one. Now let's click on dispose and click on go live again. You can see now what I'm going to make sure is I copy and paste up the exact same values. We have the public, we also have the views. We also have the package.json working perfectly. Another method that we can try doing over here is I'm going to go off into server.js, click on terminal, and here I'm going to type in node server.js. Hit on enter, and there we go, we have the local host of to-do list app. Click on the server, and we are still seeing the hello world. That means it is overriding another file that is already opened up. Now, if it keeps showing up the same thing over and over again, what you want to do is you want to cut off all of these. And then you want to run the application one time. Then apply it again. And then what you want to do is you have to manually do it. New terminal, type in node server.js. Hit on enter and then open up the local host. Now, whenever you open up the local host, this is how it should look like. From here, let's say I'm going to put in, I need to shop. Click on add, and you can see a task has been added. I need to draw. Whenever you hit on enter or click on add, it will be added up. I need to buy tickets. So this is basically how you are going to make sure that it is interactive or not. You will also be able to delete them whenever you want to. Another thing is that I'm going to apply another one. And if I refresh the site, you can still see that I have that saved up in my JSON file as the database. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of this lesson on how to get it done, how to make it interactive and functioning perfectly, then follow up these steps. You'll be able to see a perfect outcome. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of full stack web development, where I'm going to be showing you an example of REST API and also which is going to be used with express.js. So without any further ado, let's advance to our next class.
Welcome to a new class of full stack web development. In this class, we will create a small REST API that allows user to manage task, add view, update, and also delete task. Well, in my previous class, I've also shown you something similar to it, but in this class, we're going to be using the REST API. First things first, there are a couple of steps that we want to do. So without any further ado, let's open up VS Code. Another thing that I would suggest you to do is make sure not to skip any part, because every part of this class is going to be very important for you in the long run. So without any further ado, let's move on to our class and advance with it. As you can see on my screen, I have opened up VS Code. Now, one thing that I want to do over here is I'm going to click on a new file. Or what you can do is you can open a file or create a new folder. If you want to create a new folder, first off, click on new file. Now you can see this is how it will look like. I'm going to click on open folder. I'm going to right click on this, or first off, let's just go off in the desktop. And I'm going to go off over here, and over on this resources of this course, I'm going to click on new, and I'm going to add a new folder. The name of this folder is going to be task manager app, or I'm going to put in API. Just going to make sure it validates it better. I'm going to click on select folder. When we select this folder, this is how it will open up on VS Code. Now, in my previous class, I've also shown you how to install the npm. Now here I'm going to put in npm init-y. Now I'm going to wait for a bit, and after this one opens up, and you can see we will have our package.json file. We also want to install express.js on the same folder. So type in npm, type in install, type in express. After you hit on it, just wait for a bit until all of the dependencies that you want has been uploaded and unpacked. And you will already see on your screen we have the package lock.json. So all of these files are basically going to help you create the API. So we have the modules, we have the JSON files for each and every one of them. Now, the first thing that we want to do is inside, I'm going to create the server. So first off, click on over here and name it, let's say index.js. This is going to allow you to create the server on your screen or what you want to run. First things first, I'm going to start off defining it with the const value. Then I'm going to define express as this is the exact variable. And then I'm going to make sure I define in the requirement, open up the parentheses, double quotation, and I'm going to define it express inside. This should allow me to validate express running on this API. Then I'm going to define my app. If you've seen my previous class, I'm going to use the exact same methods. I'm going to make sure to put in app, and then I'm going to validate express again. Now, whatever I put in inside is going to be validated. So this is how I want to put it. Then I'm going to make sure I put in the middleware to parse the JSON file. So here I'm going to first off define my application variable, and then I'm going to be using a specific function for the express. So here I'm going to make sure to put in express.json. Now, in the same way as I want it to validate whatever I put inside, I'm going to keep an empty parentheses, and that is it for this line. Then I'm going to make sure to define my task. I also want to make sure it is validated, but as the tasks are each and every one of them as an individual variable, so I also have to make sure to put in the secondary bracket. So I'm going to type in const, and then I'm going to define in the task that I want to use, type in equal, and then open up the secondary bracket. Now, when you define it just like this is going to be a temporary in-memory storage, which is going to be also validated with the database of the JSON file. Now, the next thing that you want to do is you want to apply in a home route, which is basically going to show you to welcome the task manager, and also it's going to validate the request and also the REST. So first off, you have to define your application where every of these functions are going to get validated. Then we're going to use the get function so everything is validated inside of it. Put in the double quotation, and I'm going to put in the slash, and then the next thing that you want to do is open up the parentheses again and define in the specific functions, which is request and also the res. After the res, I'm going to put in the arrow function inside. Instead of putting in the function, open up the third brackets and then define in the res. After the res, now you want to put in a send, so it is going to show you a specific thing, or let's say a specific text or a string. Let's say I'm going to put in welcome to task manager API. Now this is going to help me to put in the API just how I want it to be. Now after this, you want to put in a semicolon, and also you want to end it off with a semicolon. Now the next thing that you want to do is you want to start the server. So you obviously have to make sure to put in the app variable and also listen with the specific viewport. So first off, define in the application and then type in the listen. Now you have to basically define in the viewport, which is going to be 3000 in this case. Now you can also put in 6000, 5000, whatever you want. I'm going to be using 6000 in this case. After this, put in a comma and then put in the open parentheses so everything inside of this viewport is validated. Put in the arrow function and open up the third bracket to define in your console log, which is going to make sure you have to check and debug if it is running or not. So I'm going to type in console.log, open the parentheses, double quotation. I'm going to type in server running on http://local host 6000. Now this should allow me to check if the server is running or not. Now close off both of those with a semicolon, and then it's going to show you and it's going to start the server. Whenever you use the Express right over here, this is basically going to create an Express app. So if you have installed Express properly on your device, then whenever you want to define in Express or you want to use an Express API, you have to define Express and then open parentheses on the const app. When you use the app use, this is what the line is. When you put in app use express.json and then open parentheses, it allows us to handle the JSON data in request. So whatever data we get, it is already interconnected with the JSON files. So everything is stored temporarily even if you refresh the site on the database as the JSON file. Whenever you use this app.get and then request and res and then define the viewport, it defines a route that returns a simple message, such as welcome to Task Manager API. This is also a part of the debugging method to check if it is running or if it is not. You can also put in welcome, and you can use the if function and the else function. If it is not meeting up to any of the conditions, it should show off as error. Then the next thing that you can see, we have the app.listen and then 6000 and then the conditions and everything. This basically starts the server on the port of 6000. So you will be able to put up all of these values. Now I'm going to save up this file. The next thing that you want to do whenever you are working with Express.js or Express API, you have to modify and create a CRUD endpoint, which is modification of the index.js to add task and then also management of functions. Now, after you can see we have all of these done, what you want to do is you want to apply in a lot of functions, such as you're going to need all task new task, then we have update a task, and also delete a task. So each and every one of them are quite going to be different step by step. So first things first, what you want to do is you can go off right at the end of this file. Now, one thing you have to keep in mind, every customization is going to go inside of the index.js. So first things first, I'm going to go off to the next line. Here, we're going to define all the tasks to get them. First off, define in the application. As we're using get or get all tasks, you have to put in get. Open up the parentheses, double quotation, and then define in the tasks. This is going to allow you to validate the tasks, and it's going to help me to request them and also rest them. After that, use the arrow function and then define it step by step. res.json. After that, open up the tasks. In this way, everything inside of these tasks are validated. So now move on to the next part. In the next part, the function that you want to apply is adding a new task. Adding a new task can be quite simple. To get that, first off, define in the app. Now, whenever you want to add a new task, this should show up on your screen that the task has been added. For that purpose, you can use the function called post. Now open up the parentheses /tasks. After that, comma, open up the parentheses, define in request, comma, and define in res. After that, put in the arrow function and open up the third bracket. In this way, you'll be able to define the const function. So define in the const, then open up the third brackets and define in the title first. So the title is going to be defined. After that, put in an equal and then put in request.body. Now, when you put in request.body, every part of it is also validated. Now, in the same way, just like I've shown you and told you right a bit ago, that if you want to put in the if function or the else function, you can also do that. So here I'm going to use the if function. Open up the parentheses. I'm going to define in the title. So type in title. After the title, I want the title to return if it is validated. If it is not validated, then I also want a specific debugging, such as the status. So res.status. After the status, open up the parentheses, define in the port, which is 400. Then I'm going to define in the JSON file, which is going to open up. Open up the third bracket, and here I'm going to define in the error, which is basically going to help me to define in what type of error message I want. Here I'm going to put in double quotation. I'm going to put in title is required. So if you do not put in the title, it's basically not going to work. So that is it for this part 2. Okay, you can see everything is ending right over here. Now, the next thing that I want to customize is the task ID, because every task when you apply is going to have an individual ID, or else if you do not put it, it's not going to end up well. And what it's going to happen is that it's just going to overwrite the first task over and over again. So define in the const again. In the same way, define in the variable, which is the task. Put in equal, open up the third bracket, define in the ID. After the ID, put in a colon, and here put in tasks dot length. Now, after you put in the length, put in a plus and then put in 1. After 1, put in comma and then apply in the title for the specific different one. After that, put in a semicolon. Now, you have to push the task one by one, so every task you apply is an individual one. So define in the tasks first. Now, as you have defined in the task, you want to make sure to push up one by one. So define in the collectible, which is the task. Now on the next line, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in res.status, and after that, open up the parentheses, define in 201 as the port, comma, and I'm going to put in JSON, open up the parentheses, and define in the task. Now after that, put in a semicolon, and on the last line, do the same thing and put another semicolon. Now, the next thing that I want to do is I'm going to update a task. If you want to edit and customize a task, you need to put in a specific function too. First off, I'm going to start off with the app.put. When you put input, it is going to put the exact edits on that specific task which you apply. Now, you also have to make sure you define in which task you want to edit. In that case, you have to make sure you define in the task first. Put in first off slash tasks, and then what you want to do, put in another slash and then define in the ID. This is basically going to help you to define which ID you want to change or edit. After that, put in a comma, do the same thing, request, comma, res. After that, put in the arrow function and then open up the third bracket. Inside the third brackets, I'm going to define each and every one of those. In this edit or updating a task, the things that you want to make sure to validate first is the ID and also the title. First off, I'm going to open up the third bracket and I'm going to define in the ID. So first off, what it's going to do, it is going to search for the ID. Now, every ID has a specific parameter. So you have to request for a parameter. Whenever you are defining or searching for a parameter, you have to type in params. In this way, every parameter is validated. Then I'm going to define the const again because the next thing that I want to make sure is that it matches up to the title. After that, it also has a specific parameter. But when you are working with a title, it becomes a specific body. So you can put in request.body. After the body, you want to put in a semicolon. Now, the next thing that you want to validate is to find it. So here I'm going to put in the const. I'm going to define in the task as the variable, then define in each task as variable, and you want to find each and every one. Open up the parentheses, t is going to be equal, or let's say it's going to be an arrow function, and then I'm going to put in t here. The t is going to be equal to t.id. So put in t.id. After that, put in double equal so that it validates the ID even though if it is the end of the line. Open up or close it off with a semicolon and then define in the if function to return a specific value. To type in if and then here, open up the parentheses. Here I'm going to define in task. After the task that you define over here, what you want to do is you have to make sure you return the value. So type in return right after the parameter or right after the parentheses. Move into the next line, and then what you have to do is you have to put in the res.status. Res.status. Open up the parentheses, and then I want an error sign, let's say in this case 404. Dot, then put in the JSON file. As you put in the JSON file, open up the parentheses with the third bracket. Define in the error with the colon, and here put in double quotation task not found if it cannot find up anything that meets up to each and every one of these criteria. Now, the next thing that you want to do is you want to define in the task title. So here, I'm going to put in task.title. It should be equal to the variable of each and every one of these titles. Then I'm going to put in res.json file, open up the parentheses and define in task. Here, I'm going to close it off with a semicolon, and on the last line, I'm also going to close it off with another semicolon. Then we want to delete a task. If we want to delete a task in the same way, first off, instead of working or starting with const, defining the application and delete. This is going to allow us to delete any specific task that can find up with the specific ID, /tasks/:, and then define in the ID. After the ID, I'm going to open up the parentheses, define in request, and then define in the res in this case. After you define in that, open up the arrow function, and then open up the third bracket. Inside the third bracket, I'm going to start off with the const value in the same way as the ID and the index. So here, open up the third bracket, define in the ID. After that, ID should variable or ID should find out the parameter. So put in the same thing as params. After that, I'm going to define in the const index. After the index, I'm going to make sure to put in equal. I'm going to put in tasks. Then I'm going to put in find index. It's going to find up each and every one of those index values. And then you have to make sure to put in the arrow function so that it finds up the TID, which is going to be double equal to specific IDs that it can find. So after each and every one of them, put in a semicolon. Then you want to put in the if function. This if function is going to validate if the index is found or not. So index is going to be triple equal to -1 in this case. Then you want a return value. After the return value, you want to put in the res function. Here, I'm going to put in res. After the res, you want a specific status. Inside the status, I also want a 404, which is going to connect up with the JSON file. This is going to show me the error over here, and then open up the colon, and I'm going to put in task not found. This is the same thing that we put in the previous one. So here, I'm going to put a bit of space, and at the end, I'm just going to close it off with a semicolon. Then I'm going to define each and every one of these tasks, and then I'm going to splice it. After splicing, I'm going to put in the index value, comma, and then define it as 1. Semicolon. Then I'm going to put in the res.json. Open up the parentheses and the third brackets, and then define in the message. After the message, put in a colon, and then open up the task deleted successfully. So this is the exact thing that I want to show up on my screen if the operation is successful. You want to close it off with a semicolon also at the end. Now, whenever we are using the get function, which is going to be right over here, this get function basically returns all the tasks on my present screen whenever I am working on it. When you put in the post value that you can see, which is the post task, when you post the task, it adds a task, checks if the title exists or not. Okay, so you also have to make sure you put in the get and the post in the same time. When you put the put function, it basically does is that it finds up the task ID and then it updates a task by the specific ID and the parameter. When you put in the delete function, which is right over here, what it basically does is that it deletes an ID or an ID by specific task. It also needs to make sure if it is validated enough to meet up the criteria of matching up with the ID and also the parameter and also the title or the body. So whatever variable you are using, you have to make sure you put in those variables. Now, what we want to do is we want to run this server. So we have this over here. Now I'm going to type in node index.js. Hit on enter, and you can see this is how it might look up, or it might be showing up. Here I'm going to put in node index.js. Hit on enter, and this is how it might open up. Press on control and then open this up. Now you can see sometimes it might not show up and the web page at 6,000 might be temporarily down or may have been removed permanently. Now what we can do is we can go back and we can change the parameter, such as I'm going to be using 3,000 or 4,000 in this case. Let's just put in the 3,000 over here too. And then let's save it up. Now in the same way, I'm going to put in the Node.js again. Or what you can do is you can click on go live. Now, one thing is that when you go live, it doesn't mainly work. It just shows you off all of these things. So here I'm going to click on terminal and click on new terminal. Here I'm going to type in node index.js. Hit on enter. And here is what it's like. So I'm going to put in index.js. 3,000. Open it up. And this is how it is going to look like. Welcome to Task Manager API. Now, what you want to do is you want to use the Postman and CURL to test the endpoint. which is get all task, which is going to be HTTP localhost, which is 3000 as task. And to post a new task, you have to put in specific variables. But you can see on my screen that I do not have any tasks or applying task. Now, one thing different from the previous class is that you have to make sure you put in Postman and CURL for using these tasks, editing a task, and also deleting a task. So there are basically two methods. One thing that you can try doing is you can download Postman. Now click on download Postman and you can download this and you'll be able to use it. Make sure you select the exact bit of your device and then it will start downloading. Now, if you don't want to use Postman or an external software like this, there's also something or an extension for VS Code. Go off to extensions and then search for, let's say, Thunder Client. When you search for Thunder Client, what it is going to do, it's going to search for the extension and then it's going to be available. I'm going to make sure I download this one too, and I will be able to show you both of these and how these work. So click on this Thunder Client and click on install. I'm going to click on Trust Publisher and install and wait for a bit until the whole thing has been downloaded. Another thing that you want to do is you make sure you download the latest version available for you whenever you are using this. So click on Auto Update. Then wait for a bit until the whole thing has been done. And after this whole thing will be done, I'm going to show you how you're going to add a task, update a task, and also how you are going to delete a task. Now you can see this one has been downloaded perfectly. Now I'm going to close this extensions off. Now, whenever you close this off, now what you can do is you can press on Control, Shift, and X. Another thing is that you will be able to use it inside right from the sidebar. So that is also quite simple. First off, what you want to do is you want to first off see that where your Thunder client is. Now here I'm going to click on New Request. Whenever you click on New Request, this is a non-commercial version of Thunder client. For business, consider purchasing a license. But here, this is where your new request is going to sign up and it is going to show right over here. We have the responses, we have send request, import CURL, and also change the environment. Now on your screen, you can see this is how it might look like. Now, you might also feel like this is quite complex, but it actually is not. In the same way, we have get, post, put, delete, and everything that you want to do. Okay, so I'm going to close this off. And first things first, what I want to do is I'm going to open up the localhost task. First things first, what you want to do is I'm going to copy this. Control C. Now, after that, what you are going to do is just paste in that right over here. You can see localhost 3000, and then I'm going to put in /task. You also have to make sure that this server is running before you put in send. Now, after you put in send, what you want to do is just click on the body tab. You can see we have the body. Inside the body tab, select the JSON file. You can see we have the JSON. Here, you'll be able to enter the JSON just how you want it to be. Now, to enter the JSON, let's say first off, I'm going to put in my first title. Here, open up the third brackets, move on to the next line, double quotation, I'm going to put in title, and after this quotation, open up a colon. Double quotation again, and I'm going to put in learn express.js. Now, if I click on send over here, you can see it has been errored, or let's say it has been sent. Another thing you can see, it has been just now. If I go up into the browser, click on localhost and refresh it, it might even show up. And if it is not working, then you will see that this is how it will be. And if you see the title over here on the Visual Studio Code, that it is the title of error, then you can see the status 404 not found, which means it is not working. Now, another thing you have to make sure to keep in mind is that your variables and whatever you are using, it needs to be case sensitive. And it is exactly how you need it to be. So if I click on send now, you can see this is how it looks like. If you see this is how it looks like, that means it is working perfectly. So you'll be able to put in whatever you want.
Then what you want to do after you put in this, you'll see something like this ID1, okay? And also you will see ID1 title learn express.js. So basically this is how you want to do. Now you want to add a new task so it is like visible on your screen. If you want it to be visible on your screen, there are specific methods. That is the work of post. So now you want to click on post. After you click on post, what you want to do is make sure you put in the same thing as tasks. Here, you want to click on the body tab and then you want to enter the JSON. Click send. You can see this is not error, the title is required. So you need a specific title. Now, right after that, you want to put in the first ID. Open up the third bracket, and here, I'm going to put in double quotation, ID, and then put in a colon. Let's say this is going to be 1, comma, move it to the next line, and then define in the title, colon, and then put in double quotation, learn express.js. This should allow me to use up this specific thing. Now, after that, save up this file and then click on send. Now you can see a 404, a bad request. Now this appears up when you see something like this. Okay, there are a couple of methods of how to use specific post. Now, first thing you have to make sure you enter the exact JSON file with the title, which is learnexpress.js with a specific ID. Now, if it doesn't show up in a couple of times, what you want to do is you want to delete this and try again. So here, I'm going to put up open parentheses, defining the title. Make sure you put in double quotation, title. After that, put in a colon. Let's say I'm going to put in learn express.js. Now that's all that you want to put inside of this. Put in double quotation and close it off and surround this with double quotation. In the same way, make sure to put in post and click on send. Now, if it shows you that it is the second ID and the title is learnexpress.js, that means it will also allow you to edit your work and also edit your task. Now, as we have already found out the post, now let's move on to the next one. Now, if you want to edit it, as you can see, this is the ID number 4. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to cut this off, or I'm going to put in tasks. Okay, I'm going to put in 2 or 1 or 4, whatever you prefer. In this case, I'm going to put in 4 in this case. Now I'm going to change my text right over here. Instead of learn express.js, I'm going to put in updated text. Then here, instead of post, I'm going to put input. Click on send, and you can see that the text with the ID has been changed. You will also be able to delete it in the same way. In the same way, just put in delete, and here you can click on send. And you can see this is the task deleted successfully. So in these methods, you'll be able to change them on APIs, and also you'll be able to make sure that all of them are working properly. Well, it might be a bit complex at the beginning, but if you just keep on practicing it, it's also quite fun. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. Just make sure to take a screenshot of this and upload it onto our panel so that we can check how you are progressing. Also, you have to make sure you do not skip any part of these classes, because each part of this is going to be very important for you in the long run and while working with APIs. So without any further ado, thank you for watching this video again, and let's move on to our next class. Welcome to another class of Full Stack Web Development. In this class, I'm going to be showing you everything of the basics that you need to know about working with database, such as MongoDB. Now, before getting into the practical part of this class, we have to learn every details and how it basically works
with specific examples. So, large volumes of unstructured or semi-structured data can be stored and managed with MongoDB, which is a well-liked NoSQL database that is flexible and it is also simple to use, especially for developers because it shortens or stores the data as JSON-like documents, BSON, in contrast to standard SQL data. To make it more simple, MongoDB is a popular NoSQL database used for storing and managing large volume of unstructured or semi-structured data. Unlike the traditional SQL databases, MongoDB stores the data in JSON-like documents, which is BSON, which makes it more flexible and easy to work with, especially it is for developers. Now, what are the key concepts of MongoDB? First off, it is document-based. Information is kept in collections of documents, similar to table rows. In this method, you will have no risk of getting exposed or even losing your data, even if you stop off any server. Now, if you've seen my previous classes, you already know how we can use a server and how we can use REST API. So it is also kind of similar to that. Schema-less. Different kinds of data can be stored in the same collection because no set structure is specifically needed. So you don't need any fixed structure for the requirement, which allows you to store different types of data in the same collection. Scalable. It is excellent for managing applications with significant traffic and volumes of data. So it is great for handling large data source and also for high trafficking application, which still does not give you stutters or performance lags. Now, what are the basic operations of MongoDB? First off is insert. It includes fresh papers in a specific group, such as a new document to a collection. Find. It uses queries to retrieve the document, such as for retrieving any document, it uses specific queries. Update. It makes changes to the current documents, so you'll be able to modify any existing documents that you have already worked on, and you will also be able to save them anytime you want in a documentary form. Then we have is delete. You can get rid of these papers or such like the documents that you want to keep or which you don't want to keep. Now, what are the use cases of MongoDB? The use cases of MongoDB are real-time apps like IoT and even chat apps. There are also systems for managing content, such as content management system. Then there is also platforms for online e-commerce, such as, let's say, Amazon.com and so more. And all of these cases or all of these sites use MongoDB for database storing. Now, what is database? Database is an orderly collection of data that is simple to access, manage, and update. It is called a database. It enables you to store data in an organized manner, such as transaction records, product details, and user information. So, the database is basically an organized collection of data which can be accessed easily. And it updates and allows you to store information, change it, product details, and transaction records in a structured way, so it is quite organized. Now, SQL and NoSQL refers to two different types of database systems. SQL databases, also called relational databases, use structured query language, which is SQL, to manage data stored in tables with predefined schemas. They are ideal for applications that require structured data, complex queries, and transactions, like banking system or enterprise apps. Examples include MySQL, PostgreSQL, and SQLite. On the other hand, NoSQL databases are non-relational and store data in flexible formats such as JSON documents. Key value pairs or graphs, making them better suited for unstructured or rapidly changing data. They offer high scalability and are commonly used in real-time applications like chat apps, social media, and IoT systems. Examples include MongoDB, Firebase, and CouchDB. In short, SQL is best for structured, consistent data, while NoSQL is better for flexible, scalable, and high-speed data needs. So, to make it more simple, the features of SQL are tables with rows and columns, while NoSQL, which is non-relational, is a document of JSON files with key value graphs. In schemas, SQL is a fixed schema, while NoSQL is a dynamic schema which is also flexible. While the examples of SQL relational database are MySQL, PostgreSQL, and SQLite, while non-SQL or NoSQL is MongoDB, Firebase, or CouchDB. Use cases of SQ relational database are bank enterprises apps, and NoSQL are real-time apps such as IoT or social networks such as Meta, which is Facebook, Instagram, and so on. So most of them use MongoDB in that case. Now that we know everything about NoSQL, SQL, database, and also introduction to the database, now what we're going to do is I'm going to show you an example of how are you going to use SQL and how are you going to use NoSQL on your screen, and obviously how you'll be able to program them. And obviously I'm going to show you a setup for database development. So without any further ado, let's open up VS Code on our device and let's get started with programming with practical cases of database. As you can see from my screen, I have opened up Visual Studio Code. Now I'm going to click on Open Folder. I'm going to go off into DLD. Here I'm going to create a new folder. The name of this folder is going to be Database Dev. Click on OK and click on Select Folder. Now you will see that the Database Dev will open up. Now inside this, first things first, what we want to do is we want to install the extensions for database development. First things, go off into the Extensions tab. Now from here, there are going to be a couple of things that you need to know about, such as we're going to be using SQL tools, MongoDB, and also the REST client. Now each of them have specific functions and specific activities, such as SQL tools is for MySQL or PostgreSQL. MongoDB for VS Code is by MongoDB, and REST client is optional for testing APIs. First off, I'm going to type in SQL tools. Now let's wait for a bit. There we go. We have SQL tools such as Azure tools, we have DuckDB SQL, Oracle SQL, and so on. From here, you can type or you can download any of the one which you want to use. In this case, I'm going to be using Azure tool, which is quite popular. Make sure to apply and just agree to whatever there is, and then you'll be able to install whatever you want. Just make sure you click on auto update because you are going to need the latest version of any of the tools that you want to use. After it will be done, what I'm going to do is I'm going to install MongoDB for Visual Studio Code. So wait for a bit until it shows up onto the extensions platform on the left side of your screen. After this will be done, I'm also going to search for, let's say, MongoDB for VS Code. Okay, make sure to also search for that. There we go. We have MongoDB for VS Code. Click on that, and in the same way, you also want to install this after the one which we installed has been installed properly. So let's wait for a bit. Just make sure you have a stable internet connection so it installs up the file and the extensions for the Azure tool. You can see it is installing. There are going to be a couple of things that is going to install, such as the database and all. And after all of these will be installed, and I'm going to install or click on this, and it will also be automatically installed on my device. Now, after Azure is downloaded, you're going to install this MongoDB for VS Code. Trust the publisher and click on install. It will start installing in just a bit, and wait for a bit until this one is also installed on your device.
Then we're going to search for SQL tools. There we go. We have SQL tools. We also want to install this on our device. Click on install, trust the publisher, and install this one too. You'll see on both of these screens, we have MongoDB, which is already installed on my device, and we also have SQL tools. Now, as we have both of these, you'll be able to install, or let's say use, MySQL, and you can add in connection. Now I'm going to close off each and every one of these. Okay. So now as we have installed every one of this, you're going to press on Control Shift and P. Now when you press on Control Shift and P, you will basically see that you will be able to connect MySQL to VS Code. Another thing that you want to do is go up over here and download MySQL. You want to download MySQL on your device. Click on this installer and then download the whole thing. Make sure to select up the bit version so it installs up perfectly on your device. After it downloads up, you'll basically see a file like this. You want to double click on it and open it up on your file explorer. It will look up something, or it will be something like this. Now from here, what you can do, you can extract all of these files. I'm going to click on extract. It's going to extract all of the files on your device, and after that, you'll be able to use any one of those files that you want to use. You can see we have the Win64x installer. Click on extract all and click on extract. It will take a bit of time to install all of these datas, and after that, as all of these are zip files, so you don't have to worry about viruses or any malicious files. Okay, so we're gonna wait for a bit until this one is also done, and after this will be done, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how you are going to use this. After this one opens up as the commercial version, which is x64, then open this specific folder up. Now from here, we have all of these files included. We have the licenses. We also have the README. Now I'm going to go back into VS Code. Now, another thing that you might face is that whenever you are downloading MySQL, it might show you off as something like sign in to Oracle. Create an Oracle account. It is basically totally free. You'll be able to install that and also log in, and it will start downloading automatically on your device. Now, first things first, what we're going to do is we're going to connect MySQL to VS Code. First off, go off to SQL Tools. Now, when you go off to SQL Tools, you will find out this Add New Connection. Click on that. When you click on Add New Connection, you will see this or something like this will appear up. Couldn't find any installed drivers. You can see we have search for VS Code Marketplace. Now from here, you're going to select your database driver. Now, if you have MySQL or MariaDB on your device, then select on that. And then you have to enter the connection host, which is the connection detail, such as the server, which is the local host, then the port, in this case 3000. Then you also have to put in the username, the password, and the database, which is totally optional. Now, after you connect up, your database will appear in the SQL tool in the sidebar like this. Now, it is looking for the installed drivers, so we're just going to wait for a bit until the driver has been found. Another thing that you want to make sure to install is go off to extensions again, and you will find out this tool called SQL Tools, MySQL, MariaDB, and TIDB as the driver. Also install this on your device. It will just download in just a couple of seconds. Then go off to MySQL or SQL Tools. Click on Add Connection, and from here, select up any of the drivers that you can see. In this case, I'm going to select on MySQL. After here, you have to put in the connection name. Okay, now there's going to be several connection name. Then you're going to use connect with server or port, local host, and all of these. Now, after putting in all of these, what you want to do, I'm just going to put in a name, let's say GHG. I'm going to click on test connection. Now you can see wants to sign in using the SQL tool driver credential. Click on allow, and the password for this is going to be one. Let's say I'm going to put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hit on OK, and it will save it up. You can see it isn't showing error. If I play this again, I'm going to click on Save Connection. First off, I have to put in the database that I want to. Let's say the database that I want to put in is going to be something like true. And the username is going to be, let's say, root. Save the connection. Now you can see I have put in this. Now if I click on connect now, click on allow, it will start up. There we go. Now you can see there is a specific connection error, but it is going to connect up to the database as you have seen right over here when it was already connected. Now, what you want to do is you want to create a file in VS Code with the SQL extension and write a couple of the things. Now, what I'm going to do is that you can see we have the GHG right over here connecting and it is showing off as error. But you can see that we have the extension working properly. Now over here, I'm going to go off in the database and we have VS Code. I'm going to create a file. And first off, I'm going to show you the examples of how it looks like when you are working with SQL and also NoSQL. First off, I'm going to put in test.sql. Now, when you put in SQL, first off, you have to start off with the select function. When you put in select, it selects up the varies. And then you are going to put in from. After that, you're going to put in the users. Then I'm going to put in where. And then you have to put in the variable or the database, such as age, should be somewhere around 20. This allows the database to read the file and to check the conditions if it can be visible or not. In the same way, whenever you are using MongoDB, what you have to define first is you have to put in DB first. Then you're going to define in these specific users. Then you have to put in .find. After putting that, you have to open up the parentheses with the third bracket inside. And then I'm going to make sure to put in the variables, such as the age. The age of this person is going to be also inside of a third bracket. First off, define in the dollar function, which is going to be also a bit of space. And then in this case, I'm going to put in GT, colon, and then I'm going to define the age as 20. Now, this is going to allow MongoDB to understand the database. So the format of using SQL is select from the users and where you want to put it, and then define the variable such as the age. You can also put in the name if you want to, but this is how SQL database validates is varies. And when you are using MongoDB, which is NoSQL, this is how MongoDB is going to validate the variables. So this is basically how simple it is to work with MongoDB and also NoSQL. Now let's create another file. Let's say test1, test.1. I'm going to put in test1.sql. Now I'm going to create a simple connect up to SQL queries. First off, you have to put in create, which is going to create a database. Now here I'm going to put in database. I'm going to type in the company. After that, you want to put in a semicolon. After that, you're going to use the database. So first off, type in use and then type in the name of the component, which is company. Company. Okay. After that, put in another semicolon. Now go off to the next line and then you want to create a table. So here I'm going to put in create table. Then I'm going to create a table of employees. So here I'm going to put in a variable use. Okay. Open up the parentheses and then I'm going to move on to the next line. Here, you're going to put in specific variables or specific ID on each and every one. And each and every one of these IDs are going to be an integer value. So type in int. After int, you want to auto increment every time you apply in a new value. So I'm going to put in increment. After that, you're going to put in primary function to define the specific key. When you define in the key, it allows you to use the name, the position, and also the salary. So let's say the name of the employee is going to be, let's say, a var, like a variable character. So type in var char. After that, open up the parentheses, and inside of this, parentheses, you have to define the number of characters a person or a user can put in. In this case, I want to put in 100 characters to be the utmost limit. Then I'm going to put in the position. Now this position is also a variable which is going to define as bar chart. Open up the parentheses. I'm also going to make sure the character is validated up to 100 characters. The salary of each and every one of these employees is specifically unnumbered. To define or to validate a number inside of SQL, you have to put in the integer value. So each and every one of them are also validated. Now close it off with a semicolon, and that is going to be it for this table. Then I'm going to insert a data. To insert a data, you have to start off with insert. After insert, put in into, and then defining the variable again, which is employees. Now I'm going to define each and every one of these variables step by step. First off, I want the name of the employees to be validated. Then I want the position of the variable to be validated. And then I want the salary. Now all of these are validated, which is going to show you off as a whole structure. After that, I'm going to define the values that we are working with to be working in specific reasons and also specific names, such as I want to work with John Wick. So as the employee name is John Wick, now I'm going to put in the name, or I'm going to verify his position, which is going to be also inside of a single quotation. Here, I'm going to put in, let's say, developer. After that, put in a comma, and then the salary of John Wick is somewhere around 80,000. And as this is an integer value, I don't have to put in any of these quotations, and I'm going to put it just like this and close it off with the semicolon. Now I'm going to select the data. Now, as we're working with SQL, I'm going to put in select, then put in asterisk, and then I'm going to put in from, I'm going to put in employees. Now, as I have put in an employee, what you can do is you can run the SQL query. If you want to run the SQL query, it is also quite simple. First off, I'm going to close it off with a semicolon. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go off onto the SQL tool on the sidebar. Here, what I'm going to do, here I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on MySQL. Now I'm going to define the connection name. I'm going to put in the database. First off, I'm going to go and check the database if it is SQL. SQL. Then over here, I'm going to name the database to be somewhere around also SQL. The username is going to be, let's say, users. Here, over here, I'm going to put in save connection. Now you can see SQL added to your settings. You can click on connect now, which is going to connect directly. Another thing that you can do is you will have a results panel. Click on allow, and I'm going to put in a variable 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. And it's going to show off as an error because it does not have any specific data. So I'm going to close off this SQL tool for now. And then I'm going to click on this SQL tool, and you will see on the result panel. You can see we have the connection. We also have the bookmarks and the query history. Now you'll be able to run the query over here. Now that we have these values, first off, I'm going to go back into SQL over here. And you'll be able to connect them directly by clicking on these. But most of them will not work. So what we have to basically do is we have to do this manual way. First things first, I'm going to click on connection and I'm going to click on SQL tool settings. Click on MySQL. Here I'm going to name it, let's say, local MySQL. Then on the connection group, keep it empty. Now we're going to have a server address in the default 127.0.0.1. This is what you want to keep. Now, here I'm going to try out test DB again. On the username, I'm going to define it as root. Here, click on save as plain text in setting. And I'm going to keep the same password 12345. Now you can try testing of the connection. If it doesn't work, just remove the database and click on test connection. If it is successfully saved, then it is working properly. Now, obviously we're still not having any queries over here. But if you want the results, there is a different method. Click on new terminal. Now, first off, we have to make sure that MySQL is logged in. So type in MySQL, put in a dash, and type in u root dash p. Hit on enter, then type in your password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hit on enter, and you can see we have logged in on MySQL. And then you can create the database, such as create database, and then type in test db. Then put in a semicolon and hit on enter. Now you can see query OK and one row is effective. Now this is basically how you'll be able to run queries on the database. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you want to exit, just type in exit, semicolon and hit on enter. And there we go, it is showing us as bye. You can try testing out the connection and it will save up the connection. You can type in the database, let's say test db, and then hit on enter. You can see connection definition already exists, so you can click on save connection. You can test out the connection and save it whenever you want to. So this is basically, you can see a connection definition already exists with ID local MySQL. So you can see we have local MySQL, and you'll be able to disconnect it and connect it back anytime you want to. And this is basically how it will be able to show you that any of these local SQLs are working. Okay, then you can open up the port and check it out if it is working or if it is not. So you can see we have the local SQL test.db, and we have the tables, nothing here, and we also have the views as nothing here, and test.db database, nothing here, and also the views, nothing here. But one thing you can see over here is that it is running on green right now. So what I can do is I can remove these. I'm going to delete this connection, and I'm going to have my local SQL running perfectly. You can see queries will run perfectly right over here. You can right click on it and you can apply in any queries if you want to. You can apply in new files and you can apply in new connection anytime you want to. I'm going to close this off, and there we go. We have MySQL running perfectly on this SQL tools. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of full stack web development. Welcome to a new class of full stack web development. In this class, we're going to learn everything that we need to know about Fetch API and Axios for HTTP requests. Now, I'm going to be using both Fetch API and Axios in JavaScript. Before getting into the practical part of the class, I'm going to be showing you how you'll be able to understand and the explanation of Fetch API and also a different one for Axios API. So without any further ado, let's first off open up VS Code on our device and let's get started with programming. Now, as we have opened up Visual Studio Code, now the first thing that we need to know is about the Fetch API. Now, Fetch API is built into modern browser. It returns a specific promise as a condition. It also requires a manual JSON parsing file. So if you do not have the JSON parser, it's not going to work. But if you have followed up to the class till now, then it's not going to be any issue for you to running them without any setups. It also is very great for basic use cases. Now, first things first, I'm going to click on Open Folder. I'm going to go into the resource file, and here I'm going to create a new folder. Now, I'm going to have a specific name for this folder. In this case, I'm going to put in Fetch versus, I'm going to put in Fetch vs Axios, and then put in the demo. This is going to be the exact file that we're going to use. So now as we have that file, first off, I'm going to be showing you how you are going to use Fetch. So here I'm going to put in Fetch 1 or Fetch test.js. Now, as we have the fetch test.js, I'm going to be showing you how you are going to put it up and also an example. Whenever you are working with fetch and Axios, you have to define it first. In this case, as we are using fetch, we're going to define in fetch at the beginning. After fetch, you want to open up the parentheses, and then you have to use a specific port, or let's say a JSON parse holder, or let's say a placeholder. In this case, I'm going to put in HTTP : I'm going to put in JSON. I'm going to put in JSON placeholder, and then I'm going to put in the type code, which is TYP, and then you're going to put in ICODE. This is the exact one that we're going to be using. Now, this is also a very simple one. If I put in post and then put in /1, this is a specific JSON file, which it contains a specific data. You can also open up this specific port on any of your browser. So let us copy this and open any one of our browser. Now, as we are on the browser, let's just search for that, hit on enter. You can see this is the exact one that we were looking for. Close this off and hit on that. And if you click on this, you can see this is the exact one with user ID. It also has an ID. It has the title. It also has a specific body. So these are kind of like specific JSON file, which has, default database onto it. So as we have put in the database, then we're going to use the function called then. Here you're going to put in then, and after that, you need a specific response to this specific site. So here I'm going to put in response. After response, put in the arrow function and open up the third bracket. After the third bracket, put in the if function, open up the parentheses. I'm going to put in an exclamation mark, type in response. After response, you want to put in specific data fields. Now, these data fields are going to be specific data. So here, after response, put in OK first. After the OK, you want to open up another third bracket. In this third bracket, you have to open up a new error, or you have to make sure you need a response to it, such as put in the throw function, throw new error. As you define in the error, there's going to be a specific error as a notification when it cannot fetch up any data. In this case, I'm going to put in network response was not okay. So if the network or the site is not working, it's going to show you this exact test or exact text, which is network response was not okay. But if it is working, it might show you off as another error. Now, as these are APIs, you cannot get a successful, or let's say a successful text notification without having users on it. So we want a return value. The return value is going to be a specific response from the JSON file. So we're going to define the JSON file. Open up the parentheses and put in a semicolon. After that, put in 2 slashes, which is going to basically define that this is the parse JSON from the response. So here I'm going to put in parsing JSON as response. Now, after that, what you want to do is you want to make sure this third bracket and also the parentheses closes after this line. Now here, what we're going to do is we're going to make sure we define in the then function. When you put in the then, it is going to connect up to the data. The data is also going to be arrow functioned with the console log, so it defines up the data and shows it up on our screen. Now, what type of data do you want? The variable that we're using as the database is called data. So type in the variable, which is data. And after that, we also have to make sure all of the parentheses closes off on this line. Now here, I'm going to put in dot catch. Now this is going to basically put in the error as the text on our screen. So error, arrow function, then open up the next line. Here I'm going to define in console. Now as we define in the console, now as we're working with error, so here I want it as an error. Open up the parentheses to define in the exact text which will appear up after clicking on the buttons. Here I'm going to put in fetch error colon, and this should end right over here, put in a comma and defining the variable as the error. Now you will also see that after the error has been defined, it's also going to need to close off on this line. So that is basically how you want to use Fetch API on JavaScript. Now let's show you how you're going to use Axios on JavaScript while connecting for HTTP request. It is also quite simple. It is basically a popular third-party HTTP client used by developers for Axios and also for development in the same case of Fetch. It works in the kind of the same way, but it is a third-party app. It automatically parses the JSON file, so it is a lot more easier than the Fetch API. But it does not give you, let's say, a reliability. Because when you work up with manual, or let's say manual JSON files, what it does is you can enter whatever you want. But as it parses up automatically, you will not be able to parse it up automatically, or let's say manually, and get it up to your expectation. The simpler syntax with more feature like interceptors, requests, and cancellations are available on Axios. You must install npm install Axios before using them. If you want to install that, click on terminal and put in new terminal and then type in npm install Axios. Hit on enter and wait for a bit. It's going to take a bit of time and then it's going to load up all the packages onto your device. Now, in the same way, what we're going to do, as you can see, it has automatically parsed the JSON files without even putting them. Now I'm going to click on another file. This file is going to be, let's say, Axios test.js. Now I'm going to be showing you an example of Axios in your screen. First off, as Axios is kind of like a module and a third party, you have to make sure you put in import and then type in Axios like this. You have to put in Axios from Axios. Well, you have to make sure to put in if using modules or via the script source in the browser. But if you have installed npm install Axios on your terminal, then it is going to be automatically detected. Now you also have to make sure it shows up the same thing like added 23 packages or more or less, and also 6 packages are looking for funding, run npm fund. Now I'm going to put in run or type in npm and type in fund. Hit on enter and you can see it has given us all of the demo and where the file is located. Okay, so as we have all of these files, now let's show you how you're going to use npm Axios on developing or for HTTP requests. After that, you have to define in the Axios, and then as this is a getting function or a get function, here we're going to define the same thing. Okay, so first off, I'm going to copy this, Control C, and then I'm going to paste it inside. Now, whenever you paste it inside, this is how it should look like. After that, you also want the same thing in the same way. Put in the then function and open up the parentheses to get the specific response. After you define in response, make sure it is the small letter. Now, after response, put in equal and then the arrow function. After that, open up the third bracket. Inside, what you want to do is you want to define in the console.log. After the console log, we want the response as a data. So type in response.data. After that, you want to make sure to put in a semicolon so the data is already parsed. And after that, your third bracket and the parentheses should close up. After that, you have to put in the catch function and then open up the error as the variable and type in the arrow function, open up the third bracket and define in the console.error in the same way. After error, open up the parentheses. Here I'm going to put in Axios error. Open up a colon, put in comma, move it to the next line, and define in error at the next line. Now close it off also with a parentheses, as you can see over here. And after that, you want to put in a semicolon at the end. So these are the examples of Fetch.js or Fetch API and Axios.js, which is Axios. Now there are a couple of key differences in between them, such as the Fetch API is built in. So you can see whenever I put in that, it was already detected. But the Axios is going to be detected after I install it manually and I have a fund on it. Now, even though if I do not have a fund, but I will still be able to use it if I install it properly. So whenever you install VS Code, it's going to be there and it's going to be detected. But Axios is a third party, so you have to individually install it. So you basically have to make sure to keep it installed. Then, as JSON parsing, you have to make sure to put in the JSON parsing individually and manually while using Fetch. While in Axios test.js or Axios.js, you don't have to do that because whenever you install it, it's going to be already parsed on your device and on your IDE. On error handling, you have to must check manually in Fetch test. So you can see there is no error right now because I cannot see any red lines. Also in the same way, you cannot see any red lines. But whenever you are using Axios, the error handlings are all manual and also built in. So you can check whenever there is any error. But when you are running the Fetch test, you have to make sure to run it and then you have to check if it is working or not. You don't have to worry about it because I'm going to be showing you how you're going to make it effective by getting the request from HTTP. Now, in older browser, you can run both of them, but when you are getting or using Fetch.js or Fetch API, you have to use with the polyfill, or else it will not work. But in Axios, it works in almost all cases. So now let's create a project and show you how you'll be able to make both of these effective. So as we have both of these files, I'm going to click on a new file. First off, I'm going to put in the index.html. Now after the index, I'm going to put in style.css. After that, I'm going to make sure to put in fetch.js. And then I'm going to put in axios.js. And then I'm going to create a README file, readme.md. So we have all of these files. I'm going to close off these examples, but I'm going to save these up so you can also check in when you want to try to copy them. Now, first things first, let's customize our HTML file. First off, put in the doc type, then put in HTML. Here I'm going to put in the head. Inside the head, I'm going to make sure to put in a title. Now, the specific title is going to be Fetch versus, let's say I'm going to put in Axios demo. Okay. Now we're going to make sure to link up the CSS file equal to style sheets, href. Then I'm going to put in style.css and then close off the tag. Now after the head, I'm going to define the body. Inside the body, I'm going to put in first off as a heading as h1. Here I'm going to put in user list. After the h1, I'm going to make sure to put in div classes so I can create like variable. Okay, so here I'm going to put in class. After class, I'm going to make sure I put in a button container. So put in btn container. So it's going to create a specific button. Okay, after closing this off, move on to the next line. I'm going to define in a button. Now this button is going to have the onClick function. Now after onClick, I'm going to make sure to put in load with fetch. Load fetch. Okay, open up the parentheses so everything inside of it is validated. Here I'm going to put in the name of the button as load with fetch. So there we go. We have the first button, and we also want to do is we want to close off that button at the end. Now, as we have the button closing right over there, we're going to create another button. Here in the same way, I'm going to put in onClick function. Here, I'm going to put in load with Axios. Open up the parentheses and keep it closed. After that, I'm going to put in load with Axios. In the same way, we're going to close off the div tag at the end. Now, we're going to create an unordered list, ULID. Now, this ULID is going to have a user list. So I'm going to close off the tag and I'm going to keep it empty. Now, this user list is going to work as a variable to connect up to the fetch.js and also the Axios.js, because we're going to be defining both of them inside of those JavaScript to make it interactive. Now, in the same way, I'm going to define in the script source. First off, I'm going to put in the fetch.js, and then I'm going to close off the tag. In the same way, I'm going to also connect up the script for getting our JS, or let's say our HTTP CDN. Now, there are a couple of CDNs which you'll be able to use, but I'm going to be using a specific one, such as I'm going to define it with the script first. Script src is going to be equal double quotation and then put in the same thing as I put in https:// and then we're going to be using a CDN. Now, this CDN is basically going to be for JavaScript deliver and also for the net. We're also going to be using npm Axios distal and Axios minimum as JS. So after this, I'm going to make sure to keep this double slashes, because if you do not put in double slashes, it's not going to work. Put in dot and then put in JS DELIVR. This is how you want to put it. I'm going to close this off, deliver, and then put in .net. Slash, I'm going to put in net, as you can see, or instead you can put in npm/Axios. I'm going to put in /dist. Here I'm going to put in slash, and then put in Axios, and then put in .minimum.js. Okay. So as we have all of these files, and after that, you want to close off the tag and also end with the script. Now, the last thing that we want to do is we want to connect up the Axios file. So here I'm going to put in the script again, src. I'm going to put in Axios.js. At the end, close off the tag, and then you are good to go with this HTML file. Now, the next thing that we want to do is we want to go into the CSS file to customize our HTML page. So that is also quite simple. First off, I'm going to customize my body. I'm going to put in the font family. There we go. I'm going to put in Arial, Helvetica Sans Serif. Now, after that, I'm going to put in a specific margin. In this case, I'm going to put in 40px. In the next line, I'm going to put in background, which is going to be hash. And here, I'm going to put in F9, F9, F9. Now, this is going to have a white type of shade. Now, I'm going to customize my heading, which is H1. Open up the third bracket. I'm going to define a specific color to it. So I'm going to put in hash 333. Okay, this is what you want to put in. Now, the next thing that I want to customize is the button container. Third bracket. Here, I'm going to put in margin bottom. This margin bottom is going to be 20px in this case. After the margin bottom, I'm going to define in my buttons. So the button that I want to create is going to have a margin right. The margin right is going to be somewhere around 10 pixels. Now, I can also put in the padding value, which is going to make sure to put a bit of space, 16 pixels. I'm going to put in font, let's say size, 15 pixels. And the last thing that I want to apply is a cursor working as pointer. After the button, we also have the unordered list and also the list. So define in UL first. First off, I'm going to have the list style type. I'm going to put in disk if you want to, but you can also put in none in this case. Now, here I'm going to put in the list. So if there is any list, I'm going to put in the background, which is going to work as white in this case. I'm going to put in the margin value, let's say 9px, and then 0 at the end. After that, I'm going to put in a padding value, which is going to be 11px. And at the end, I'm going to have a border left. So on the left side, it's going to have 5 pixels, and I'm going to have a solid color for this. Define in hash, I'm going to put in 007 and put in BFF, which is going to have a blue type of shade to it, or let's say somewhat like a sky blue. So now we're basically done with the style.css file. So as we're done with the CSS file, now we can move on to the fetch.js. Now let's define in the fetch or the function of the fetch. As this is going to work as a function and it's going to make sure it is interactive, you have to define in the function first. Here I'm going to put in loads with fetch. Open up the parentheses. I'm going to keep it empty and open up the third bracket. Here, I'm going to start off with the fetch over here. Fetch, open parentheses, https, : / and here I'm going to put in JSON placeholder, and after that, put in ty pycode. Okay, so we have typecode.com, then put in the /users. Okay, now I'm going to move on to the next line. I'm going to put in the then, and after then, I want a response to it. Now the response that I want is going to be defined inside of the arrow function. Open up the third brackets, move on to the next line, and after the next line that you can see over here, and you can also see that we have another parentheses or another third bracket at the end, but let's just define in the response first. Here I'm going to define in the if function, open up the parentheses, ! Define in the response over here too. Now, as we have the response, I'm going to make sure if it is okay or not. Now here I'm going to put in throw, then put in new. Move on to the next line. And here I'm going to define in the error, open up the parentheses, single quotation. I'm going to put in failed to fetch user. Okay, so after that, put in a semicolon and then move on to the next line to return up a specific value. So as we have return, I want a response. Now, as a response, I want the JSON file. Open up the parentheses so everything is validated inside. Now you can see the third bracket and the parentheses should close off on the next line. Here I'm going to put in the then function. Open up the parentheses, define in the users, arrow function, move on to the next line, and then I'm going to display the users. Okay, open up the parentheses, define in users, and after that you should also see this should close off as the parentheses at the end. Move on to the next line and define in the catch. As we have catch, I'm going to define my error. So I'm going to put in ERR in short. After that, open up the third bracket, move on to the next line. In the next line, I'm going to define my console error. So the error that I specifically want is going to be defined with the controller, which is going to work as ERR. Then here I'm going to have an alert function, open up parentheses, single quotation, error, loading, users with fetch. Now, as we're done with this, now one thing you have to keep in mind is that this site is not going to work unless you have specific users. But in this class, I'm just showing it to you of how you'll be able to make it interactive and as an example. First off, I'm going to save up this file. Save. Now let's move on to Axios.js. So over here, I'm going to also define in a function. I'm going to put in loads with Axios. Open up the parentheses, keep it empty. I'm going to put in Axios dot get. Open up the parentheses, and then I'm going to put in https:// I'm going to put in JSON placeholder. You can see we have two of those slashes. One thing that we forgot over here is putting in a single quotation. So we have JSON placeholder, and after that, put in the same thing, dot type. You can see I'm going to put in type code, TY, code. Now, after that, put in .com/users. Now, we're using users because in this case, we are using a specific user list. So it's going to always fetch the data from here and also from fetch.js. So after the users, you want to close it off with a single quotation. After the next line, put in the then function as the response. Then put in the arrow function and open up the third bracket. Now in the next line, I'm going to display the users. Open up the parentheses to define in the response dot data. Now after that, close it off with a semicolon, and on the next line, it should also end. Here I'm going to put in the catch function. After catch, define in the error. Now after the error, we're going to do the same thing, put in the arrow function, and after the arrow function, open up the third bracket, and here I'm going to put in the console.error. After error, define in the variable as also error, as we're using the same variable. Here we want the alert function so that I can see if it is working or not. Error, loading users with Axios. That should be it. Close it off with a semicolon. On the next line, also close it off, and that should be it. Now, the common function in index.html at the bottom, as you can see right over here, is the UL ID user list and UL. Well, both is included in the fetch.js and the Axios.js. You can also append more child if you want to, and you can use users for each user. Okay, so this is basically a call function which works as a helper. Now, the next thing that you want to do is basically open up the index.html file. As you have the index.html file, you're going to use this live server extension, and then you're going to click on go live. When you click on go live, just wait for a bit, and you can see on your screen we have the user list with two of these buttons, with load with fetch and also load with Axios. Now you want to click on load with fetch, and whenever you click on load with fetch, you can see error loading users with fetch. If I click on load with Axios, you can see error loading user with Axios. Now I'm going to click on inspect, and you can see this is how it looks. Now another thing that I'm going to click on over here is whenever you click on this, you're going to get a computed layout. Okay, so you can click on computed and also layout and all of those. Now here I'm going to go on event listener. We have a specific message which is working right now. Okay, so you can see even though this is not showing up the users as you do not have any users, so it's basically not going to work. But whenever you click on that, you can see the exact thing that you have put inside as the variable is appearing up. That means it is working. So if you have actual users working on your API or using your API, you'll be able to load with the user ID and also the specific users. So you can see this is how you'll be able to use these type of project for getting requests with HTTP by using Axios and also Fetch API. So hope you understood about everything in this class. And if you still have any confusion or any question about this class, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. Another thing that you want to do is if you still are facing any problems, I'm attaching all of these files with this, resource folder of this course. Try copying and pasting up the exact same code that I have put in and try playing it out. Or let's say try, opening up or going live on the server and check out if it is working or not. Another thing that you want to make sure to check is that using these APIs, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to click on new tab. I'm going to paste it and click on OK. Now you have to make sure that it opens up Axios at the beginning with the copyright 2025. Now, if it is not the exact same file, then make sure to search up for Axios and then use the exact CDN, which is used for axios.min.js. So thank you again. And without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of full stack web development. Welcome to a new class of full stack web development. In this class, I'm going to be showing you how are you going to connect a front-end form to a back-end API. Now, connecting a front-end form to a back-end API means making the front-end, which is what the user sees and interacts with, and also sends the data to the back-end, which is the server for processing, saving, or for further actions. I'm going to show you about how you're going to use that, and I'm also going to show you with example, and at the end of the class, I'm going to show you how you are going to create an effective project just by using these methods. So without any further ado, let's open up Visual Studio Code on our device and let's get started with coding. Before getting into the practical part, I'm going to show you an example of how you'll be able to apply it. So let's advance in this class. So as you can see on my screen, I have opened up Visual Studio Code. So here I'm going to click on Open Folder. I'm going to go off into the resource folder. I'm going to right click on it, click on New File, and here I'm going to name a folder. Let's say contact dash. I'm going to put in form project. Now this is the exact file or folder that I'm going to use. So I'm going to click on select folder. Now whenever I select the folder, it will open up on my project panel. Now there are going to be a couple of things that I want to do. First off, I'm going to create new folders for the front end and also the back end. So here I'm going to put in front end, another folder, which is going to be inside of this contact form project. This is going to be the back end. Now, as we have both of these, I'm going to show you where and what you are going to put inside of the front end and what you're going to put inside of the back end. Inside of the backend, you want to create the server file. So here, I'm going to put in server.js. So that is exactly how you want to put it. You can put in whatever name you want. You just have to make sure to put in the exact file whenever you are intertwining or linking it up to the front end. Then I'm going to create a package.json file. Package.json. Now we have created both of these files. Inside the front end, I'm going to create the index.html file. Now, this should allow me to end my project structure. Now, obviously, there are also a couple of things that you want to start off with, such as when you're inside this contact form project, you want to go off into terminal and create a new terminal. There are a couple of modules that we want to install. First off, we have to check in if the init y is turned on or not. Now, if it shows me the exact thing, then this is how it will look like. Now, I'm going to take this directly into the package file. I'm going to click on move, replace. Now, you can see whenever we click on JSON, you can see we have the json.package or package.json file, which also has a specific type of data inside of it. It's also going to be debuggable, so you don't have to worry about it. Now, what I'm going to do is here, I'm going to click on this backend file and I'm going to keep it open, which is server.js. Here, I'm going to install the Express course. So here, I'm going to type in npm install, type in Express, type in course. Hit on enter and wait for a bit until this one has also been installed on your device. Now, the next thing that you want to do is you have to make sure to keep installing or install the Node server.js. Now I'm going to use this to check if it is working or not. Node server.js. Even though you can see the module is not found and cannot find the module, that means we have not defined it yet. Okay, so another thing that I'm going to type in is going to be Node server.js. Now you can see the server.js and the node.js has been identified.
Now, if you see these exact things after putting in these commands, then you are basically good to go. Now, the next thing that you want to do is here, I'm going to create new files, for example. Let's close these off, and I'm going to click on this contact form. Now, inside this file, I'm going to create another file. Let's say I'm going to start off showing you the examples of how you are going to use this front end to the back end. Such as, in this case, I'm going to put in the HTML file, let's say example.html. Now, how are you going to intertwine or connect the HTML with the JavaScript? In this case, let's say in my, let's say project, I'm going to be using the same thing. Now, let's say I want a form, as this is a contact form connecting with the HTML. So first off, after defining form, you have to define in the ID. So here I'm going to name my ID as my form. Then you're going to need the input value. Input. Now the input is going to have a specific type, such as the text. After the text, I'm going to define in the name, such as the username. After that username, you want to close it off with the slash and close it off like that. Then we're going to create a button, which is also going to have a type, which is submit type. Now, after submit, you have to close off the tag, and inside I'm going to type in submit, and then I'm going to close off the whole thing. So this should allow you to connect up the HTML with the JavaScript. So this is basically how, or this is the exact part where it is going to be connected up with the JavaScript. In the same way, I'm going to create the example.js. Hit on enter. And now, how are you going to connect up the HTML with the JavaScript? First off, you have to make sure to put in document.getElementById, which is your exact form, which is the name of my form. So in the same way, I'm going to put in document.getElementById, open up the parentheses, and then put in the name of the form that you have defined over here. And the name of this form is my form. So in the same way, I'm going to put in my form inside. In this way, that exact variable is validated. Then I'm going to put in an add event listener so that I can put in the function of the button, which is the submit button. After the submit, I'm going to make sure I async it up. So put in a comma after the quotation, type in async. After async, I'm going to define in the function, you can see, I'm going to close this off. Now, first things first, let's just close all of these lines. As you can see, we do not need all of these. You can see async. After async, I'm going to define in function. After function, open up the parentheses and define in E. After the E, open up the third bracket and move on to the next line. I'm going to make sure to close all of these lines off because I'm going to be customizing them step by step. First things first, I'm going to define the E variable, and then I'm going to prevent the default. Now, after preventing default, I want everything to be validated inside of this. Well, this basically prevents the page reload and works automatically. Then I'm going to put in the const function, and then I'm going to define in the data. Now, this data is going to be equal inside of the third bracket, and then define in the username. After username, put in a colon, define in the E variable, and then define in the target, then the username, and then you have to put in the specific value, which is the text. Now, after that, you will basically see the third bracket will close right over here. Put in a semicolon and move on to the next line. Now we're going to send to the back end of the file. Now you can see the submit has not ended yet because we did not close off the parentheses after the submit. So each and every one of those submit will close off almost by the end. Okay. Now, as we're going to send to the backend, we're going to use the await function. After await, I'm going to define in the fetch data. After the fetch, open up the parentheses and define in the API that you want to use. HTTPS:// type in your backend API and then put in .com/submit. This should allow us to use the exact API that we want to use. I'm going to close both of these with double quotation. Now, after submit, after this quotation, I'm going to put in a comma. Open up the third bracket again, and then you have to define in the methods. So first off, we have the method, which I'm going to put in colon, and here I'm going to define it as post, comma, move into the next line, define in the header, colon, and after that, you're going to put in the third bracket, double quotation, I'm going to define in the content type. After the content type, I'm going to put in colon, double quotation, I'm going to define in the application JSON. Application/JSON. Now, after that, I'm going to put in comma, and then I'm going to define the body. So after the body, put in colon, I'm going to put in JSON, so I can stringify it, stringify, open up the parentheses, and what are you going to put inside of the JSON, which is the specific data. Now that should be done for this part. Now, one thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to move on to the next line over here and put in a semicolon. In the same way, I'm going to close off the parentheses, which should close off all of the things inside of the submit, and I'm also going to close it off with a semicolon. In this way, you'll be able to connect up the HTML with the JavaScript. Now, another thing that you can do is apply the backend API, such as the Node.js, Python, or the Django, or even etc. Now, the database is basically going to receive the data and does something with it. Save to database, send email, or etc. or whatever function that you want to apply to it. So what you want to do at the end of this, JS file or example.js file is that you have to basically create the example of the express.js, or let's say the node. So move on to the next line and define in the app.post. As we're using post, I'm going to put in single quotation /submit, and after that put in comma, open up the parentheses, request.res, and after that the arrow function, open up the third bracket. Inside I'm going to put in the const, third bracket, I'm going to put in the username, and after username I'm going to put in equal request.body, and after that put in a semicolon. Now here, after the semicolon, you want to put it, or you want to process the data. So to process the data, it is mostly used as res. Then I'm going to send the data, open up the parentheses with the third bracket, and define in the specific message that you want to show up, which is going to be, let's say, data received if it is working. Okay, so I'm going to put in exclamation mark and put in a bit of space with a semicolon at the end, and even on the next line I'm going to close it off with another semicolon. Well, this is the example of using express.js as the node.js. So basically, the front end captures the user input, and the JavaScript basically sends the data to the backend using the fetch or similar using this post, and also the backend API receives the data and processes it. You can also stack specific tech examples like React Plus, Flask, HTML, or PHP Plus in the same way. Now let's create our file. Okay, so first things first, you also have to know about the front end, JavaScript, and the back end. So basically the front end contains the HTML and the JavaScript. So HTML is used for creating the contact form, and JavaScript to create the send form data to the backend via fetch. And the backend is going to contain the node.js, where the JavaScript runtime to run backend code. Express is used for lightweight web framework to handle the HTTP request, and CORS is going to allow the front end and back end to communicate if they're on different ports. So first things first, let's just close these off. I'm going to save them and go into the front end of index.html file. Now in this index.html file, I'm going to customize it. Another thing that we're going to make sure to do is that we're going to put in the, let's say, JavaScript directly inside of the HTML. So it's going to be a lot more easier. Define in the doc type, then the HTML. Inside, I'm going to put in the head. I'm going to put in the title, contact form. And after the title, what you can do is you can close off the head. Then I'm going to define my specific body. Inside the body, I'm going to start off with the h1 tag. Here, I'm going to put in contact us. After the h1, I'm going to put in the form tag, just like I've shown you. This should have a specific ID. Let's say I'm going to put in contact form. After the contact form, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to close off this form. Then I'm going to put in the input value, which is going to have a specific type, which is going to be text. After that, I'm going to define in the name. The name should be obviously name. I'm going to put in a placeholder to put in your specific text inside of the box. Let's say I'm going to put in your name. And after that, I want to make sure it is specifically required and it does not advance without filling up the criteria. So here I'm going to put in required. Okay. Now here I'm going to put in slash and then close off the tag. Then at the end, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to apply in a BR tag. So it just has a line break in between them. On the next thing, I'm going to have another input type. This type is going to put in the email. After the email, I'm going to define in the name of email, placeholder. Let's say I'm going to put in your email. To make sure it is also required, slash, close it off, open up the tag, BR slash, close it off. In the same way, I'm going to be able to create more, but here I'm going to put in a specific text area. This text area is going to have a specific name. Let's say message. After the message, I'm going to put in placeholder. I'm going to put in your message. Make sure it is also required and then close it off. In the same way, what you can do is you can just basically close off the tag. It will basically close off another text area right after that. Here, I'm going to name it as text area. After the text area, I'm going to close it off with the BR. After the BR, I'm going to create a button, which is also going to have a specific type, such as submit. After the submit, I'm going to define it as send. Now the form should end and also not the body, because we're going to put in the JavaScript inside of the whole body. So here I'm going to start off with the specific script. Here, after the script, I'm just going to make sure as we're not connecting up anything, so just close off the script. Now inside the script, you're going to put in all the things of JavaScript. So I'm going to start off with document.getElementById. Open up the parentheses, define in the name, which is basically the contact form. So here I'm going to put in contact form. After the contact form, I'm going to put in add event listener. Open up the parentheses, and inside I'm going to define in the submit. After the submit, put in comma. I'm going to put in the async function, which is this one. I'm just going to put in a async function like this. Open up the parentheses, define in E, and open up the third bracket. Inside this third bracket, E.prevent default, and here open up the parentheses so everything is validated, and close it off with the semicolon. Here I'm going to put in the const form. Now this form is going to be equal E.target, colon, then move on to the next line. Then I'm going to define the data equal to, let's say, open up the third bracket. First up, we have the data as name. So the name of this is going to be form.name.value, comma. Then we have the email, which is going to be form.email.value, comma. And then the last thing is the message. Message colon form dot message dot value. So as we have all of these, you can see on the next line, there is a third bracket closing. So I'm going to close it off with the semicolon. Then we're going to get the response. Start off with the const function equal await. Here I'm going to put in the fetch data, fetch open parentheses, double quotation HTTPS colon // and then type in the port, which is the local host, then like colon, let's say 3000 in this case, and put the / contact. After that, put in a comma, open up the third bracket again, and then we need a specific method to open up. So colon, double quotation, and then define in the post, comma. I'm going to put in the header. Here I'm going to put in colon, open up the third bracket, and double quotation. I'm going to put in the content type, colon, double quotation, and then we're going to make sure we put in the data so that it connects up with the JSON file. So here I'm going to put in application /JSON. Now after JSON, I'm going to move on to the next line where this third bracket closes, put in a comma. Now we have the body, which is going to contain the JSON file. So here I'm going to put in JSON.stringify. And as it is connected to the data, I'm going to put in the controller as data. Now after this line, you can see there is another ending. So close it off with another semicolon. Now we need the specific result and the alert. So I'm going to put in the const result is going to be equal to await, then put in dot, or you can put in response just like this, put in the JSON file. Open up the parentheses so everything is validated. And then I'm going to put in the alert function to put in the message on our screen. So here I'm going to put in result dot message. So basically we are done with this whole thing. Close it off with semicolons on the last two lines. So we are done with the index.html file, and then you basically want to save it up. Now we are going to customize our backend file where it is going to work as the server. So let's open up the backend and let's go off to server.js. Now there are a couple of things that we want to express over here. So start off with the const. Here we're going to be using express, which is required. So here I'm going to put in require, open parentheses, type in express, semicolon. I'm going to define in const again. I'm going to define in course equal require, open parentheses, define in course, semicolon, const, then defining the app, which is being used as express. Open up the parentheses. Then the last thing is the port, which should be validated. So defining the port equal to 3000 that we are using. Now we're going to put in the middleware. First off, defining the application to use it. Then I'm going to open up the parentheses. I'm going to define in course, open up the parentheses and keep it empty. This basically allows the request from the front end directly into the backend for processing. Then I'm going to put in app.use again. Then I'm going to express it with the JSON file for validations of data. So here I'm going to put in express.json and I'm going to open up the parentheses. So it just basically parses the JSON body. Close it off with the semicolon. Now we're going to post the endpoint to handle the form data. So put in app.post, and after post, open up the parentheses, single quotation / contact. Now after that, I'm just going to close this off right now. And let's just reduce the desktop audio for a bit so you can understand it better. Now here after contact, I'm going to put in the request and the res, okay, or the result. First off, put in request, comma, result. After that, put in the arrow function and then open up the third bracket. Here, what you want to do is you want to put in the const function, the third brackets, define in name, comma, email, comma, message. After the message, put in the equal and then put in request dot body. And put in a control Z, request dot body, semicolon, and then move on to the next line. In the next line, I'm going to define in the console.log, open parentheses, double quotation, received contact form should appear up if it is working. After this, put in a comma and now define in the variables or the data, which is the name, comma, email, comma, and then we have the message. So that is exactly what you want to put. After that, you want to close it off with another semicolon. In the next line, what I'm going to do, first off, we're going to check this part if it is closing off with a semicolon or not. If it is not there, it's not going to work properly. So after this, we want to basically send the response. Now, the response is going to be run with the res, which is the result. So here I'm going to put in JSON. After JSON, open up the third bracket and define in the message. Put in the colon, and here I'm going to put in thanks for contacting us. Then after that, put in a comma and then put in a bit of space. Now you have to put in what you want to define. So plus name plus, I'm going to put in double quotation and then exclamation mark. Now this should show us exactly what we want. Semicolon to close off this line too. And the next line, I'm also going to close it off. Now after this line, I'm going to basically start the server. So put in app.listen, and obviously it needs to listen to the port. So defining the port, comma, open up the parentheses, arrow function, then open up the third brackets. Here I'm going to put in console.log, open parentheses, put in single quotation, and define in, even if you're not using single quotation, I would obviously suggest you to use, console over here. Server is running on https:// then put in local host colon, then put in this dollars like $sign, and then define in the port inside. Close off the third brackets and your console should end at the end. Now close off both of them, and this is basically you are done with customizing your server. Now how are you going to run it? First off, make sure VS Code is opened up, and you basically have to open or keep this folder open. Now you have to open two terminals, one for the node, which is back at backend server.js, and one to open the front end index.html. First off, what you want to do is you want to just open up the index.html file, and then you want to click on this go live. Then here, it will start off on the specific port. Now you can see the exact type of data with the exact type of, customizations that you have done with the name, email, and message will appear up. If I click on send, you can see, please fill out this form because we are using the required tag. You can also connect it up to React or Python for like Flask or the Django to create this contact form. First off, let's say my name is John. Even if I click on send, you can see we have to fill out these. I'm going to put in john@yahoo.com. And then my message is going to be hello user. If I click on send now, you can see it will basically be sent. And you can click on submit to see the backend log the data and return a successful message. Now here, what I'm going to do is I can see these examples, such as this over here. You can see the keywords and also all of these servers. To see the backend form, or let's say the backend, first off, what you basically have to do is you have to first off navigate to this folder and then open up this. Okay, you can also click on terminal, new terminal, and type in cd, type in backend. It should open up the backend folder. Then I'm going to type in node server.js. Hit on enter, and you can see server is running on HTTP localhost 3000. So if it is showing you that, it is working properly. Now what we can do is we can click on this and then we can go off directly into the site. There we go. You can see cannot get because we are using basically a post. So click on send, you can see thank you for contacting us, John. So if you basically do not make sure that the server is running, it's not going to be able to submit the form. And now you can go to the browser and submit the front end, and you can see the terminal. Let's go off to the terminal, and you can see we have received the contact form, name John, email john@yahoo.com, message, and hello user. So this is basically how you are going to connect up your HTML with the server or the backend API. So in this case, if your server was online and people were using it, you're going to get all of the data of the users who's going to connect up, and it's going to fill up the form, and you will get all of those data on your backend server. So hope you understood about everything in this class. If you still have any confusion or any question, feel free to ask me. Try practicing all of these files. It will be very helpful for you in the long run. Another thing that you want to do is that try practicing, and if you still face any errors, feel free to copy and paste these up into your VS Code or any IDE that you're using and check out if these are working properly or not. And I'm also going to be applying all of these resource folders with this resource file in this course, so you don't have to worry about it. So thank you again. And without any further ado, we can move on to the next class of full stack web development. Welcome to another class of full stack web development. In this class, I'm going to be showing you how to use a contact form with database storage. Now, I'm going to show you step-by-step method of how you'll be able to reach the outcome of this specific project. I'm also going to be showing you how you're going to use HTML, CSS, Python, which is going to be Flask, and SQLite in VS Code. So as there are a lot of things, make sure not to skip any part because it's going to be very important for you. So without any further ado, let's open up Visual Studio Code on our device. So as you can see, I have opened up Visual Studio Code on my device. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a project structure. First off, I'm going to click on Open Folder, go all to DLD. Here I'm going to create a new folder. The name of this folder is going to be Contact Form Project. So I'm going to select on this folder so I open it up. After this opens up, I'm going to have the Python file, then I'm going to have the index file, and then I'm going to have the statistic file, or let's say the static for style.css. First off, I'm going to click on this, and then I'm going to click on templates. This folder is going to contain the inner HTML. Click on new file. I'm going to put in index.html. Now after this, I'm going to click on the folder and I'm going to create another one where I'm going to put in the static. The static folder is basically going to contain the style. So here I'm going to put in style.css. After the static folder, I'm going to put everything inside of this contact form project. So here, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to click on this folder and I'm going to click on new file. First off, I'm going to put in app.py. This is going to contain the Python folder, or let's say the Python file. Another file that we're going to create is going to be the database.db, which is going to contain all of the databases. As we have the database, now the next thing that we want is a README file, which is also going to be the DB file, or let's say the MD file. So I'm going to keep it readme.md. Now, first off, what you want to do is you want to customize the Python on your screen. Another thing you will see if you do not have Python extension installed on your Microsoft or your device, you want to click on install. I'm going to click on Python right over here. Now, after this installs up, make sure to click on auto update so everything that you use by Python is working and is also effective. Make sure that it is installed properly on your device or else this project is not going to work. So let's wait for a bit until the whole installation process has been done completely and also successfully. And then we're going to start off our app.py file. Then we're also going to customize our HTML file. And the last thing that we want to do is we want to customize the CSS file. Even though if it is optional, but it is a good practice to customize and, to modify our browser the exact same way that we want. The last thing that you want to do is you have to make sure that Flask is installed on your device. So first things first, let's open this up and then let's install Flask and also PIP so that it is working properly on our device. After you have installed Python on your device, now one thing that you can try doing is go off into app.py and type in Flask. Now, even though if it is not there, open up a new terminal. After opening up the terminal, there are a couple of things that you want to do, such as type in pip install Flask. Hit on enter and wait for a bit. Now, if it shows up like this, requirement is already satisfied. That means Python has been installed perfectly. Then what you also want to do is type in python app.py. Hit on enter and you can see that it is running perfectly. So now we want to close off. Okay, so as we have closed it off, now we're going to customize our Python, or let's say the Flask app. So go into the app.py file, and here I'm going to type in from Flask. I'm going to import Flask. So now you can see that it has been identified. Now here I'm going to do is render template, request, redirect. After that, I'm going to import SQLite. Import SQLite 3. Make sure to open up SQLite 3 because it's going to help up with the Flask app. Then define the app name, such as define in Flask, open up parentheses and define in the root, such as the name. After that, you want to create a database table if it does not exist. So whenever you are defining or creating a database, you have to type in def. Here I'm going to put in init underscore define in database as DB, open up the parentheses and put in colon. Then you're going to put in con. Con is going to be equal to SQLite 3 dot connect. After connect, open up the parentheses, single quotation. Now you're going to connect the database or DB file. So type in database.db. After that, you want to move on to the next line and define in your cursor. This cursor is going to be equal to con.cursor. Open up the parentheses and keep it empty. Now type in cursor.execute. After execute, open up the parentheses and define in single quotation 3 times. Now here, you want to create the table. So type in create table if not exists. So here I'm going to define in the variable, which is the contacts. After that, open up the parentheses, move on to the next line, define in the ID, which is going to be an integer value. So type in integer primary key auto increment. So whenever you create more, it's just going to increase 1 by 1. After that, you want to click or you want to put in the name. So name is also going to be a text, not null. After that, you want to put in email, text, not null, comma. And after that, you want to put in message, text, not null. In the same way, it should close off the parentheses on the next line. After this, you want to move on to another line and put in 3 of those quotations again. In this way, this whole thing should close off. Now, what you want to do is you want to make sure it commits. So here in the same indentation level, I'm going to put in con.commit. Open up the parentheses and keep it empty. I'm going to put in con.close. Open up the parentheses and keep it empty. In this way, I'm going to make sure it is also in the same indentation level. Now, the next thing that we want to do is we want to create an app root, such as specific methods of get and also post. Define it with an @, type in app.root.
After uproot, open up the parentheses, open up single quotation with a slash. After that, put in the method that you want to define and put in the secondary bracket. Single quotation define in get, comma, single quotation define in the post. After that, you want to move on to the next line to put in def. Def index, open up the parentheses and put in colon. Move into the next line and define an if. If request dot method. After method, put in double equal, single quotation, define in the post, single colon, and then put in the name value. So name is going to be equal to request dot form. Here in this form, you have to define in the variable as name. Do the same thing for the rest of the one, such as for email, it's going to be equal to request dot form, single, or let's say secondary bracket, single quotation, define in the email in the same way. On the next line, we're going to do the message is going to be equal to request dot form, secondary bracket, single quotation, and then define in the message. After the message, you want to define in the con value, which is SQLite 3. And after SQLite 3, you want to make sure it connects up. So put in connect. After this connect, you also want to make sure you define in the database, such as the database.db, which is already in your folder. After this line, you want to define in the cursor again, which is going to be equal to con.cursor. After that line, you want to move on to the next, but first off, make sure to open up the parentheses and keep it empty. Now we're going to make sure the cursor has executed. So here I'm going to put in cursor dot execute, and after that, open up the parentheses with single quotation, insert into contacts. After that, open up the parentheses, define in the name, email, then comma, and then the message. Now, all of these are specific values, right? So make sure your parentheses is not closing yet. Then define in the values of each and every one of them. And these values are not going to be like input on the application, or let's say on the program. Instead, it's going to be entered by the user. So put in question mark on each and every one of them because it is not a static value. After that, the quotation should end after the parentheses, put in comma, and then define in the variables again so that it is validated. Name, email, and message. After that, you want to move on to the next line and define in con. Dot commit, open up the parentheses, and put in con dot close, open up the parentheses, and define in return, then redirect. After redirect, open up the parentheses, single quotation with a slash. Then you want to define in your return value. So I'm going to close this off, and then I'm going to put in return. Render the template, and after that, open up the parentheses, single quotation, then put in index.html as the front end. Then you want to make sure that everything runs properly. So I'm going to make sure we move on to the next line. Then put in if underscore name underscore, which is equal to single quotation, define in main. Now this main is also going to have underscore over here. This is how it should look like. Now after main, I'm going to make sure to put in a colon at the end. Then I'm going to put in init underscore db. After that, open up the parentheses. In the next line, I'm going to put in app dot run, and here open up the parentheses and then put in debug equal to true. So that should be it for this line and this Python file. Another thing that you can try doing is make sure it is all inside of the if so that it works a bit better. Another thing that you can try doing over here is that you can make sure it closes up a bit closer. So I'm going to make sure that this one is connected up to the create. Another thing that you can see, everything is right over here. So I'm going to make sure that everything has been put after this line.
create. In the same way, I'm going to do the same thing so it connects up to this one. And in the same way, I'm going to make sure it connects up to this and also this one to this line. So this is how it is going to work. Now, the next thing that we want to do is we want to make sure that the equal is working perfectly. So here I'm going to put in double equal. There we go. And now you can see this is working properly and a bit better. You can see we have a bit of space in between these lines, so it is just working better. I'm going to make sure to open up this project panel so that we can see and move on to the next lines. Now let's customize our contact form in the templates of index.html. So there we go. Let's move on to the index.html. First off, define in the doc type, then move in, put in the HTML. Then define in the head. The head is basically going to have a title where the title is going to be, let's say, contact form. After this one, I'm going to make sure to put in the link file. Link rel is equal to style sheet. And after that, ahref or href, and it's going to be equal to /static/style.css. In this way, it should end right over there. Now, after the head, we want to customize our body. Now, in this body, I'm going to put in the div tag. In the div tag, we also want to make sure we define in a class. Now, this class is going to be equal to a form container. Now, as we have defined in the form container, let's move on to the next line and define in the h2 tag. So this h2 tag is going to have contact us in the same way that we did in our previous class. Then we're going to define in the form and then put in method, which is going to be equal to post. After the form, we're going to close it off. Then we're going to put in the input value. We're going to put in the type as text. And then we're going to define in the name as name. And then we're going to have a specific placeholder working as your name. After that, we're going to make sure it is required. So put in required at the end, just like our previous class. In the same way, put in the input, define in the type, such as the text. But here I want the email. So I'm just going to define in the email. Then I'm going to put in the name of this, working also as email. And then I'm going to put in the placeholder to put in your email and then required. After that, close off the tag and move on to the next line. The last thing is going to be a specific text area. And this text area is going to have a specific name, which is going to be a specific message. After the message, put in the placeholder, such as your message. So define it just like that. You can also put in capital so that it just looks a bit better. After the message, I'm also going to do the same thing, put in required and close off the tag right at the end. Now I'm going to keep this text area empty, but you can put in whatever you want if you want to. Now the last thing is going to be a submit button. So type in button, type submit, and after that, close it off. I'm going to put in the send. Then we have the form and the div tag. The last thing that we have to customize is the static file, or let's say the CSS file. So first off, start off with the body, third bracket, defining the font family. It's going to be Arial Helvetica Sans Serif. I'm going to put in the specific background, which is going to be hash F2, F2, F2. This is how you want to keep it. Now this should specify our white shade. After the background, define the display as flex. And after that, I'm going to justify the content, such as the center. I'm also going to align the items also at the center because it is justified at the center. And I'm going to define in the specific height as 100, VH as vertical height. So that should close off at the end. Now I'm going to put in the form container. Open up the third bracket, move on to the next line. I'm going to put in the background as white. Now I'm going to put in the padding value as 20px. Then I'm going to define in the value such as border radius Now this border radius is going to be around 9 pixels. On the next line, I'm going to have the specific width, which is going to be somewhere around 301, or let's say 401, whichever you prefer, 301 pixels. And I'm going to define it in a box shadow, such as 0, space 0. Then I'm going to put in 11 px. I'm going to define in the RGBA color, open up the parentheses 0, comma 0. I'm going to make sure to put in a bit of space, 0, then put in comma again, and put in 0.1. This way, it should define up the container a bit better. Then we're going to define in the input value. So the input is going to be the text area. So define in the text area, open up the third bracket, and here I'm going to define in the width. The width is going to be 100% in most cases. Then I'm going to define in the margin value, which is going to be around 9 px and then 0. After that, I'm going to define in the padding value. Let's move on to the next line. After the margin, I'm going to define in the padding, which is going to be somewhere around 11 px. After that, I'm going to define in the border, which is going to be around 2 px. And I'm going to define in the solid color, hash 333. After that, what you can also do, you can define it as CCC, so it also has a white type of shade. Then the last thing is going to be the border radius. So put in the border radius, which is going to be somewhere around 5 pixels in height. Now the next thing is going to be the button. So defining the button, open up the third bracket, define in the background. Hash, define in 007, put in BFF. So we have this type of color. Okay, there we go, a sky blue color. I'm defining the color as white. Then I'm going to define in the padding as, let's say, 11 px. And then what we're going to do is we're going to define in the width. The width is going to be 100%. And then I'm going to define in the border, which is going to be around, let's say, none. But I want a border radius around, let's say, 5 pixels. And I'm going to make sure that the cursor is defined as pointer. So now, if you want to run it, first off, you have to still make sure that the app.py file is done perfectly. Then to run the Flask app, you basically want to open up python app.py. So the next thing that you want to do is just open up the terminal. Now inside the terminal, what we're going to do is we're going to type in python app.py. Hit on enter, and you can see, there we go, we have a development server. Now open up this plot. You can see this is how it is going to look like. You can see template not found, but what we're going to do is we're going to basically just, debug it first. Now, one thing you can try over here is opening it up with a live server. So first off, open it up with a live server and check if it is working or not. Now, if it shows you something like this, after putting on the live server, that means it is working. Now here you can put in your name just the same way and put in whatever you want and then click on send. You can see you have to put in @gmail.com and then click on send. Now you can see it might show you off as an error or a couple of times because you need the server working. So first off, open up the terminal, and then here you have to type in Python, then type in app.py. There we go. Open it up, and it should open up just like this. Put in, let's say, John. The email is going to be John@. I'm going to put in, hey. Click on send, and then it will work. If you open this up, you can see we have the exact thing that we wanted it to be. You can also see the output, and you can also go onto your debug console and to check it out. You can press on Control and C to escape and also stop the server. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So the previous class was getting the data, and you can now see which time I have put in the data and how it actually worked. So thank you again. And without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of full stack web development. Welcome to a new class of full stack web development. In this class, I'm going to be showing you how you're going to use Python in web development. Before getting into the practical part of this class, we have to first off know about what is Python and how does Python help in web development. So, what is Python? A web development, data science, automation, artificial intelligence, and many more fields employ Python. It is a high-level, easily readable, and flexible programming language. It is renowned for having a large community and a clear syntax. Now, where does Python fit in the web stack? In a typical web stack, Python fits in the back end, such as the logics. Here's a brief breakdown. The front end uses HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and this is what consumers see, while Python is used in the backend as the server side. Well, I've also shown you how you can use JavaScript as the server side, but in this part of this course, I'm going to be showing you how you're going to use Python to fit in the web stack to manage logics or business logic, database interaction, user authentication, and other tasks. Python can communicate with database such as MySQL, PostgreSQL, SQLite, and others. It can also be used for machine learning and also, let's say, artificial intelligence. Web server serves as the host for web application. Frameworks such as Flask or the Django can be used to execute Python application on specific server and also specific viewports. Now, let's see the Python web frameworks. There are basically two of these frameworks, which are also known or also can be called as modules. Flask is a lightweight, which is also good and also the best for small project. If you're creating a full-featured, good for large applications, then I would obviously suggest you to use the Django. So to put it briefly, Python drives the website's back-end logic and data administration. Another thing that you need to know about Python is that you can create basically anything or any testing software, or if you want to create basically a small project, but anything on the web or even on your GUI, Python is the right choice for users or also developers with no prior experience. So, as it is super friendly, then I'm going to be showing you what are the overviews of Flask and the Django. Now, Flask is focused on the course, or specifically this course. Flask is a lightweight, minimalistic web framework that gives developers more control over how they structure their applications. There are also specific usages, and also there are specific criteria for using Flask. But first off, let's open up Visual Studio Code on our device. And obviously, if you're not using Visual Studio Code, you can also use PyCharm, which is also integrated and optimized for Python development. So let's open up VS Code in this class. As you can see, I have opened up Visual Studio Code. Now we're going to learn about the usage of Flask. It is best for beginners, small to medium-sized projects, APIs, and when you need more flexibility. The features of Flask are simple and easy to learn, extensible with plugins, and ideal for super quick prototypes and learning web development. First things first, let's open up a new folder. I'm going to go off into DLD, right click, create a new folder. Let's say I'm going to type in Python app dev. Select folder, and there we go. If you specifically want to use Python or Python app dev in Visual Studio Code, then just like I did in my previous class, make sure to download Python as the extension on Visual Studio Code. It's going to basically help you to work Python better on your device. Okay, you can see I have already installed that, debugger, the Python, the Pylance. You can also download Python for VS Code. You can see this extension is deprecated as it is no longer being maintained. So as you can see, this is an older version. So obviously I'm going to suggest you to use the latest version available for Microsoft. If you're using Microsoft or Windows, if you're using Mac OS, you will also find out something related to these. Okay. Now, one thing that you want to do after that is that if you still don't want to use Python from here, go off onto your browser and click on download Python. Hit on enter, and you can see we have the first link. Click on download Python. After that, just click on the latest version that appears up on the front screen. If you want to use, or if you're using any different OS such as the Linux or Mac OS, just click on any of these links. It will take you directly to the site, or let's say redirect you. And from there, you want to download the latest version, which is 3.13 in this time. So after you install that, I already have it installed. Then the next thing that you want to do is you can also use another IDE. So the IDE, which I would suggest you if you are specifically using Python, just download in PyCharm. Hit on enter and then wait for a bit. And you can see we have the professional, which is going to be a paid version. But if you go down, you can also find out the free version, which is PyCharm Community Edition IDE for pure Python development. Click on exe Windows and click on download, whichever one you prefer. Then from here, just download the one which suits up and meets up your device, requirements, and also to your device or whatever CPU you are using. Now, if you still want to use VS Code, I'm going to be showing you most of them in VS Code, not on PyCharm. But in PyCharm, it is a lot more easier because if you have Python installed, it's just going to directly automatically detect Python on your device, and you don't even need to install like extra modules. But in VS Code, you are going to need to install extra modules, such as, first off, you have to go off into terminal. Now, after you go off into terminal, you have to make sure to install Flask. Okay. Now, installing Flask is quite easy. Pip install Flask. Hit on enter, and you can see sometimes it might show you off as like this, because in most cases, it does not work unless you keep it open, okay? Or let's say keep the folder open. You can see it is Python AppDev, and it is still not authenticating or cannot find pip over here. So first things first that we want to do is we want to create a new file. Here I'm going to put in flask.py. Now, as we have py, Python is going to get, selected. So from here, you can select on the, switch to on, auto import correction false. I'm going to click on switch to on. There we go. Then type checking, it's also done. And obviously make sure to detect up Python over here. Now click on auto detect, but from here, you will also be able to select on Python at the bottom. There we go. We have Perl, plain, and we have Python over here. So as we have Python over here, now I'm going to show you a basic example of the Flask app. First off, you want to type in Flask. Now you can see I already installed Flask in my previous class. So even if your pip doesn't work, if you followed up my class up till now, then it will already be detected. I'm going to import Flask. Okay. Now, as we have Flask, now we have imported Flask properly and successfully onto our device. Next thing that you want to do is you want to define in your application or name the application as Flask. Now, after defining it as Flask, I'm going to define it a name, but underscore to underscore and define in the name just like this. This will allow you to deprecate your Python file and work accordingly and make it successful. So make sure to define in name just like this. Now, after this line, you want to define the app root. Whenever you are defining the app root, you have to make sure to put in an @ first and define an app.root. Open up the parentheses, put in double quotation, and define in the / just like this. Now you have to define the home page, such as define in home, and open up the parentheses and keep it empty, so anything inside of it is validated. Now I'm going to return a file, which is going to be a response to it. So here in this case, hello world. After that, I'm going to make sure to move on to the next line, and then you want to put in the if condition. If the name, or let's say this one, which is the Flask app, if it is connected to the main file of the Python, or let's say for Flask, it is known as main. So if it is part of the main, it should run the debug and also make sure it is true. So here you want to type in the if underscore name is double equal, and then it is the constant file, or let's say the static file. Here it is main. Put in underscore, define in main. Make sure to keep it the same in all cases. Okay. Now here I'm going to debug the app. So which app do you want to run? Now you can see the app is called app, just like this. It's kind of like a variable. So here I'm going to put in app dot run, open up the parentheses and type in debug equal to true. Now this is going to allow you to run the debug and also make sure that the server is running properly. You can also click on go live, but it might not specifically work because there are a couple of cases where it doesn't specifically work. You can see you will only be able to run it just like this. Another thing that you can try doing is you can type in pip, or let's say Python, let's say flask.py. Now you can see the Python was not found run without arguments you have to install from Microsoft Store. Now, another thing you can see is that sometimes it will not be able to detect a Python from this. But it is quite simple because we did not apply in any front end to run in. Okay. Now, the next thing that we're going to learn about is about the Django. Now, the Django is also a high-level web framework that comes with many built-in features and follows the batteries included, which is kind of like a philosophy. Now, what are the usage of the Django or the Django? It is great for large-scale applications, websites with admin panels, and projects requiring built-in tools like authentication, ORM, and admin interference. Now, the features of the Django is a built-in admin panel, object relational mapper, which is ORM in short, and form handling, such as authentication, and more out of the box. Now you can put in specific example for setting up the Django involving more steps, including projects and app creations with CLI, which I'm going to be showing you in the next class. So in summary, Flask is a lightweight, flexible, and beginner friendly, which is perfect for this course and hands-on learning. But if you want to use the Django, which is full-featured, suitable for complex projects, but with steeper learning curve, then I would obviously avoid it in most cases. Now, if you want to also know about the Django, I'm going to create another file. I'm going to type in the Django.py. Okay, now we have the Django over here. First things first, you obviously have to make sure you install the Django on your device. So you have to make sure pip is installed. Another thing that you want to do is go back on Python and you want to install it properly so that it is running quite good. Okay, I'm going to keep it installed just in case. Now let's get back into VS Code. After you install it, you have to make sure you go off into the terminal. New terminal, just like this. Type in pip install Django. Hit on enter and you can see it is still not detected. I'm going to click on create and I'm going to wait for a bit. It's going to take a bit of time to upgrade the pip. You can see venv and VS Code has been created. So let's just wait for a bit until all of these files have been created. Now I'm going to type in pip install the Django. Now you can see the Django is being installed. In the same way, I can open up this Flask and over here, I'm going to type in pip install Flask. Hit on enter and you can see still this one is not installed. So what we're going to do is we're going to go off to this one and we're going to make sure we are running the pip install on this. You can still see it is not still being detected, but it is totally fine. So let's just wait for a bit. We have this Flask open and then we can close off both of these terminals. Another thing that we want to do is we have pip install, or let's say the Django install. Now here, I'm going to type in the Django, then type in admin. Now after admin, I'm going to type in, let's say, start project. Project.
then put in my site. This is how you want to keep it. Now, another thing that you want to make sure there is a space in between them. Okay? If there is no space in between them, it might not work. We can also make sure we go off over here. Let's select this and delete it. Enter. And if it shows you off as an error, then you don't basically have to do it. Then I'm going to put in cd, type in my site. Now, if it's still showing you an error, then we're just going to basically skip it because the Django has already been installed. Okay? Because if you type in the exact code just like this from the Django, if it is being detected, then you don't have to do anything and you're just going to face more errors. But it is already installed. Now, over here, if you want to start off the Django, first off, you have to type in from the Django.http, and then you have to put in the import HTTP request. There we go. So you can see that the Django has been successfully installed. Then type in dev. The home page, open up the parentheses, and we want a request. After the request, put in a colon on this line. Here, I'm going to define in the return value. So the return value is going to be an HTTP request, open up parentheses, double quotation, define in hello world in the same case, or I'm going to put in the Django. Okay. So after that, you have to basically configure your URL in your site. You're going to put that inside of this same Python file. So over here, first off, you want to put in from, let's say, the Django.contribute. There we go. After contrib, I'm going to import the admin from the Django URL. The Django.urls is how you want to put it. You have to import the specific path. And after that, I'm going to move on to this previous line. From the Django, or let's say from my app, I'm going to make sure to import in the views. Okay, this is how you want to keep it. Now you're going to define your URL pattern. So here, type in URL pattern, and after that, you have to put an equal secondary bracket, as all of these are variables. Define in the path, open up the parentheses, single quotation, define in the admin, put in slash, and after that, put in a comma, put in admin.site, then put in URLs. After that, put in a comma, moving to the next line, define in the path, open up the parentheses, single quotation, comma, and after that, I'm going to put in views.home. Okay, so after the home, put in comma, and then you can end the whole thing. If you want to run the server using the Django, you have to type in Python, then the Django.py, and then you have to type in run server. In that way, you'll be able to output the specific port of the Django, which is going to be 8000 in most cases, which is the default port of the Django, and you'll be able to set it up and with a specific diagram. So now you know about the basics of the Django and also Flask. You can see the Django requires a lot of contributions and a lot of customization and modification, because it needs to set up its path, its URL, the HTTP request, and also the specific viewport. But in cases of Flask, you just basically have to define the Flask and it automatically creates it on a specific viewport. So thank you for watching this video up to the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class, where we are going to learn about the basic commands and basic codes of Python for web development. Welcome back to another class of full stack web development. In this class, we're going to show you a brief yet detailed explanation of understanding web games in full stack web development. I'm also going to guide you with the setup and also all of these instructions. First off, let's open up Visual Studio Code or PyCharm if you're using on your desktop. Now, before starting our class, or let's say the practical part of the class, we have to know a bit about what web game is in full stack development. Web games are interactive browser-based games that use web technologies such as HTML, CSS, JavaScript on the front end, and may use a backend such as Node.js, Python, PHP, etc. for multiplayer, user authentication, leaderboards, and also saving the progress and etc. Now, in this class, I'm mostly going to be showing that to you using Node.js and also JavaScript. But don't worry about it. I'm also going to be showing you how you're going to use Python for web game development. Now, another thing that we need to know about why are you going to learn about web games in this course or full stack web development. First off, it is the front end mastery, such as game UIs, sharpened skill in DOM manipulation, Canvas, WebGL, animation, and etc. For the back end integration, you will be able to learn about real-time communication via WebSockets, databases, and authentication. And also for practical learning, games are fun, motivating projects that apply full stack skills. Now, we're going to learn about the layers of web game stack or typical technologies. So, for the front end, we're going to be using HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Canvas, WebGL, and React. And the purpose of it is to understand about UI, game logic, and rendering. For the back end, we're going to be using Node.js, Express, and also Python Flask. And the purpose of it is for game logic, multiplayer, and of using the APIs. For database, we're going to be using MongoDB, PostgreSQL, and Firebase. The purpose of it is to store user scores, stats, and profiles. For real time, we're going to be using Socket.io, which is Node.js, and also WebRTC. And the purpose of it is for multiplayer communication in real time. In this case, you will also be able to use the exact same methods for creating social media or let's say real-time chat apps. For hosting the server that we're going to create, we're going to be using Vercel, Netlify, Render, and Heroku. Now, it's going to be used for deploying the exact game that we want to create. First things first, I'm going to click on Open Folder. I'm going to go off in the DLD, right-click on it, and I'm going to click on New. Click on a folder. I'm going to put in Web Game. This is how you want to keep it. And I'm going to click on Select Folder. In this way, the exact folder that we want to use will be created. Inside this file, I'm going to make sure to apply and I'm going to make two more folders, such as we're going to create a specific folder for the backend, which is going to work with the JavaScript as the logic. And for the front end, we're going to use HTML for representing our site, or let's say our website. Then we're going to customize it using CSS. And then we're going to put in the game logic conditions and every customization in the game.js file. We're also going to be applying the data, the database using the JSON file. So if you've watched my classes up till now, then it would be very easy for you to follow up in this class, because in my previous classes, I've shown you every one of the basics that you need to know. You will also be able to apply these same things, same conditions in this course, or let's say even in this class. First things first, let's create a folder. Now the folder that we're going to create is going to be the backend file. Click on this again. I'm going to make sure I put this inside of this folder. Here I'm going to create the front end. Then I'm going to create another folder, or let's just keep both of these like this. In the back end that we can see over here, I'm going to click on this front end. I'm going to create the HTML file, index.html. Click on another file. I'm going to put in the style.css, and another file is going to be the JavaScript file for the game. In the back end, I'm going to create a file which is going to run the server.js as the logic. Another thing that we're going to create inside of this web game folder is I'm going to create another file which is going to be the package.json. In this way, we'll be able to put in our database. So first things first, we're going to start off from the front end. So the front end is basically very simple. Let's start off from the most basic. Doc type, HTML. I'm going to put in the head. Inside the head, I'm going to start off with the meta. I'm going to put in the charset. Here, I'm going to put in equal to UTF-8. UTF-8. This is how you want to keep it. Then I'm going to define my title. Now, the title of this application or the web game is going to be known as just simple as web game. Now, as we're done with the head, I'm going to customize my body. Another thing that we can apply in the head is connecting up with the style sheet, such as link rel equal to style sheet, then type in href, and I'm going to connect up with the style.css file. Now let's go off inside of this body. In the body, first off, I'm going to work off with the canvas that we want to create. Now this canvas is going to have a specific ID, such as the game canvas. Then I'm going to close off the tag. Inside, I'm not going to be putting in anything because I want everything to be customized as empty as the canvas. Then I'm going to apply in the script. Now the script is going to have a specific source, which is going to connect up to the game.js file so that I can work up with the logic inside of the game.js file, and everything is just basically represented inside of this website. So obviously, even though you are working with Python, or even if you're working with JavaScript as the logic, you have to make sure to put in the front end where it is going to be visible or represented on a website. Now, let's go off onto the style.css. Here, we can customize our body tag. Open up the parentheses. I'm going to define in the specific margin, as the margin is going to be 0. And then I'm going to put in the background, which is going to be somewhere around 111. After that, I'm going to define in the canvas, open up the parentheses or the third bracket, and define in the display. Now, in most cases, what we do is we create a flexbox. But here, I'm going to create a specific block. In this way, a block is created so I can input in my data. Then I'm going to create a specific margin, which is going to adjust itself according to the game. Then I'm going to define the background again, and here I'm going to put in FFF so that I get this white type of color. In this case, we are also done with the style.css file. Now, the next thing that you can try doing is that we're going to customize our game file. Now, the game file is basically going to have all the logic. So first off, I'm going to define it with the const, and the first thing that we have is the canvas. So here I'm going to define in the canvas. Now the canvas has a specific ID. In that case, I'm going to put in document.getElementById, open up the parentheses, single quotation, and define in the variable, which is game canvas. After that, close it off with the semicolon. Here I'm going to define in const again. I'm going to define it as ctx for the canvas again. So here I'm going to define in the variable, which is canvas. Now I'm going to put in get context. Now this get context is going to make sure which type of game do I want to create, such as I want a 2D game. So here I'm going to define it as 2D, and I'm going to close it off with a semicolon. Now I'm going to customize my canvas on the side and also at the top. So the width and also the height. In that case, define in the variable, put in dot, and define in the specific width. After that, put in equal and define in the size, such as 800. Then the next thing that I want to do is define in canvas dot height, which is equal to, let's say, 600 in this case, semicolon to close it off. Now, as we have defined our variable and also which part we want to customize with the logics, so that part is done. Now we're going to define up the function of the game. Now, whenever you are creating a game, it works on a game loop. So it doesn't close off until you close it off manually. So define in the function and then type in game, not canvas, type in loop. Open up the parentheses so everything inside of it is validated, and now define your game loop. First off, we need the context. So type in ctx. Then we're going to define in clear the rectangle. So type in clear, type in rect. Open up the parentheses, now define in the variables, such as in this case, I'm going to put in 0, comma, 0, comma, and then I'm going to put in the canvas width. Canvas dot width. Okay, now we're also going to validate the canvas height. So canvas dot height. After that, put in a semicolon, and then I'm going to put in ctx again. Here we're going to put in the fill style. There we go. So fill style, we're going to define in a specific color, such as we want blue. Semicolon to close this line off. Then we're going to put in ctx. Then I'm going to put in dot fill. I'm going to put in the rectangle. So define in rect. Open up the parentheses and define in the variable such as 100, comma 100, 50, comma 50. Semicolon at the last line, or let's say at the end, and we're going to put in the request animation. So here, I'm going to put in request animation frame so it has a bit of animation when it opens up and also closes off. Here I'm going to define in the variable of the game or the function of the game, which is the game loop. So here I'm going to also close it off with the semicolon. At the end, you might see that there is a third bracket closing. Now we're going to do is we're going to make sure that this function is running throughout the whole time whenever the web site is opened. So type in game loop and open up the parentheses, and at the end, put in a semicolon. In this way, you will see that the game.js file is going to put up every one of these logics. Now, the next thing that you want to create is the server file, or let's say the backend or the Express server. Now, if you want to customize your server, it is also quite simple. First off, you have to define if you have Express installed on your device, and you have to make sure it is working properly. Okay, so first things first, what we're going to do is we're going to define it as a variable. To type in Express equal, I'm going to define in require. Open parentheses, single quotation, and define in the Express value. After that, put in a semicolon and move on to the next line. Define in the const app, which is going to be equal to Express, and everything inside of it is validated. Now, I'm going to define in the path on which viewport should the web app run. So I'm going to define in const path equal require, open parentheses, single quotation, and define in the specific path. At the end, you want to close it off with the semicolon. Now you want to use the app for the Express static. So type in the app, then put in .use, open up the parentheses, define in Express, put in .static. In this case, you also want to define in the path so that it joins up. So define in join, and after that, open up the parentheses, then define in your directory. So put in dir name, and after dir name, put in a comma, and after that, you have to define where the file is or which site should it run on. In that case, the file is specifically on the folder of front end, so define in front end. There we go. Another thing that you want to do is you have to make sure you put in a bit of slash at the beginning. Another thing that we're going to do is that before the slash, we're going to put in 2 dots. In that way, it will be more validated and understandable to JavaScript. Close it off with the semicolon and move on to the next line so that you can open up the viewport. So define in the application and define in listen. Open up the parentheses, and in most cases, it opens up on 3000 as the port. So after that, put in a comma, After the comma, open up the parentheses and define in the arrow function so that you can define it on which server should it run. In that case, define in the console.log, open parentheses, and define in server running on HTTP :/ define in local host 3000. So as we have all of these values validated, now the last thing that we have to do is we want to close it off with semicolons at the end. So we are almost done with it. Now what we want to do is we want to go off back into the JSON or the package.json file, and then you have to define in the database. In that case, I'm going to put in the name. After the name, put in colon, double quotation, define in web game. Put in a comma. I'm going to define in the version. After that, colon, double quotation, I'm going to put in 1, 0, 0. Now at the end, put in comma 1 time, not 2 times. Now move on to the next line. After that, what you want to do is you want to define in the main thing, which is going to be working as the backend server. So define in the exact location, which is the backend, then put in /server.js. After that, put in a comma at the end, move into the next line, and then define in the specific script. So here we have the script. So the script is going to be defined inside of a variable. So double quotation, define in the start game, open it up and define it where it should run. It should work on Node. I'm going to define in the back end, then / I'm going to define in server. I'm going to put in .js. Close it off with double quotation. Do the same thing at the beginning. Now in this way, it should work properly. And after the JS file is ended, close it off with a comma. Now you're going to define in the dependencies. After the dependencies, you want to make sure it is also defined properly and it is working on Express. So here, after colon, double quotation, then put in the power symbol. And here I'm going to put in 4.18.2. This is the exact version that we want to run it on. So I'm going to keep it and I'm going to save it up. Now, the next thing that you want to do is you want to open up the terminal and then you want to make sure to install npm. Wait for a bit and it's going to install the dependencies and everything that you need to run. Now, as it is running, now if you want to open it up directly, type in npm and define in start. Hit on enter. You can see we have a lot of error list. Now you can see to see a list of script run npm run. Okay, a complete log of this run can be found in this specific debug file. So here, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to make sure it starts up properly. So let's try npm run. And you can see it is running properly. And we can see we have the npm star. We have the start over here. So this is basically how it should be defined. If it shows off to you with a couple of errors, what you want to do is you want to make sure to debug this file. So click on debug and then wait for a bit until this one opens up. Now, whenever you click on debug, you will see that it will run on a specific localhost. Another thing that you can do is I'm going to close this off and then type in npm start again. Hit on enter and you can see we have a specific localhost. Click on that site or click on the viewport. I'm going to click on open launch JSON. Okay, make sure to click on JSON. I'm going to just open this up. Type in JSON. There we go. Now let's just refresh the whole thing. Just Control X, Control C, Control V, and just paste it up. And then open up the local host again. Now, after you open this up, let's just go off in the browser and this is how it will look like. So if I just click on this, click on inspect, and you can see we have the game canvas and the width and the source is game.js. So this is basically how you are going to be starting off your game development in full stack web development. You can see I have created a canvas in this part of the class. And obviously you won't be able to do anything because we did not input any or validate anything such as the keyboard press or the mouse usage. So you have to make sure whenever you are creating a game or if you're making it interactive, you have to make sure to put in the input values such as the key press or on click or using the mouse or over screen. Okay. So those are the type of interaction functions that you can apply. But as this is the first class of web development, or let's say the web game development, so that's all that I'm going to show you in this class. Make sure to follow it up. And if you are still like facing any problems, any question or any, complex part, feel free to ask me anytime. Another thing that I'm going to be doing is that I'm going to be applying all of these snippets into my resource folder. So you can try checking them out. And also, you can copy them and paste it and run them on your own to check if it is working or not. Another thing that you can try doing is that you can implement it more step by step, but you don't have to worry about it because like from this class on, I'm going to be showing you more of the implementation, more type of sites, more type of games that you can develop on your web. So thank you again for watching this video. And without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of full stack web development. Welcome to a new class of full stack web development. In this class, I'm going to be showing you about basic web game development using JavaScript as logic. Now, in my previous class, I've shown you how you can use or how you can make games or let's say web-based games using JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. In this file, I'm going to be showing you a basic project which you'll be able to apply the previous methods and also you'll be able to make it running and also functional. So there's going to be a couple of steps that we have to follow up. I'm also going to be showing you some additional steps so you don't have to fall into some problems later on in the future while you are working with VS Code. So without any further ado, let's open up VS Code on our device and also make sure not to skip, and let's just advance in this class. As you can see from my screen, I have opened up VS Code on my device. Now, the first thing that we need to do is we want to open a folder. Go off to DLD. Now in this DLD, I'm going to be making sure to put in the name of a specific folder. So right click on it, click on new. Here I'm going to put in my web. I'm going to put in my web game. I'm going to select the folder. Now, after I select the folder, I'm going to be making in three separate files for the front end and also the backend logic. First off, let's put in the index.html. Then it's going to be the style.css. Then the last one is going to be the game.js, which is going to contain all of the JavaScript or all of the backend logic. Now, in most of my classes, I've shown you how you'll be able to open up a virtual environment, but at the end of the class. But in this part, I'm going to be showing you how you'll be able to start up the VENV or the virtual environment from the beginning. First off, click on Terminal and click on New Terminal. After you click on New Terminal, first thing that we want to do over here is that I'm going to make sure to put in Python -m VENV and type in VENV again. Hit on enter. Now you can see sometimes it might show you off as a couple of errors. So first things first, you want to go into the game.js file. Now when you are working with the game.js file, you specifically do not need Python. So make sure to always put in Python -m-venv when you are working with any Python files. Now, after the Python file has been done, you have to make sure you keep this folder open and run it on it. Okay? So in this way, you'll be able to run the virtual environment on your device or on your screen. Now let's start off with the index.html file. First things first, let's put in the doc type. Then I'm going to put in HTML.
Inside the HTML, I'm going to put in the head tag. Inside the head tag, I'm going to start off with the meta. Parse it, going to be UTF-8. Close off the tag. Then I'm going to make sure it adjusts up to different, devices. So here I'm going to put in meta name, which is going to be viewport. And here I'm going to have the content, which is going to be width equal device width, comma, initial scale is going to be equal to 1.0. In this way, it will adjust and adapt to whatever device you open it up on. Then I'm going to define in my title. The title is going to be catch the game or catch the box game. Okay, so we have that. Now, after the title, you can see we have a head. But here, I'm going to make sure I define in the script of the style.css file. So put in link rel style sheet href, then type in style.css. That is all. I'm going to close off this PowerShell or the new terminal. And after the head, I'm going to create the body tag. In the body tag, I'm going to start off with the header. The header is going to be catch the box game. After the heading, I'm going to put in the paragraph tag with the specific ID, which is going to be score. After that, I'm going to make sure I put in score as a default value of 0. After the paragraph tag, I'm going to make sure to put in the div tag with the specific ID, which is going to be the game area. After the game area, close off the tag. Now define in the game ID with another div tag, which is also going to have a specific ID, such as the boxes inside of the game. So there we go, we have the div tags. And in this way, you will see the div tags will also end. Now, the last thing that we have to do is we have to connect up the back end. So type in script src. It is going to be equal to game.js. That's all that you need to put, and you want to save up the file. Now, in this HTML file, there are a couple of things, such as the head tag contains the script of the style.css file for styling it. The body has a heading, a paragraph tag to define or display the score on your game, and the game area, which we are using as the div ID, is basically the box, which is a clickable object. And inside the box is the click validation function whenever you put in this div tag and define in the box and the game area. Now, whenever you are using the script source and then game.js, JavaScript is linked at the bottom with the JavaScript backend logic. Now let's go off into the style.css. I'm going to start off with the body because the body is the thing that is represented on the game, or let's say on the site. First off, I'm going to text align them at the center. Then the next thing is going to be the font family, which is going to be Arial Helvetica Sans Serif. I'm going to put in a background color. Let's say I'm going to put in hash. I'm going to put in F0, F8. And after that, I'm going to put in double F. So in this case, a white colored background will appear up. Now I'm going to define in the score value. So we have the score, and how should the score be defined? First off, I want to define in the font size, which is going to be around 25 pixels. Then I'm going to put in the font weight. So I can put in, let's say, something a bit better font, then put in the weight so that it makes it bold. There we go. That's all that you need to put in. After the score, we can go up to the index After the score, we have the game ID or the game area. So let's define in the game area. Now the game area, now make sure to put in a hash so it is defined better. And the game area, I'm going to start off with the specific width, which is going to have around 601 pixel. Then the next thing is going to be the height, which is going to be 401 pixels. Next one is going to be the border, which is going to be around 4 pixel. I'm going to have a solid 333. Solid 333. The next thing is going to be a specific margin, which I'm going to be putting it around 21 pixels with auto adjustments. After the margin, I'm going to define in the position where it is going to be relative. After that, I'm going to put in a background color, which is going to be hash E6, E6, and E6. There we go. We have a clearer white color. Now on the next thing, what we have to do is the last element is the box, which is the clickable object. So hash box, open up third bracket. Start off with the specific width with 51 pixels. Then I'm going to define in the height, which is also going to be 51 pixels because this is a box. Then I'm going to put in the background color, such as I want crimson. Then the next one is going to be the position of it around absolute. So there is no changes. After the position, I'm going to define in the top value, such as 101 pixels. Then we also need to define in the left value, such as 101 pixels. Then the next one is going to be the border radius, which is going to be around, let's say, 9 pixels. And the next thing I want to put in is the cursor working as pointer. So if you are using the mouse or your cursor over the screen, it is also going to be validated. Then I'm going to define in the transition. Okay, so here, put in transition. I'm going to put in all, and I'm going to put in 0.3 seconds. 0.3 seconds, and put in an ease transition. Now we are also done with the CSS file. So there are a couple of things, such as the game area is centered and acts as a container for the specific game. So every part inside of it is termed as the game area. Then we have is the box. When we use the box, it is a red rounded square that moves when it is clicked. And then we have is the transition, which is at the end of the box, which basically applies in an ease in transition or a smooth movement whenever it is clicked. Now, the last thing that remains on our screen is basically our game.js file or the JavaScript backend logic. So as we are going to be using the logic, the first thing and the most interactive part of the game is the box because that is clickable. So define in the const box. Then type in equal document dot get element by ID. Now we're going to check in the ID of the box. You can see div ID is the box. Okay, so the name of this ID is going to be single quotation and then box. After that, I'm going to make sure to put in a semicolon. Now here, I'm going to define in the area to validate it. So the validated area name is game area. So I'm going to keep it copied. Now here, I'm going to put in the game area. So here I'm going to define in another variable such as game area equal to document dot get element by ID. Open up the parentheses, single quotation, and define in the game area. Semicolon. Now the last thing that we have remaining is the score, which is going to change time by time. So here I'm going to define in const again. I'm going to define in score display equal document dot get element by ID. Open up the parentheses, define in score. Semicolon at the end. And now you're going to make sure that the default value is 0 all the time without pressing it. So here we're going to use a let function, let score equal 0 as default. So if you open it up, it's going to start off from 0. Now let's customize our box. Now the box is going to have an interaction. So if we are using some interaction, it means calling up a function or adding an event listener. So type in add event listener, open up the parentheses, and the type of function it is going to be is the click function. So every time it is clicked, it's going to implement. So open up the parentheses with an arrow function over here, then open up the third bracket. So basically, you want to increase the score, or you want to put in the function of increasing score. So type in score, then put in 2 pluses, then put in a semicolon. Now the next thing is that you want the score to be displayed on the score display. So type in score display. After that, put in dot, as this is a text content, equal, single quotation, define in score. After that, you want to define in a colon. Now another thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to put in double quotation, define in score, colon, put a bit of space, and now you want to add it up with the default score. So it is implemented every time you click on the box. Now we're going to calculate the boundaries on the x-axis and also on the y-axis. So let's put in the const. Here, I'm going to put in max x. Okay? Put in equal. I'm going to put in the game area, put in the client width. You can put in client height, but I'm going to start off with the width. So it is going to be equal to box and put in dot client width. And there we go, semicolon. In the same way, we're going to do the same thing on max y equal game area, put in dot. I'm going to put in client height, which is going to be equal to, let's say, the box width. Another thing, instead of equal, you can put in a dash. Dash. I'm going to put in box dot client height. In this way, we are done with all of these. Now, we're going to generate a random position for the box to appear up after the first box in the game area has been clicked. You don't want to click the same box area a couple of times. So let's generate random position. First off, put in the const. And now, in most cases, when you want a random integer value, you type in random int. Now you can see we have two axes, the height and the width, the x-axis and the y-axis. So here, type in random. Most of the time, we put in integer. But here, I'm going to put in random x. So it is on the x-axis. So here, type in the game area. Now put in dot floor. Open up the parentheses, define in math, then put in dot random. Open up the parentheses, and then you want to make sure to put in asterisk so it multiplies and defines it on the x-axis and also in between the boundaries. Then I do the same thing on const random y equal to game area dot floor, open up the parentheses, define in math dot random, and after random, define in random y. Another thing that you can do is you can make sure it opens up on the y-axis. So you're going to multiply it and type in max y. Semicolon, and then move on to the next lines. Now, the next thing that we want to do is we want to move the box to a new location. So I'm going to put in box, then here put in dot style. So it matches up with all of the styles we have customized with the style.css. So here, box style, put in dot left. After left, put in equal. Then you want to put in the console, then define in the dollar function. After the dollar function that you define, let's just put in the dollar like this. After the dollar, open up the third bracket, define in the random value. It's going to be on the x-axis, then put in px. After that, close it off with a semicolon. I'm going to put in px. Here, put in semicolon. Do the same thing, box.style dot, let's say I'm going to put it on the top, equal, then open up the dollar function, open up third bracket, random y. After that, put in px and semicolon at the end. Now, there are a couple of things that we want to know about. Another thing that we want to do is we want to define and put in the, console over here, like this. Okay? Do the same thing over here. And here, I'm just going to change it to y. That's all that you need to do. Okay? And on the last line, also put in a semicolon so every part of it is ending. Now, what you need to know is that it adds a click listener to the red box or the crimson box, which is going to have the function of interactivity. And on each click, the score is going to increment and the box is going to jump to a new random position within the game area. Now, what we can do is we can open up the index.html with the live server. Now, there are a couple of summaries that you need to know, such as in the file, we have the index.html, which sets up the structure such as the box area. Then we have the score and also the game area. On the style.css, we have the styles, the UI, and also the game area, the box, and the layout. And the game.js file is going to add in interaction logic such as score counting and box movement. So what we can do is we can just basically click on go live. Now, if we click on go live, you'll basically see somewhat like this will open up. Now, if I click on this, you can see the score is incrementing, but you can see the box is not moving anywhere. So we have to make sure we put in the box just how the logic should be. So let's customize our logic a bit more. To customize our logic a bit more, we have to do a bit more customizations on the game.js. If it doesn't move, I'm going to go back into the JS or game.js file. Now, in this game.js file, we're using a specific variable. So we can also try changing it because in some cases, the variables are not validated. In that case, you just want to put in math.floor. Do the same thing over here. I'm going to type in math.floor and keep all the things basically the same. Now, after that, you want to save up the file and you want to go back into the index.html, dispose the port, and go back live again. Now, if you go back live again, this is how it will look like. And if I click on the box now, you can see now it is moving. So you can see this is how easy it is and this is how simple it is. It also has a bit of, the animation or the ease animation, which is making it look quite good and also professional. So now you know how you'll be able to basically create these type of application or web-based games. You'll be able to implement more features on these type of applications. You'll also be able to, apply in themes and a lot of facilities basically. Now, as this is a game, we can put in, let's say, a game over condition, which is quite simple. First things first, what I want to do is I'm going to have a game condition like there's going to be a couple of seconds, and after it reaches up the limit, it's going to show you as game over. So let's try applying that. Now, it's quite simple, is that after the score, I'm going to define in the paragraph tag. Again, I'm going to have an ID, which is going to have a timer value. Close it off. Let's say time left, let's say 30 seconds. And it's going to work, okay? So I'm also going to have to apply in a logic for that. Paragraph ID, which is going to have a game over value. Now here, I'm going to close it off. I'm going to define in a style. Let's say I'm going to put in display none. Style is going to be equal to, let's say, display none. And after that, I'm going to close it off, make sure there's a semicolon at the end. And then I'm going to just close it off and I'm going to type in game over. You can put in whatever basically you want, such as you can put in a console icon. Now, if you want to put that, you can also just put it right over here like this, and it will still be displayed. Okay. Now we are basically done with this HTML file. Now, as we applied in two more keys, such as the timer and the game over ID, we're also going to be defining that right over here. So let's put in a bit of space. Let's start off with the hash timer. Third bracket open up, define in the font size. Now the font size is going to be somewhere around 21 pixels. Then I'm going to define in a specific color. Let's say I'm going to try to put in a bit of bluish type of color. So I'm going to put in 7 and I'm going to put in ACC. There we go. We have a bit of bluish. Then I'm going to have a font weight. So there is a bit of bold on it. Now after the bold, I'm going to make sure to put in hash again. Then define in game over. Open third bracket, define in the font size, which is going to be around 21 pixels. After that, I'm going to define in the color, such as red. Now, after red, I'm going to define in the font weight. Now, the font weight is going to be around, let's say, a bit bold. And I'm going to have a margin top value, which is going to be around 11 pixels. You want to save these up, and then you want to go off into the game logic. Now, in the same way, we're going to apply in two more logic, such as the score and the timer. So I'm going to put them before, the score. So I'm going to put in the const value. Now here, I'm going to put in, let's say, the timer display. Or you can also put in after the score. It's totally fine. So I'm just going to keep it simple. Const, type in timer display, type in equal, type in document dot get element by ID, open up the parentheses, single quotation, define in timer, semicolon, define in const. I'm going to put in game over text equal to document dot get element by ID, open up the parentheses, single quotation, and type in game over. Okay, semicolon at the end. Now after the let score, I'm going to have the timer. So defining the condition time left, it is going to be equal to, let's say I'm going to put in 25 seconds. That is all. Just going to put in, 25, semicolon. Here I'm going to put in let game running. There we go. Equal to true in this specific time. So for 25 seconds, the game is still going to run. Then after that, you can see we have the box clicking event, such as box add event listener, click, and the arrow function. Now, one thing that we want to add here is that I'm going to apply in a conditional, such as if the game is running, that is the exact score it is going to display. But if it is not, it should close off and show me game over. So if exclamation mark, type in game running, and then I'm going to put in return. That is all, semicolon, and then put in the score. Okay. And then everything is basically going to be the same up till this part. Now, after that, we're going to have the countdown timer. So defining the const and type in countdown. Let's say I'm going to put in equal to set interval. Open up the parentheses, another one inside. After this, put in an arrow function. Open up the third bracket. Inside of the third bracket, I'm going to put in time left double dash with a semicolon. I'm going to put in timer display dot in text content, which is going to be equal to put in the, you have to put in the console. So you're going to put that over here, console over here. And then I'm going to put in time left colon dollar function, open up the third bracket. I'm going to put in time left. And after time left, I'm going to put in S and then close it off with the console. Semicolon, move on to the next line. Here, I'm going to start off the if condition, such as if there is time left. Now here, it is going to be the opposite of arrow function, which is going to be connected with this one. Here, I'm going to make sure it is connected or it is equal to 0 when it is done. So it is going to start the countdown, like countdown from 25 to 0. Now here, I'm going to put in clear interval. Open up the parentheses. I'm going to put in countdown. Semicolon at the end. I'm going to put in the end game. So the game will be ended right over there. Now you can see we have the third bracket. And obviously after that, we're going to have another third bracket closing off. Now here after that, I'm going to put in a comma and I'm going to define in 1000. After the bracket, I'm going to close it off with a semicolon. Now let's have the end game function. So defining the function end game, open up the parentheses and open up the third bracket, define in game running. Here it is going to be equal to false, semicolon. I'm going to put in game over text, which is going to be dot style, put in display. Here it is going to be equal to single quotation and define in the block. After the block, you just want to put in the semicolon at the end. After that, put in box dot style. After style, put in the pointer events. Pointer events is going to be equal to none because it is going to disable the clicking after the game has been done. So you want to save up this one, you want to save up these CSS, and you want to save up the HTML too. Then you want to dispose the port and go back live again. Now, one thing you can see that this is how it will look like. Now, if I click on this, you can see start from 25 seconds and it is counting. You can see it is going to increment every time I click on the box. I'm just going to keep on pressing. Let's just have 25 as score. I'm going to keep it here. Now you can see the game has been over, but if I click on this box, you can see it will not work. In that case, you have to refresh the browser. You can see we have 25. There we go. So you'll be able to apply a lot of these changes on these games. Okay. You will also be able to change the color of the box whenever you want to after it will be clicked. So it's just going to contain and it's going to need a couple of logic to do that. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of full stack web development. Welcome to another class of full stack web development. In this class, I'm going to be showing you every basic of Python web games and also a simple project to also apply them and implement it to check if the commands or the code snippets are working properly. There are a couple of things that you need to know in this class, so make sure not to skip any part because I'm going to be showing you the most basics and then I'm going to apply them to check if the project works or not. So without any further ado, let's open up Visual Studio Code on our device and let's get started with this class. Now, first things first, we need to know about the brief of Python for web development or web game development. While Python is not the first choice for high-performance browser games, JavaScript dominates that space. It can still be used to make effective web game or web-based games, especially for back-end logic, APIs, or simpler 2D games using web frames and also transpilers. There are also basic tools and frameworks that you need in this class, such as we're going to be needing Flask and Django
for the back-end frameworks to serve the game and manage the user data. We're going to be using Python or Transcript to run Python code in the browser by compiling it to JavaScript. We're going to be using PyBag for we can export the Pygame or games to WebAssembly to run in specific browsers. We're going to be using the Pygame module for creating 2D games, which can be exported for the web using PyBag. And I'm going to be using WebSocket, which is also comes with the Flask Socket IO for real-time multiplayer communication. And obviously, we're going to be using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, which is going to be required for front end of the game using alongside Python backends. Now, there are basic components of a web game with Python, such as the front end or the client side, where UI, animations, player control, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, or Python is going to be used. For the backend server or the game logic, we're going to be using, let's say, Python, Flask, and the Django for multiplayer syncing and user management. WebSocket or API is going to be used for real-time communication for multiplayer or fast-paced or fast game state updates. And obviously, we're going to need a specific game engine, which is also quite optional, but it is used for simple engine logic, which can be made using Pygame or PyBag or use JavaScript-based engines like Phrasr and communicate with Python backend. So now the first thing that we need to do is we're going to be showing you step-by-step method. First off, we're going to open up a folder on DLT. I'm going to right click on this and I'm going to create a new folder. Let's say I'm going to put in game Python. Hit on enter and I'm going to click on select folder. In this way, you can see I have opened up Visual Studio Code and also the folder. Now, first things first, let's create a couple of files. In most of these files, we're going to be using Python basics. So here I'm going to put in Python basics.py. So now we have Python over here and it is also validated. Now, if you've seen my previous classes, it should already be given there. So first things first, you obviously need to know about setting up the Flask or the simple server. To create a simple server, start off with the from Flask, then type in import. Now, another thing that you need to do is you're going to need a specific virtual environment, which I did not turn on yet, but I'm going to be showing that to you later on in this class. So first things first, as we already have the file, now what we're going to do is that we're basically going to just, let's just start off with the most basic. I'm going to import Flask, then defining the application such as app equal Flask, and then open up the parentheses defined in the name. Now, after the name, I'm going to define in the app.root. Now, as we have app.root, open up the parentheses, single quotation, and define in the slash. Here, defining the function of the home page. So keep it as home and open parentheses. Then I'm going to return a specific value inside of it, double quotation, hello world. Okay. Now, after that, I'm going to run the condition of if the name of the application created by Python is double equal to the main file. So double quotation or double underscore main, then colon, move on to the next line, app.run, then open up the parentheses to debug it equal true. In this case, what will happen is that you will be able to learn the Flask. You'll be able to learn the roots, which is debug equal true, and also the main file, which or where it is running on. Now, the next thing that I'm going to show you, I'm going to put in 2 slashes where I'm going to be defining you how you're going to handle the JSON file. Okay, to handle any JSON files or API basics, you also have to make sure to define in Flask. After Flask, you're going to put in import, and then you have to make sure to define in the function. Now, whenever you are using database, what it does is it requests a data from the database, or let's say the API basic. Now, after import, just define in the request, after that, comma, and then I'm going to put in JSONify. After that, you have to define in the app root, app.root. After that, open up the parentheses, define in single quotation, and defining the API first. Now, after the API, you're going to define your variable, such as in this case, move. After move, I'm going to define in the methods. This methods is going to be equal to post. I'm also going to be putting all of these inside of a single quotation. So in this case, it is also validated better. Now, the next thing that you want to do is you have to define the move or the variable. So define in, I'm going to put in handle underscore move as the function. Open up the parentheses with a colon at the end. Now define in the database, such as data is equal to request. After request, define in get so it can get the data, and then define in where it should get the data from, such as the JSON file. In this way, the JSON file will be detected in your folder, and then it's going to print out the data. So if you want to print out the data, put in print, open the parentheses with a double quotation. Let's say player moved to colon after the quotation where the data is like the secondary brackets, and then define in the position. So wherever the player moves, it is going to give you out the data. Now we want a return function from the JSONify so it can get the data from the JSON file. Open up the third bracket, single quotation as the status. After that, a colon, and then I'm going to define in single quotation, define in move. I'm going to put in received. So after received, well, the things that you have to learn about handling JSON data or API basics is about the request get.json, and also whenever you are returning it, you have to make sure you define in JSONify. Now, whenever you put in JSONify, it will, understand, or Python will understand that you are working with JSON file or API basics. Now, the next thing is about the game state. Okay. Now, whenever you are working with game states or learning about game state, you need to know about dictionary. Now, I also showed you about dictionary in my previous classes. So if you didn't check those out properly, then I would still suggest you go check it out properly and then come back to this class. Now, about game state, it runs on a specific variable as the game, or let's say the name of the game. In this case, if you put in the name as game, then I'm going to define in the game just like this. In this case, let's say you are creating a board game. So define in the name of the game, such as the board. After the board, put in colon, secondary bracket to define in the variables. And obviously you have to make sure that every part and everything is validated. So I'm going to keep it empty, and I'm going to make sure I connect it up with 9. In the same way, I'm going to have more data, such as the turns. So as we have turns, I'm also going to make sure it is validated, and I'm going to define an axis called X. In this way, everything is validated inside of this game state with the dictionary. Then define in the function, such as make underscore move. This is going to be the function. Open up the parentheses and define in the position. After the position, put in colon and define in if. If the game, secondary bracket, single quotation, define in the board first, and then define in the position. In this way, I'm also going to be making sure I put in single quotation on both of these variables. I'm going to put in double equal to single quotation and then define in a colon. So everything is validated. Then define in the game variable, such as the game, secondary bracket, define in board. After that, I'm going to put in the position, single quotation to define in the position. After the position, put in equal, game, then open up the secondary bracket and define in the turns every time an input has been applied. In the same way, we also have to make sure it works on a specific axis. So define in game again, define in single quotation with the turn, then put in equal, then put in single quotation, define in O as the case. O if game, secondary brackets, if the turns are double equal. So these are basically conditions. So if it is equal to the x-axis, then else it should show also as the x-axis or whatever it is. You are also going to be putting this last one as y, so you can also define it as y in most cases. but I'm just showing you the example. So the things that you are going to learn in this part about game state is that you're going to learn about the list, the dictionaries, the conditionals, and also the function logic. Now, all of these are quite important when you are working or making game development for your browser. Now, the next thing that we're going to learn about is how you can use loops to print game board. So I'm going to go off to the next line, slash, slash. Here I'm going to put in using loops. Okay. So whenever you are using loops, it's basically a function. So define in, let's say, def. Here, I'm going to use the variable, let's say, print board. Now, this should be open parentheses and define in the variable or the controller, colon, and then you have to define it. In this case, let's say for I in specific range or array, open up the parentheses 0, 9, 3. In this case, I'm going to also define it better, such as I'm going to print out the data, open the parentheses, define in the board, secondary brackets, and define in the controller, which is I. Then in the same way, I'm going to define in the board when it is moving, so secondary brackets, and define it as I plus 1. In this case, it will be implemented whenever it is moving. Then I'm going to define in the third board, which is for the 3. In this case, it is going to be, let's say, I plus 2. So this is basically how it is going to run, and you will be able to learn about steps, slicing, and also indexing by using these methods. Now, the next thing that we're going to learn about is WebSocket basics, which is real-time communication. It's also going to be using the Flask socket IO, so you also have to make sure to include it and also implement it before working with it. So first things first, what you have to do is you have to type in from. I'm going to put in WebSocket over here. Here, start off with the from Flask underscore socket IO. You can see it is already detected. Then I'm going to import socket IO, comma, and define an emit. Then you're going to define in your socket IO, which is going to be very simple. Define its socket IO. After that, I'm going to put in equal and define its socket IO again. Now this is going to run as the application, so we're going to define the app on this one. Then in the same way, what we do for the Flask app is define the app root. So we're going to define the socket IO root, which is going to be socket IO define in dot on. In this case, it is going to work better. Single quotation and define in connect. After connects, I'm going to define in the handle, or the variable, which is going to be handle connect. So after handle connect, open up the parentheses and put in a colon on the last line. Then I'm going to print out the variable, open the parentheses, let's say a user has connected. In the same way, we're going to emit out the function. Let's say it is going to work as a message. And after the message, put in a comma, open up the third bracket. And in the third bracket, I'm going to define the message again. And over here, I'm going to define it on where it should be or which text should be shown, such as for the user, it is going to say welcome user, or let's say welcome player, or whatever you put. Now, in the same way, we're going to define in more functions. So first off, define in socket IO and then put in dot on. Now you're going to define in the function of the next one, such as, let's say we have socket IO dot on. Now after that, what type of function do you want? Such as this one is going to be for the moving function. So here I'm going to define the handle move. After handle move, I'm going to open up the parentheses and define in the data, because everything is inside of the database. Now the next thing is going to do is just going to emit out the data, such as move. After move, open up comma. Now it's going to get it out from data, and then it's going to broadcast the data. So here I'm going to put in broadcast, which is going to be equal to true, which the user or the player is going to see. Then you're going to put in the if function so that everything runs properly. Define in the name, which should be double equal to single quotation, double quotation. We can put in single quotation to whatever you prefer. Let's say it is working on the main as the root, comma. I'm going to define in socket IO. There we go. I'm going to define in run, open up the parentheses, and you have to define the app first because it is an app. And then we're going to debug it, which is going to be equal to true. In this case, you'll be able to learn about WebSockets and real-time multiplayer logic. Now, the next thing that we're going to learn about is going to be the session or simple user tracking. So here I'm going to create another section, / session. Now, whenever you are learning about session or simple user tracking, first off, I'm going to start off with the Flask. You're going to import session. Here, I'm going to put in app.secret, then put in dot or underscore key. This should be equal to a specific secret. Now here, you're going to define in the root app.root, open parentheses, single quotation, / login, / then you have to define in the tag, such as it is going to work on the username. Whenever it is connected to the username, it is going to work as the username tag in the inner HTML. Then define in login, open parentheses, then you have to put in your username. After that, it's going to work on specific session. The array of data that we are going to choose is going to work on the player ID. The player is going to be equal to specific username that whatever the user or the player is going to put. Then we want the return function as the function. Here we're going to put in logged in as the username. In this case, whatever username the player puts in is going to be called again. Now, the last thing that we're going to learn about the basics of game development using Python as logic is calling Flask API from the front end, which is a JS file. So whenever you want to get data or call the Flask API from a JS file, you have to put in the fetch function. So I'm going to start off with the fetch method. Fetch, open parentheses, single quotation, / API / move. In this way, everything is going to be validated. After the comma, open up the third brackets, move on to the next line, and then define in the method, such as this one is going to be post, comma, move to the next line, define in the headers, colon, then define in open up the third brackets, single quotation, define in content dash type. Then after that, put in a comma. Then I'm going to define in application. And application is going to work on the JSON file, so define in as JSON. After the JSON file has been done, define in with a comma. And on the last line, what you want to do is you want to define in the body. In this body, it's going to work as the JSON file, so define in JSON and type in stringify. After stringify, open up the parentheses with the third bracket and define in the position. In this case, the default value is going to be 1. Now, the next thing that you want to do is you have to define in the then function for the response. So here I'm going to put in response and then type in equal and the arrow function, response, and then put in JSON. Now, another thing that I want to make sure before going to the more practical and effective part of the project is that if you didn't check out my previous videos properly, then it might be a bit confusing for you. So I would suggest you, before getting into the project part, I would still suggest you go check out my previous classes and then try it out again. Then open up the parentheses again and define in your data with the arrow function, and then define in your console.log, open up the parentheses and define in the data again. On the last line, define in the semicolon, and also you will see everything will end right over here. Okay, so this is all that you need to know about this class, and these are basically must-know Python topics before the project, such as the variables and data types, such as which stores the game state. Then we have the functions, which are reusable game logic, conditionals and loops, which are when logic, at or AI and turns. Then we have list and dictionaries, which are board layouts, user info, And for the Flask basic, we are using API backend. For JSON handling, we're using communication between front end, such as the JSON, CSS, and HTML file. And for WebSocket, which is optional, which is for real-time multiplayer. So now that we know every one of the basics about using Python logic, now let's show you a simple project of how you'll be able to get started with a mini game. So first things first, what we want to do is we want to create another file over here. Let's say I'm going to put in game API.py. Now, as we have that, first off, I'm going to save up this data. Then let's go off into game API. I'm going to close this off, and we're going to go off in terminal. The first thing that you obviously need to do is that first thing is type in pip. Pip, then type in install and define an as Flask. Now, in some cases, it might show you off as an error. So first off, click on create and then wait for a bit. Then you can see it is going to install all of the things that you need to use for Python games. And then it is how it is going to be. Okay, so basically we are going to be making a tic-tac-toe game with Flask as the backend and HTML.js as the front end. So first things first, what you want to do is you can see it is collecting all of the data again, and it's going to make sure that everything is working properly. Okay, you can see successfully install Jinja 2 and all of these datas or all of these modules that needs to be used. Now, as we have all of those, now let's get started with the whole thing. First off, we're going to put in from define in Flask. I'm going to import Flask, put in JSONify, then put in comma, and then put in request. Then define in the application, such as app equal Flask, open up the parentheses, define in the name. After the name, I'm going to make sure to put in the game state. So the game state is going to be equal, double quotation. First off, open up the third bracket to define it better. I'm going to define it as a board, colon, then define in at secondary brackets, then single quotation. And after that, I'm going to make sure it connects up to 9. So here we have 9 over here. And after 9, I'm going to make sure to apply in turns. So define in the turn at the end. After the turn that you have defined, you also have to make sure which axis it is on. So define it as X. Now, let's define in the app root. So define an app.root. Open up the parentheses, single quotation, / move. After the move, we're going to put in comma, and then I'm going to define in the methods. Methods is going to be equal to secondary brackets, single quotation, define in post. After the post, I'm going to define in the root. First off, let's just close off one of these colons. Define in the move as the variable because we are using move. Now, after move, open up the parentheses so everything is validated. Put in a colon at the end. Now, we're going to fetch the data. So define in data is equal to request. It's going to be dot get, then put in underscore as JSON. In this way, open up the parentheses, move on to the next line, and define in the position. Now, the position is also going to be fetched from the data file. So I'm going to define in data, secondary brackets, define in position. After the position, I'm going to define in the if function as the conditionals. Start off with the game state. Then after the game state, open up the secondary brackets with a single quotation. Define in the board in the same way, and then define in the position. So after the position, I'm going to make sure it is going to be equal to single quotation, which is going to be empty. Now put in a colon to define in your game state, which is going to be the board. So we have the board over here. And after the board, defining the position, as you can see, I'm going to make sure it is empty, not, quotations. So after the position that we have defined over here, after the simple or, empty quotation, now you have to define in the game state. So define in game state, open up single quotation or secondary brackets, define in the turn with a single quotation on both ends. Now, after the turn, we're going to move on to the next line to define in another game state for the turn and the conditions. So put in single quotation again and define in the turn. After the turn, it should be equal single quotation as O. Then put in the condition as if. If the game state of the turn, I'm going to define in turn, if this turn is double equal to single quotation as X, or else it will show me as X in this case. So I'm going to define the return function, such as return the value, let's say JSONify, and after that, we have to put in the game state. Now, we have put in everything that we want, then we're going to define in the app root at the end, which is going to make sure that the state is working. So app.root, then define in the function such as single quotation slash state. Then I'm going to put in the definition of the function, which is state, then open up the parentheses with the colon, and then I'm going to define in the return function. So define in return, JSONify, open parentheses as the game state. And the last thing that you want to do is you want to debug the app. So type in app.run debug is equal to true. So that's all that you want to do. This basically creates an API that can receive moves and return the current game state. You can then connect it to basic HTML, front end, and so on. Another thing that you want to try doing is that you can just try going live. So let's just try going live and let's check it out if it is working properly. Okay. So another thing that I want to do is we want to customize the HTML file. Now, another thing that we're going to do over here is first off, we're going to create a templates folder. Now, the templates folder is going to receive or going to have the front end HTML. So here inside this, I'm going to create a new folder. Here, I'm going to name it templates. And inside this folder, I'm going to create another file such as index.html. There we go. So as we have the index.html, I'm going to make sure that I start off with the doc type, HTML. Then I'm going to start off with the head. As you can see, after the head, I'm going to define in the title. The title is going to be tic-tac-toe. And after the title, what you can do is you can define in the script. But as we're not going to be using script and I'm going to be applying, let's say, a built-in script, which I'm going to be adding in with this folder, so you don't have to worry about it. You can just copy and paste it. Okay. So after that, we're going to first off define in the style. So first things first, let's just put this over here. I'm going to define in the style. Also, I'm going to put in the script. Okay. Script is going to be src, which is going to be equal to slash static slash, let's just create a new folder over here. New folder where it's going to be, let's say, static. Inside the static file, you're going to put in the JavaScript input. Here, I'm going to put in, let's say, script.js. I'm going to keep it empty. Static script, I'm going to put in script.js. Now, another thing that you want to do after the quotation is put in depper. This is going to make sure this is working properly. Then let's move on to the style. So after the style, I'm going to make sure I start off with the body tag. Here in the body, open up the parentheses. Let's say I'm going to put in text alignment, which is going to be at the center. After that, I'm going to put in font family, which is going to be sans serif, that's all. Then the next thing that we're going to do is I'm going to make sure to put in a bit of space over here. Put in a bit of space. Then I'm going to define in the board. So the board, open up the third bracket. I'm going to define in display, which is going to work as grid. After the grid, I'm going to make sure that I put in the grid template. There we go, grid template columns. I want to repeat it for, let's say, 3 times, and it's going to be 100 pixels every time it continues. After that, you can see another semicolon on this line. After this semicolon, I'm going to define in the margin, which is going to be around 20 pixels. After 20 pixels, I'm going to make sure it is auto adjusted. And then we're also going to make sure there is a specific gap in between them. So here, I'm going to define in the gap, which is going to be around 5 pixels in height. Now, the next thing that we're going to apply is going to be the cell. So the cell is going to be open parentheses, start off with the width. The width is going to be around 100 pixels. Then I'm going to define in the height, which is going to be also 100 pixels. And then I'm going to define in my border, which is going to be 1 pixel. After that, I'm going to define in the solid. As you can see, I'm going to put in hash 333. Now I'm going to make sure that everything is inside of this border. So I'm going to define in the semicolon at the end. And then we're going to make sure we close it off. Then I'm going to define in my display, such as the flex display. Defining the flex, as you can see, the flex is going to be align items. After align items, I'm going to make sure that I put in colon, and then I'm going to define in center like this. And after that, put in a semicolon, move on to the next line. Here, I'm going to define in justify content. Justify content, colon. I'm going to define it as center. Semicolon, move on to the next line. And then I'm going to define my font size. Font size, which is going to be colon. And over here, I'm going to put in, let's say, 2 rem. After 2 rem, semicolon, and then I'm going to define my cursor as pointer. Okay, now we are almost done with this part. Now, the next thing that we'll have to do is I'm going to move on with the style and head. After the head, define in the body. Close it off. I'm going to start off with the h1 tag. After the h1, I'm going to define in tick tag code. h1 is going to have a specific div class, which is going to be equal to the board, and it's going to have a specific ID, which is also going to be specific board. We're going to close off the div tag. After the div tag, we're going to apply in a paragraph tag with a specific ID, which is going to be equal to turn info. Now close it off, and that is basically it for this part. Okay, now I'm going to make sure I cut this out, and I'm going to paste it back again. So this is how it is going to look like. So save it up, and we're going to go back into the game app.python file. Now the last thing that we want to do is first off type in cd, then type in the file, which is game/python. Okay, so define it just like that, and it's going to run on the exact folder. You can see sometimes it is not going to work or it might not show up, but you have to make sure this is how you keep it, so it has been found. So first off, type in cd again, cd, and type in game, type in Python. Now in some cases, it might not be found, so it is totally fine. So make sure you run the file exactly how it is. Then here, I'm going to type in Python, then put in, let's say, the API, such as game underscore or dash API, and then type in .py, exact same name. Hit on enter, and you can see sometimes it might show you off as a couple of errors. So let's type in cd game dash Python again, and if it still shows up as errors, then I'm going to make sure I put in cd game dash Python, exactly how it is. If it doesn't run properly, then open up terminal again, and over here you want to type in py, then type in dash dash, type in version. And if it shows you off it's like this, then you can type in py game API Hit on enter. And if it doesn't show up like this over and over again, then it's totally fine because now it cannot find it. Then over here, I'm going to type in dir directory, and this is how it might show up on your screen. Now, if it shows you off something like this over and over on your screen, then basically you have to make sure it is connected to the exact same file or where the game file is. Running the game file is basically very simple. So make sure you put in the exact folder and you have to run it on the exact folder. So here I'm going to copy up the file where it is, and this is exactly the file where it is going to be running into. Now in the same way, let's try it again. And then you can see that the development server is now open. Now let's try opening up the server. Now I'm going to open it up on my screen. There we go. And this is how it should look like. Now you can see I'm going to make sure I click on it. There we go. We have X0, X0, X. In this case, we have all of these. You'll be able to make sure that it is working properly. Okay? So thank you for watching this video up till the very end and hope you understood about everything in this class. Another thing you can see on the terminal, we can also put in or get the data of how it is working and also that the user has inputted. So thank you again. And if you are facing any errors or any complex parts, feel free to ask me. I'm going to be applying this script.js file directly with this folder, so you can just try copying and pasting it. It's also quite similar to the previous things that we've used. So I've used and copied the same things over here, except I just changed out, the variables. That's it. So thank you again. And without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of full stack web development. Welcome to another class of full stack web development. Well, we are almost at the end of this course, so we're going to be showing you about deploying and testing. So in this class, I'm going to be showing you how you'll be able to create a rock, paper, scissors game using the web version. Now, whenever you are creating these type of games, I'm mostly going to be using Python for that because Python is literally the best for novices and also who are using or making something which is going to be very simple and small project. So I'm going to be showing you all the steps. I'm also going to be using the methods and the processes which I've shown you in my previous classes. So make sure not to skip any part and let's get started with this class. Now, as we have opened up Visual Studio Code, I'm going to click on, let's say, open folder. Go off into DLD and I'm going to make a new folder. And I'm going to name it RPS_web_game. This is the exact folder that we want to create. You can name it whatever you want. I'm going to make sure it opens up on my screen. And the next thing that you want to do is you want to open up the terminal. So now you can see I have opened up the terminal. Okay. Now, as we have opened up the terminal, here we have to make sure that Python is dedicated to it. mvenv, then type in venv again. Hit on enter, then it might show you off as a couple of errors. Okay. Now you have to make sure it is perfectly running on the folder. Okay. So for that reason, what you have to do is first off, you have to make sure that you have selected the interpreter. So press on Control Shift and P, and from here, you're going to select the interpreter. From here, I'm just going to select on Python version. Now, whenever you click on Python version, it's going to take a bit of time until it runs up better. Okay, now you can see we have that. Now, after that, we can try the same thing again. And if it doesn't show up, then we just have to manually and automatically let it set up. Okay, so first things first, what you want to do is you want to create a Python or the backend logic first. So I'm going to click on over here. I'm going to name it app.py. Hit on enter, and you can see Python has been, detected. Now, one thing that you want to do is you want to select on Python from these sections. So just go down and select on Python. In this way, you will be able to run Python and also customize it. Now, first off, let's understand a bit about it. Now we're going to be needing two more folders such as the templates and also the static. So let's just create those folders first.
templates, where our index.html file is going to be index.html. And over here, we're going to create another folder for our static file, which is basically going to have our style.css. So now we have all of these things that we want to customize. Now, another thing that you can do is you can make a directory if it doesn't work out. So type in make dir RPS and then web game or however you want it to be. Okay. Now, another thing that we can show you over here is that we have already put this whole folder over here. Now, one thing that we're going to do is that we're going to put in RPS underscore web game. Now it's going to create another folder over here. So what we want to do is we want to just close up all of these apps or all of these files, and let's just reveal it in the folder. So let's go up into RPS, and from here, we're going to copy and take all of these inside of this another folder. Okay. So in this way, it is working a lot more better. Now we can close it off whenever we want to. So now as this file has been opened and we have the RPS web game, we're going to have the app.py over here. Now from here, you can install the Flask. So type in pip install, type in Flask. Now hit on enter and then press on create to create the virtual environment. In this way, the virtual environment will be created onto your specific folder. So you can see this is how simple it is to create the virtual environment automatically in Visual Studio Code. But if you're using PyCharm, it is going to be there by default because it is specifically used for Python and that is optimized for Python. Okay, so let's wait for a bit. It's upgrading the pip version, and obviously make sure to use the latest version of Python available. And if you have the latest version of Python available, the latest version of pip is already and also going to be installed on your device. So you can see it is going to install and collect all the data that it needs to run the application. So let's wait for a bit until we can see that the whole thing has been done. Now let's customize our RPS web. Another thing that you can try doing is that you can open up and activate this specific virtual environment. In that case, type in .venv / type in scripts / and type in activate. Now you can see that this specific virtual environment will be activated. Another thing that you can do is you can make sure the bin is also activated. In most cases, bins are not available in, when you are working with Visual Studio Code, but you just want to type in whatever you want to, and you can just install the Flask. Another thing that you can try doing is freezing the dependency. So type in pip and type in freeze. Hit on enter, and it might show you off as an error sometimes, but you can see that all of them have been freezed because this is a good practice because it just helps you to not use and, check out the versions if they are working properly. And another thing that we have already done is that we have selected the Python version, which is running automatically. So if you're using another type of IDE, which are not, optimized and which are not automatical for Python, then you have to select the interpreter, which we already did in the first part. So now let's get back into the game logic where we're going to customize everything. First off, I'm going to put in from. So from, we want to import it from Flask. So from Flask, I'm going to import Flask, and there's going to be render template, comma, then there's going to be request, comma, and then there's going to be JSONified. I'm going to import a random thing, or I'm going to import random because every time you start up the game, there's should be a random one selected, such as rock, paper, or scissor. Okay. Now defining the application as Flask. So we have Flask and then name it, such as name. After that, I'm going to define in the app root. Open up the parentheses, single quotation, and slash. Now I'm going to define my home page. So everything is validated. And after that, I'm going to just open up a colon.
Now I'm going to return a specific value, which is the render template, which is going to be the index.html. So we have the index.html applied. Now I'm going to make sure to put in another app root so I can display my play game. So /play. After play, you're going to define a specific method, which is going to be double quotation and our single quotation defined in the post method. In this way, it is going to get the value from the database. Then after approot, define in the function, which is play, colon, and then put in every one of the data that you have entered, such as it should get a request dot get, then put in underscore JSON. Open up the parentheses. Now after data, I'm going to put in user choice equal data, then put in the choice. After the user choice, put in the choices because there's going to be 3 choices, which are in case rock, paper, scissor. Okay, so put in like that. Okay, this is how you want to keep it. Now you're going to compute the data because you want random choices by the AI. So put in computer choice, which is going to be random choices. Open up parentheses as the controller and define in the controller such as choices. Now you're going to determine the results with the conditions because obviously if you put in a scissor and the AI or the robot opens up rock, obviously you're going to lose. But in that case, if you choose in scissor and the computer chooses, let's say paper, you're going to win. It's going to be the simple conditions of the game which you want to apply in and validate inside of Python. So start off with the if function, then put in the user choice. Now the user choice is double equal to computer choice, colon, move into the next line, and I'm going to results, or I'm going to put in the result over here. It's going to be equal. If both of your choices are the same, it is going to show me as a draw. But I'm going to put in the elif function if it doesn't meet up the criteria, such as the user choice double equal single quotation rock. Now, and if the computer choice, defined in computer choice, is double equal single quotation, let's say scissors, I'm going to close off or put in backward slash, put in a bit of space in between them. Then I'm going to put in open parentheses, user choice double equal single quotation, defined in paper, and computer choice double equal single quotation. Let's say if it is rock or backward slash. This is how you want to keep it. Now there are a couple of things that you can see over here that all of them are the conditions of the game. Define in user choice double equal, let's say scissors, and computer choice is paper. So these are the thing. Now we want to close it off with the colon. So if these are the conditions, then it should work up as win. Okay, so here I'm going to start it off. Results equal, put in single quotation, define in win. Or else, if it doesn't meet up to this criteria, so define in else, result is going to be equal to single quotation and define in lose. Now, every one of these datas are going to return with the database, such as return. Now, it's going to be connected to the JSON file, so open up the parentheses. And first off, we want the user. After that, single quotation, define in user, colon. Here I'm going to put in the user choice, comma. I'm going to go back. After user choice, define in the computer choice,
There we go. This is how you want to keep it. And you can see we have the computer choice at the end. Another thing that you can try doing is you can just put in computer as the variable, colon. I'm going to put in computer choice, comma, single quotation, now put in the result. So the result is going to be displayed after all of these has been done. So we put in the result at the end. Now to make sure that everything is running on a specific loop, define an if name underscore double equal single quotation main colon app dot run open parentheses debug is equal to true. Okay, now you want to save up this file. After saving up this file, you want to customize the template, or let's say the index.html. So now let's open up templates and index.html on this page. Now let's start off with doc type. HTML, then open up Metacharset, UTF-8, then open up Meta if you want to, but I only want it for my PC, so I'm just going to define in my title. The title of this game is going to be Rock, Paper, Scissors. That's all. Then we're going to link it up to my CSS file, such as type in link, rel, style sheet, href is going to be, let's say first off, define in the slash static, then put in slash, and then define in style.css. Now let's open up static, open this up, and then you will basically see that it will be found. Okay, make sure you put in the exact file .css again. So let's just close off the tag. And after this, we want to also put all of these inside of the head. So let's cut this off and put everything right over here. So this is how I want to keep it. Now let's define in the body. Now the body, or inside the body, I'm going to have a div class, which is going to be a container. Now here, I'm going to start off with the h1 tag to define in rock, paper, scissors. After the h1, I'm going to define in another div tag. Class is basically going to be buttons for each and every one of them. Close off the tag. Now here I'm going to define in the buttons. Button is going to work on click. So on click, it is going to be play, open parentheses, define in start off with the rock. Now here in the rock, after the quotation ends, I'm going to close off the tag. So define in rock. Another thing that you can do is you can put in, emojis like this. For the next one, I'm going to define in button, on click, play, open up parentheses, single quotation. Let's say I want paper. Close off the tag. Now you're going to put in the emoji over here first. Let's say paper. I'm going to have another button, on click, play, single quotation, let's say scissors. In this way, scissors is also defined, and then just put in the emoji of that, or the emoticon. Then I'm going to put in scissors, just like this. Now you can see the div class or the div tag will end right over here. We're going to create another div tag, which is going to show off us our result. So after the result, I'm going to have the ID, which is going to be result. It's going to be make your move is going to show up before you put in anything, exclamation mark. Now the div tag will also end right over here.
Now, another thing that you can do is you can apply in the methods and a bit of the script over here. So start off with the script, close off the tag. Now here, one thing that we want to put in is the asynchronous function, which is going to work with the choices of the user. So here I'm going to put in async function. After async function, put in play. Open up the parentheses. It's going to play by the choice. So define in the choice. Open up the third bracket. Let's put in that. I'm going to put in the const result equal await for the fetch info. So it takes up the info from the database and checks if the condition matches up with the criteria. Then it's going to define and give us our result. After the play, put in comma and the third bracket. Defining the method colon single quotation as post comma. Define in headers colon third bracket single quotation define in content type colon single quotation. I'm going to define in application, then put in slash, and I'm going to put in JSON. After that, put in a comma and define in the body colon, put in JSON dot stringify, open parentheses, third brackets, and define in choice. And at the end, you also want to make sure to close it off with the semicolon. Now let's move on to our next lines. For our const data is equal to await function res.json. Open up the parentheses so everything is validated. Close it off with a semicolon. Now you're going to get it by ID. So put in document dot get animations, not animation, get element by ID, single quotation, you want the exact result. And you obviously want it in the inner HTML. So it should be equal. Then basically you have to put in a console over here. Let's define in the console, move on to the next line. And then I'm going to put in you chose colon. Then here I'm going to put in dollar function, third bracket, data dot user. So it, checks up the process. Computer chose colon, dollar function, data dot computer. After that, I'm going to put in the result. The result is going to be u $sign data dot result 2 dot 2 upper case. This is how you want to keep it. Open up the parentheses and you should close it off with an exclamation mark. And by the end of this line, I'm going to make sure to put in another console in the same indentation level over here. And I'm going to close it off with a semicolon. On the last line, you will see a third bracket ending and also a script ending right over here. That means you are good to go. Now let's go off into our static style.css for simply styling our game. So start off with the body tag. In the body, I'm going to start off with the font family, such as Arial, Helvetica, Sans Serif. Then here I'm going to put in text alignment, which is going to be at the center. Then I'm going to have a margin top. I'm going to put in 51 pixels. Then I'm going to put in the background color. Put in hash. I'm going to have F0, F0, F0. So we have a white color. Now let's move on to our next lines. The next one is a container, third bracket. Start off with the background color, which is going to be white in that case. Then I'm going to put in a padding value, such as 40 pixels. Then I'm going to have a border radius, which is going to be somewhere around 11 pixels. Then I'm going to have a display instance, or you can just put in display, which is going to be inline block. And after that, I'm going to have a box shadow. So define in the box shadow, which is going to be around 0, 0, 10 pixels. Then define in RGBA, open up the parentheses, 0, 0, 0, 0.1. This is how you want to keep it. In this way, you will have a black color. Now, the next thing that we want to customize are our buttons. There we go. Put in buttons and define in the controller as button. Here, I'm going to start off with the margin, which is going to be around 11 pixels. Define in the padding value, which is going to be 11 pixel and also 21 pixel. Then I'm going to define in the font size, which is going to be around 19 pixels in size, and the cursor is going to be pointer. After that, I'm going to define in my result, third bracket, and define in margin top. Okay, so define in margin top such as 21 pixels in size. The font size that we want to use is going to be around also 21 pixels. And the last thing is going to be the font weight, which is going to be in bold. So we are basically done with this whole thing. Now we can try opening up the terminal. So as we have opened up the terminal, we can also try putting this up on this one. And from here, we're going to type in Python, let's say app.py. Hit on enter, and you can see it cannot find such directory. If it cannot, it is totally fine because we're going to be running them inside of this. If it shows you off as an error, the easiest method is open up a new terminal. Now in this new terminal, type in Python app.py. Hit on enter, and you can see it shows me off as methods. So let's just change this to methods and put in the same thing, Python app.py. And you can see it will show off as a couple of times. I'm just going to close this off again, and then we want to run it. Now you can see we will have a development server. Now we can open it up. Now, if we open it up, something like this will appear up. If I click on rock, you chose rock, computer chose scissor, you lose. If I click on paper, computer chose rock, you lose. If I click on scissor, you can see computer chose scissor. I'm going to click on scissor again. Well, it's kind of losing over and over again. So I'm just going to try keeping on these couple of random ones. You can see it is getting everything, but you can see I'm not winning. But at least you can see that it is meeting up to my criteria that I have put in this way. Another thing that you can see over here is that everything I put is using the post method to get all of the info on my screen. So you can see most of the time I'm just losing. Obviously, you'll be able to win too. So there are going to be a couple of fixes that we need to do over here. So first off, we're going to customize our HTML. So one thing that we want to do is we want to customize our script a bit. Okay. You can also customize your Python file, but it's not going to do that much of any change. So we're going to be mostly doing the customizations on the index HTML and the style.css. First off, we're going to check up the lines. We have play choices, const result await fetch play, method post, headers as content type, application JSON, body JSON stringify, and then we have the const data, await res, and JSON over here. Now you can see there are a couple of lines that we need to add up over here, such as const result type in div, which is going to be equal to document dot get element by ID. And here, open up the parentheses and define in your result right over here. Now you can see this is already over here in like index.html, and this is how you want to keep it. So I'm just going to put in result, and after result, I'm going to close it off with the semicolon. Now on the next line, you can see we have the same thing. So I'm just going to cut this one off on the inner HTML. So let's just cut this off. Or what you can do is we're going to keep the result right over here. And instead of that, what we're going to do is we're going to type in result then put in div, and after div, I'm going to make sure it is on inner HTML. Inner HTML, and I'm going to put in an equal, and there is going to be our console. So I'm just going to move into our next lines because that is where I want to put it. Now here, after the get element by ID as result, I'm going to apply in new classes. So here I'm going to put in result div, put in dot class name equal to result. Now in this way, it is going to reset the class. Now after that, this is where you add in animations depending on if you're winning or losing. So here, start off with the if, open parentheses, define in data dot result. Now, as we have data dot result, it is going to be triple equal and type in win. Now, after win, open up the third bracket. Here, I'm going to put in resultive dot class. We have the class list, and I'm going to put in dot add and open up the parentheses, which is going to apply the win function if it is working properly. Then after the win, I'm going to do the same thing, result div. Here I'm going to animate it, so put in style dot animation. After animation, open up equal with, let's say, fade up. Okay, fade in up 0.5 second ease. That's how I want to keep it. Then after that, you can see the third bracket is closing over here. So after the third bracket, I'm going to put in else if data dot result. Here after result, I'm going to put in triple equal to, let's say, draw. Okay, so we have draw over here. Now after draw, I'm going to open up another third bracket. I'm going to put in result div dot style dot animation. After animation, do the same thing, equal fade in up 0.5 second ease. After that, move on to the next line, third bracket. I'm going to put in else, third bracket. I'm going to put in result div dot style dot animation. It is going to be equal to a bit of shake, 0.5 second ease, and that's how I want to keep it. We can close off these extra lines that we don't need, and this is how you are going to keep it. Okay, so that's exactly what you want to do. And if you don't you want to paste it again, just put it like this, and this is how it is going to be, such as it is the reset class, and this is going to be add animation depending on the result. I'm just going to be removing these extra lines which we don't need, but this is exactly how we have kept it up. Now, the next thing that we want to do is we want to customize the style.css file, because most of the things that we applied over here, such as click a button, it pops up, then win or draw results fade in, and lose results shakes dynamically. Now, let's apply our CSS file. There are going to be a couple of things that we want to apply right now, such as put in @keyframes. Then I want a bit of pop-up. So open up the parentheses. Let's say 0%. Open up the parentheses. I'm going to put in transform. Scale. Open up the parentheses as 1. Close off the third bracket. Then put in, let's say, 50%. Open up the third bracket. Define in transform. Scale, which is also going to be 1.3. Then for 100%, open up the third bracket. Let's say I'm going to put in transform, which is going to be also a scale value of 1 in this case. Now that should be it for this keyframes. Now we're going to define in the keyframe, fade in and up, okay, our frames. So put in keyframes, fade in up After that, open up the third bracket, put in 0%, defining the opacity. Third bracket, let's say opacity, which is going to be 0 in this case. Define in transform. Here I'm going to put in translate x. So we have x value also as 0. Now over here, instead of 0, you can put in, let's say, somewhere around 20 pixels. This is how you want to keep it. And for 100%, open up the third bracket, defining the opacity, which is going to be 1. I'm going to transform it, translate y. And I'm going to be keeping it as 0. In this way, this is how it is going to be. And you can see this is how simple it is. Now let's move on and apply in our shake. So apply in @, defining keyframes, shake, third bracket, 0%, comma, 100%. Open up third bracket, transform. I'm going to put a bit of space on each and every one of these lines too. Here in transform, I'm going to put in translate x. Here it is going to be as 0. On the next one, it's going to be 20% to 60%. Third bracket, transform, translate x again. Here it is going to be -10, okay, pixels, space over here. Move on to the next line, and then it's going to be 40%, comma, 80%. Third bracket, transform, translate it into x again. And here it is going to be 10 pixels. This is how you want to keep it. Now you're going to define in the specific result. Result is going to be open parentheses. Let's define in the margin top value first, such as 21 pixels in height. I'm going to define in the font size, which is going to be also 21 pixels. I'm going to put in the font weight so I can apply in bold. And after that, I'm going to put in the minimum height, which is going to be around, let's say, 59 pixels or 61 pixels. On the next one, I'm going to apply in transition on all of them. So all 0.3 seconds each. This is how you want to keep it. Now, the next thing that we want to do over here is we're going to define in the button, third bracket, transition. Here I'm going to put in transform, FORM, then put in 0.2 second ease. And on the last one, we're going to apply the active buttons. So put in button colon active, third bracket. Here, I'm going to put in animation. Here I'm going to put in pop, let's say 0.3 seconds each. This is how you want to keep all of these values. So basically, this is how simple it is. Now we're going to just basically save it up. Let's just put in Python app.py. Hit on enter, and we can see the development server is on. Let's open it up, and let's just open it up on our screen. And you can see this is how it looks like. You can see this is going to be it. You can see we're getting draws. You can see we're losing. And when you lose, there's this shake, paper, we won. You can see we lost over here. We have the scissor, win, draw. And obviously there's a lose. So now you know about how you can create these type of, web-based games. It is also quite simple, and you're going to get every one of these input values on your terminal because all of these are connected to the server, and it's going to run accordingly to what the user or you are going to press. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this class. And if you still have any confusion or any question, feel free to ask me, and you don't have to worry about it because I'm going to be applying each and every one of these folders to my resource folder. So you can just try copying and pasting it out. So thank you again. And without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of full stack web development. Welcome to class project 1 of full stack web development. Now, the name of class project 1 is Tic-Tac-Toe Backend JS Logic. Well, in this course, I've shown you about how you can create a tic-tac-toe game, or let's say a web-based game. So in this class, I'm going to be creating the JavaScript backend logic, which is going to help us to create the game properly and make it functional. So I have attached in a description and also an outcome. In the description, we can see the code loads the game board from state, adds click listener to each cells, sends moves to move, and updates the board with the new state and shows the current player turn. Now, let's move into these steps. First off, set up the backend API. In step 2, we're going to implement the game logic in the backend. In step 3, we're going to handle turns, win condition checks, and prevent illegal moves like playing in a filled cell. Then, we're going to connect the front end to the back end. And in step 5, we're going to enhance the UX, which is totally optional. If you want to do it, you can, but if you don't want to, it will still work. Now, what is the outcome? The outcome is it creates a dynamic game board, which is displayed on the screen. Users can click cells to make moves. The current turn is shown, and moves are sent to the server, which processes the game logic like win, draw checks, and even sends the updated board. The front end reflects all of these changes instantly without needing a page reload. So, now that we know every steps of how we will be able to create the backend JavaScript logic, now let's open up VS Code and the exact folder of web game that I have used in my previous classes. And in that specific folder, I'm going to be creating the JavaScript logic. Now, you don't have to worry about it because I'm going to be attaching all of the folders in my resource folder. So you can open that up and you can work in the exact same folder like I am showing you. So as you can see from my screen, I have opened up the exact folder called Game Python. Now, you also want to download this whole folder and then just open up this Game Python. And this is where you want to add in those code snippets. First off, what you want to do is that we have to put in the DOM content loader, which is going to load up the exact same methods and also the exact same index file. Now, we're going to be using all of these ID, which we have applied in the index.html file, and then we're going to create our backend logic. Such as, first off, we're going to start off with the document. And as this is an interactive function, we have to put in add event listener. After that, I'm going to make sure it validates the DOM content. So put in a single quotation inside of the parentheses and then put in DOM content loaded. Now, this will allow us to use everything inside of the screen, and then we're going to be able to put in interaction within so that the game works. Now, put in the arrow function and open up the third bracket. Inside this, you're going to validate the board and also the turn info. So start off defining the first thing, such as the board L. Now put in equal and then use the ID of the board. So if you go after the index.html, the specific ID for our board is called board. So do the same thing. First off, put in document.getElementById. Open up the parentheses and define in your board variable. Move on to the next line. Do the same thing for the next one, such as the turn info. Put in equal document.getElementById. Open up the parentheses, go after the index, and you can see the exact ID that we're using is turn info. So put in the same thing, single quotation, put in turn info. This is exactly how you want to keep it. Then move into the next lines to create the function. Now, in this function, what we're going to do, we're going to start off with defining the function on our screen, and then we're going to render the specific board.
render, put in board. This is going to work as a specific variable to run the state of the game. So define in state. After that, you want to define the whole thing altogether, such as define in the board value, then put in EL as you are already using that in the const function. Now, after that, you have to make sure that everything is inside and working inside of the HTML. So put in the inner HTML, then put in double quotation and put in a semicolon. Now, the semicolon is going to help you to, validate everything that is going to be placed inside of this function. So after that, after the board, define in the state of the game, put in dot, put in the board, and put in dot again. And you're going to put in, or you're going to validate all of these cells inside of the game, such as for each cell, each open parentheses, the controller is going to be a cell. So define in the cell, put in comma, and then put in a controller such as I. I'm going to just put in cell right over here and put in I just like this. After that, put in the arrow function, open up the third bracket again, and then you're going to make sure to validate all of the div classes, such as the const div, which is going to create and it's going to validate the div class from your HTML, then the name of the cell, content of the cell, and also you're going to add in the function for add event listener. So in that case, start off with the const div. So this const div is also going to be equal to document.getElement by ID. Now, what you can do over here instead of putting in ID, this is a specific class. So you can create an element. So put in create element, open up the parentheses, define the div class, semicolon, and then put in div dot class name. Now, after class name, you have to define or validate the cell value. After the cell value, you have to put in the text content. So put in div dot text content. Now, this is also going to be equal to specific cell value. Put in nothing except for this. Now, after this one, I'm going to make sure everything is inside of the same indentation level. So we're going to put in the function such as div.addEventListener, open up the parentheses, define in the click function, and at the end, put in a comma and define in the open parentheses. So everything that you put inside of this is validated. Then put in make move, which is going to work as another variable and define in I as the controller. Put in a semicolon to close off the line and define in the board. So we have the board value, which is basically a child tag. So we're going to put in append child. So after append child, we're going to define in the controller, which is div. Now you can see at the end, we're going to have this line over here with a semicolon closing off, or let's say a third bracket closing off, and then we have another third bracket at the end. So what we're going to make sure to do is you just want to close off this first line. You want to close it off with this bracket. So we're going to close off this parentheses and we're going to close it off with a semicolon. Now here, we're going to put in the turn info. So this is basically a text content which should show up. So I'm going to put in the current turn as the specific text which should show up on my screen. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure it is on the same indentation level as the function. And then I'm going to put in the dollar function to define in the variable, such as the state dot turn. So we have the state turn and put in a semicolon. And on the next line, it should end just like this. Okay. So that we have it, now we're going to put in the async function. So put in the async function. Here in the async function, first off, you have to define in the name, such as the name is going to be make move. Make move, and the parameter that we're going to be using is going to be the position. After the position has been defined, we're going to put in the const result because that is what we want at the end. Now, first off, we're going to await it for the fetch value to do its work. So open up the parentheses, single quotation, and define in move. Okay. Now, after this move, I'm going to put in a comma and then I'm going to define the whole thing again, such as we need a specific method for it to work. So here I'm going to use the post method, comma. After that, we're going to use a specific headers, which is going to have the content type. Open up the third brackets. Let's say content type. Now, after that, put in a colon, then put in another quotation and define in the application, such as where it should get the data from. Application/JSON. After that, you have to put in another comma. You can see we have put in 2. And the last thing that we have to define is the specific body. So put in the JSON stringify. And after that, open up the parentheses with the third bracket and define in the position with the start value, such as pos. So here I'm going to put in the position value, colon, and define in POS. That's all that you need to do. And you want to close off the third bracket and the second bracket in the same way. Now you're going to define in the state of the const, such as await for the result, which the database is going to find out. So here I'm going to put in res.json, open up the parentheses and put in a semicolon. Then we're going to render all the things together, such as the board value, and define in the state. Semicolon, and you should see the third bracket ending over here. The next thing is going to be the async function for the load state. So put in the async function. Inside the name, I'm going to put in, let's say, the load state. And for the parameter, we're going to keep it empty because we do not want any variable to be validated. So put in the const result equal to await fetch. And then open up the parentheses. And over here, I'm going to put in, let's say, single quotation / put in the state. Now this should end on this line. For the next line, I'm going to define in the state value, which is going to be equal to await. And this is going to await for the result from the database, such as the JSON file. And here I'm going to close off this line too, and then I'm going to render the board once again, working on the exact state that we want it to be. So also close it off with another semicolon, and you will see that everything will end at the end. And here I'm going to put in the load state value again, such as printing out the game. Open up the parentheses and close it off with a semicolon. Do the same thing on the last line, and that is basically it for what you have to do inside of creating the back end of JavaScript. If it doesn't work, it's totally fine. Just open up the terminal, and then what you want to do is you want to make sure you are running the exact directory. There we go. Now here, what we want to do is just type in py and type in game API and put in .py. Hit on enter, and you will see the development server will turn on, and then click on the exact port. And in the same way, you will find that the tic-tac-toe game will work properly. There we go. So this is how the game will exactly run. And obviously you will see on the bottom of your terminal, it will get all of the values. And at a certain state, there is where the game will end. Okay. So thank you for watching this class, and I hope you understood about everything. And the next thing that you want to do is, after finishing the whole thing, take a screenshot of this along with the game that you have created and then upload it on our project panel. So thank you again. And without any further ado, let's move on to our next class project of full stack web development. Welcome to class project 2. The name of class project 2 is Live Character Counter App. I have attached in a description with also its outcome, and I'm going to have 5 different steps which you'll be able to use to reach the outcome and also the result. Let's get into the description. Students will build a simple full stack app where users can type text into a specific text area and the app will display a live character count. The backend will also store the last submitted text and it will be saved even though if the app is closed or if it shuts off directly. Now let's get into these steps. First off, we're going to have the front end UI setup, such as HTML, CSS, and also JavaScript. So in this case, we're going to be using JavaScript also in the front end. So we're going to be making this class project also into two parts. In step 2, we're going to add submit functionality. In step 3, we're going to apply the backend setup using Express.js or Flask. Now, most of the time we use Express.js for this specific type of classes or these type of websites. So we're going to be focusing on Express.js. Then we're going to be connecting the front end to the specific back end. And in the last step, we're going to test and refine the application. Another thing that you want to do is after you create the whole thing, just take a screenshot of it and also take a screenshot of the website that you have created and upload it onto our project panel. And if you follow up with this class, and if you've seen my previous classes, then obviously you already know about the basics. And then what you basically have to do is apply them on real time. So what is the outcome of this class project? Learners understand how to handle real-time updates on the front end. They learn how to send form data to the back end using fetch. They implement a basic server that stores and returns the data, and they see how front end and back end communicates. So let's open up VS Code and let's create a new folder. First things first, let's click on Open Folder. Let's go off onto our resource file, click on New. Now this is going to be, let's say, class project 2. Click on Set Folder, and then I'm going to just open up the folder as you can see. Now, the first thing, what we want to do is we want to create the front end. So type in index.html. Now, this is where we're going to customize the front end, such as the HTML, the CSS, and also the JavaScript logic. So it's going to be quite a big class. And after customizing our front end, we're also going to customize our back end using Express or Server.js. So first things first, let's customize our index.html file. Start off with the most basic doc type. Put in HTML. Here, I'm going to customize my head. Inside the head, I'm going to start off with the meta, parset, UTF-8. Then I'm going to define in my title. The title of this web base is going to be, let's say, live character counter. Now, after that, what we want to do is we want to define in the style. So I'm going to apply the CSS file directly on this page. So I'm going to start off with the body. Start off with, let's say, the font family, Arial, Helvetica, Sans Serif. Then I'm going to put in the padding value, such as 21 pixel in size. That's all that we want to put in the body. Then I'm going to customize my text area. There we go. The text area should have also a specific customization, such as the width. This I'm going to put it around 100%. After the width, I'm going to put in the height. And the height is also going to be around 100 pixels. Quite the same. Then I'm going to put in the counter function, or let's say the counter button, which is going to start off with the margin value. I'm just going to put in, let's say, margin top value, which is going to be around 11 pixels in height. Then I'm going to put in the font weight so that I can apply in the bold case. Now, after the counter, I'm going to put in the button. So let's customize the button with a margin on top. Now, the margin top should also be around 11 pixels. And also I'm going to put in a padding value of 6 pixels and also a 10 pixel in size, or let's say 11 pixel. So we're done with styling our, our CSS. Now, after the head, let's move inside of the body. Inside of the body, I'm going to start off with the heading tag, such as h2. Here, I'm going to put in a live character counter. After the h2, I'm going to apply in a specific text area with the specific ID, which is going to be the text input value. Close off that. I'm going to keep it empty in this case. So let's just cut off this line because it needs to be empty or else there's going to be a text already in there. Then I'm going to define my div class. The div class should obviously be the counter. This counter should have an ID, which is going to be character counter. So I'm going to put in char. I'm going to put in count. After count, I'm going to close off the quotation and close off the tag and define in the characters. That's all that you want to do. And obviously you want to put in a 0 as default value. So obviously if you don't put anything, it should start off and represents the 0. Then I'm going to define in my tag to put in the button, put in button ID. I'm going to put in save btn. Close it off and then define in the name of the button such as save or whatever you want to put in. Now, before closing off the whole thing, you want to put in the JavaScript logic, such as the script. Close it off and define in the const. Start off with the text area. So I'm going to put in text area equal to document.getElementById. Open up the parentheses and define in the text input. After the text input, close it off. Const character count. It should be equal to document.getElementById. So as you can see, for the character count, we're using counter or character count like this. So I'm going to keep this copied. Open up the parentheses and define in character count. Close it off with a semicolon and define in the save button. So here, put in save btn equal document.getElementById. Open up the parentheses and define in the save button. This is how it should close off. Then I'm going to define in the text area. Here, I'm going to put in .addEventListener. Open up the parentheses and define in the input value. Now, the input value should obviously also be defined with async function. So let's just put in the async function just like this. The name of the async function that we want to use should obviously be empty. So let's just put in async just like this. And also in the parameter, I'm just going to close this off and keep it empty with the third bracket opening. Now in the next line, what we want to do is we want to put in the character count. After the character count, put in the text content. So text content is going to be equal. Then the next thing that you want to do is you want to close and open up the console, define in characters, colon, then open up the dollar function with the third bracket, define in text area with the value. So after value, define in the specific length. After the length, you want to close it off and then close it off with another console value. Now I'm going to close it off with a semicolon, and on the next line, it should end everything. Now let's put in the save button. The save button should be .addEventListener. Open up the parentheses, single quotation, define in the click function. After the click function, define in the async in the same way. Open up the parentheses and the arrow function, and open up the third bracket. In the next line, put in the await fetch, open up the parenthesis, single quotation slash, and then put in the submit button. Now this submit button should also be defined with the comma and then the third bracket, defined in the specific method for this, such as the post method, comma, the headers, colon, open up the third bracket, defined in the content type. After the content type, put in a colon, single quotation, application, then put in slash JSON. Put in a comma to close off the line. And then the last thing we have to define is the specific body. Now the body is going to have all of the data frame, or let's say the database. So you have to make sure you put in the JSON.stringify. In the stringify, define in the text content, open up the third bracket, define in the text, colon, and define in the text area. After text area, define in the specific value and make sure to keep it empty. You should see another line of third bracket and parentheses closing off, so close it off with a semicolon. Now, for the next one, you have to put in the alert function so you get a notification if it is working or not. So I want it to say text saved if the submit button is working properly. Close it off with a semicolon, and also on the last line, close it off with another semicolon. Now the last thing that remains is defining the async function for the load the last text. Now for this specific last text, I'm going to put in the async function. The name of this is going to be, let's say, load last text, and the parameter should be empty. After the third bracket, define in const result equal await, and define in the fetch value, open up the parenthesis, single quotation slash, and define in last. Semicolon, define in the const data equal to await, then put in res.json. In this JSON file, make sure to keep an open parenthesis with a semicolon on the last line. Then define in the text area where you are going to validate the value. So put in equal data.text. After the text, put in these straight lines, single quotation, and keep it empty. Semicolon, character count. In this character count, I'm going to put in the text content and put in equal, and put in the console, I'm going to put in characters, then put in colon, dollar function, third brackets, and define in text area dot value dot length. After the length, close off the third brackets and close it off with another console at the end. And close it off with semicolons that remain. And after this third bracket, you have to make sure you load up the last text. So put in load up last text and then open up the parentheses with the semicolon to close it off. And that is it for the first part of the class project 2. Now let's move on to part 2 of our class project 2, where we're going to set up the backend with the node with Express. Welcome to class project 2, part 2. In this part, we're going to help you to set up the backend of the first part of class project 2, and we're also going to test and run the exact project. So let's open up VS Code and the exact same folder that we used in part 1. As you can see from my screen, I have opened up the index.html that we used in class, or let's say class project 2, part 1. Now, the next thing that we need to do is we want to first off create a folder. So what you want to do is just type in a folder. And here I'm going to have the backend. Okay, so you can define in backend. Inside this, I'm going to just click on new file. And here, what we want to do is I'm going to put in server.json. app.js. Then open up the terminal. First off, what you want to do is type in npm init-y. Wait for a bit. And if you see this is working like this and a package.json file has been created, that means your JavaScript file is now running properly. Another thing that you have to install is Express, because we're going to be using Express to create the backend and for it to work on a specific local port. So type in npm install Express, hit on enter, and wait for a bit. Let's wait until the whole process has been done, and you will see there's going to be a couple of packages that is going to be unloaded and audited at the same time. So that means we are basically good to go. Another thing that you can try doing is you can go live on this specific HTML file. Now, even though if you go off to the HTML file, this is how it will appear up. You can type in whatever you want, but the interactions or the backend has not been created yet. But if you type in that and click on save, it will be saved up on your desktop. If you refresh it up, you can see it just goes back. So let's just keep it on the side and let's customize our backend so it has the functionalities. Let's just keep it like this and open up the server.js. First off, as we are already using Express and we already installed it, first off, define in const express. Type in equal and define in require. Require open parentheses and define in express. Semicolon to close it off. After that, you have to put in the const application, which is going to be equal to the express value, and open up the parentheses and put in a semicolon. Then you're going to define in the port where it is going to run, such as the local host. Let's say it is going to be 3000, semicolon. And then I'm going to put in let last text equal to single quotation and keep it empty. Because you are not going to put a static text, but the user, or let's say you, are going to put in the inquired data. Now let's put in app.use so that we can use up that specific text and validate it as a database. So put in the express server, put in dot and define in JSON. Open up the parentheses to keep it empty, semicolon at the end, define in app.use, open parentheses, define in express dot static. After static, you have to define in the directory name. Open up the parentheses, underscore, put in dir, let's say name. Now this directory name is going to serve as the index.html. Okay, so you can put in index.html if you want to, but you can also put in whatever you want. Okay, so here we have the static root. After the directory name, close it off with a semicolon. Now I'm going to keep a directory name for this part, and if it does not work, I'm going to change it to the index.html. So keep it this until we put in another value. Then we're going to use the post method of submit to get the exact text. So define in post, and after that, open up the parentheses, :/submit, put in comma, open up the parentheses, request, comma, res, equal or the arrow function, then put in the third bracket and define in the last text. Now last text is going to be equal to required dot body, put in dot text. Put in 2 lines, single quotation and semicolon at the end. On the next line, I'm going to put in res, put in dot JSON. After JSON, open up the parentheses with the third bracket and put in success, and define in true as the Boolean value, so everything is working on a specific loop. Now the next thing that you want to do is you want to put in app.get, because as we already put in the submit button. Now in the app.get, open up the parentheses, single quotation slash last. Put in comma, put in request, comma res, put in the arrow function, open up the third bracket and define in res.json. Open up the parentheses with the third bracket and define in the text, colon, and define in the last text. Okay, make sure to put it up and then move on to the next line and closing off the parentheses with another semicolon. Now you want to make sure the port is validating whatever you do. So make sure to put in, let's say, app.listen, open parentheses and define in the port value. After port, put in comma, open parentheses, define in the arrow function, third bracket, console.log, open parentheses, define in the console, server running at https:// put in the local host and define in the specific port. So put in $, third brackets, and define in the port value. And at the end, just close it off with another console value. Close it off with semicolons, and that's all that it should do. Now, what we can try doing is we can run the whole thing. Let's say node server.js. You can see there is no module found. You can see require stack, cannot find module. So let's just go off at the top and let's just change it. Or if you don't find the module, what we're going to do is we're just basically going to make sure we save up this whole thing. And then we make sure that the port is running. And if it is running, make sure to dispose it first and get back into it again. Now, one thing you checked is that we are still not able to, update the character count. So the next thing that you want to do is I'm going to create another line. And in the script, I'm going to make sure to put all of them in the DOM content loaded. So put in document.add event listener, open up the parentheses and define in DOM content loaded. Okay, put in the quotation close it off, and open up the parentheses empty, put in equal, and open up the third bracket. Now these two, I'm going to close it off at the end and a semicolon. Okay, that's all that you have to put in, and this is how it should work. Okay, so basically after that, what I'm going to do at this one, I'm going to make sure I put in the arrow function so that everything is validated. And another thing that we're going to do is we're going to verify the HTML IDs match. First off, I'm going to check the text area ID as text input, okay, which is text area. We are going to put in the div class as counter, and we have character count. Characters should be equal to 0, and button ID is save button, such as save and button. Now, even though if you don't want it, just make sure to copy and paste it. Or let's say I'm just going to, cut this off or press on Control X and paste it back again, just like this. Make sure everything is inside of the same indentation level. Now we're going to save up the file. Let's go off into the new terminal. And in this new terminal, we're going to type in node server.js. And you can see we will find our local host working perfectly. Open it up, wait for a bit. And now here, what we're going to do is we're going to open it up on our screen. Now here, whenever we type on it, you can see the characters are being counted automatically. Let's say the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. There you go. If you hit on enter, you can move on to the next line and add in more. You can also validate numericals, integer values, obviously. So you can see this is working properly. And if you click on save, localhost says text has been saved. If we go off into the package, you can see we have the index file. we have the server, and we also have whatever has been put inside of this server. Okay, so these are the databases which is going to be specifically saved on your browser or on your account. Now, basically that is it. So the next thing that you want to do is obviously save up that file. Also take a screenshot of that specific site that you have created with the server.js, which is running as the backend, and then you want to just upload it onto our project panel. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this class too. And so basically this is the end of this whole course. So make sure to practice it through and try applying your own features and also understanding step by step. So that is it. And thank you for watching this whole course again.